So guys, I combined all the stories that I covered with most brutal deaths and created this video. You can see the timestamps on the screen. Watch whichever story you want and subscribe for more. This car has turned upside down in the middle of the forest. Outside the car, we see a bear wearing a suit trying to do something. After a while, the man who was inside the car woke up in a room. His head is still hurting as he tries to remember what happened to him. He remembered that while he was driving a car, an animal suddenly jumped out in front. Right then, he started calling out for a person named Chika. He remembers that Chika was sitting in the passenger seat. At that moment, a pig entered the room. This pig is standing like a human and also talks human language. He first greeted the man and then asked him if he slept well. Immediately, he asked the pig about his daughter, Chika. Pig explained to him that yesterday, he and his daughter were in an accident on the forest road. Luckily, one of the villagers found them and brought them here for treatment. Pig told him that his head hit really hard, but his daughter only suffered some minor injuries. The man was relieved to learn that his daughter is fine and requested the pig to take him to his daughter. Pig agrees immediately and says that breakfast has been prepared and his daughter is waiting for him there. While walking toward the main hall, the man saw many images of different animals on the wall. He thought that this was a massive state. Judging by the interior, he concludes that this is an incredibly old building. Seeing the images of different animals, he thought that whoever lives here doesn't have a good taste. After thinking for a while, the man asked the pig about why he's wearing a pig costume. He asked if this is some kind of costume-themed hotel. Hearing the question, the pig let out a little laugh and said that it's quite an amusing thought. With that, they reached the main hall and the pig opened the door. Inside the room, there were many different animals sitting like humans. Seeing them, the man just wondered why there were so many people in animal costumes. Right then, a girl ran to him calling him daddy. He was really happy to see her and asked her if she's fine. She told him that because he didn't wake up, she played with animals. All the animals were looking at them and observing them. The goat concludes that the man is around 30 years old, while to the sheep, the man looks really healthy. The cat said that this man is a bit on the slender side, and he also reeks of cigarettes. The dog said that as long as this man got the stamina, he should be fine. While the cow is wondering if he will be able to entertain them or not. The man didn't hear their talk and after confirming that Chika is completely fine, he thanked all of them for saving them. Suddenly, a boar grabbed the man from behind. Seeing him, the deer, who's sitting in the main seat, asked the boar whose name is Hoensa to not scare their guests. Saying that, he invited both of them to sit down and enjoy the meal. Without wasting a moment, the man and his daughter sat on the seats and started eating like they haven't eaten anything for days. Every animal looked at them and were really happy because they're seeing signs of good health. After eating the fill, the man asked them about the way to get to the nearest hospital because he wants to get his daughter checked to confirm if she's completely fine. Immediately, the room turned dark. The man got startled and wondered if he said something wrong. The deer broke the silence saying that his concern about his daughter is good, but they're already here, so the deer asked them that they should at least tour around for some time. The man was hesitant thinking about refusing, but his daughter said that she wants to play for some more time, so he decided to tour around. The next moment, the pig became their guide and showed them around. While walking, the man was getting more concerned and asked the pig if they can make a call to book a taxi. The pig answered that they didn't have cell service here. The man was shocked that even during this modern age, these people don't have any phone service. But his daughter was really happy, so he just followed along for now. After a while, they reached a room which shocked them. Inside the room, they saw many humans living inside the cages like animals. The pig is here to feed them like in farms humans feed animals. He first turned on the water, and like animals, all the humans stepped on each other to get wet. While feeding them, the pig explained that this farm constantly breeds and manages around 100 humans. They classify them into different ranks like young, old, men, and women. The pig said that this human shed is on the lowest one. Previously, Chika was playing with the pig and was calling him cute, now the pig is looking toward the humans that are in the cage saying that they are looking kind of cute. The pig said that humans in this shed can't speak, that's why they're his favorite. The man was really shocked and asked the pig what kind of joke this is. The pig didn't reply if it's a joke or not, but he asked the man to not get scared because he'll live in a much better shed. The pig looked at some notes and said that when the man and his daughter arrived, the pig and other animals conducted a full examination. Even though the man has a habit of drinking alcohol, after a few days of detox, that won't be an issue. Which means, he'll still be made into an excellent and juicy meat. The man was really shocked and said to the pig that he is talking like he's some kind of livestock. The pig smiled and said that everyone reacts like this at first. The pig said that they provide their humans with nutritious feed. They maintain strict quality control. They ensure a stable supply. Their goal is to produce safe, high-quality, delicious meat. The next moment, the pig threw both daughter and father in the cell, saying that they'll stay here for a few weeks. Now finally the man has realized that everything he saw until now was real. The animals here are real and intelligent like humans. They keep humans in cages like consumer products. He realizes that they were brought here on purpose. The little poor girl is also crying and apologizing to the father. She said that it was her fault, because she wanted to play more, they got stuck here. Hearing that, the man smiled and said to Chica that it was not her fault. Outside, the pig appeared behind a deer who was looking at his gun. The deer's name is Ernest and the pig informs him that everything has gone according to the plan. Learning that, Ernest got up and provided a gun to all the animals and said, "The hunt begins now." At the same time, the man is running with his daughter. He was trying to get away from this village as fast as possible. While running, he suddenly spotted a human who could talk. When the man went to see that human, he noticed a collar on his neck. Immediately, that man started acting like a dog and grabbed the man. At that moment, a dog arrived there holding a gun. This human is trained by this dog and is being raised as a pet. The dog pointed the gun at the man and shot him, but the dog accidentally killed his own man. Even if he killed one, that didn't matter because he has 3 more on leash. Without wasting a moment, the man ran outside the forest. But after some running, he activated a trap which injured his leg. The man didn't care and asked his daughter to run away. After a moment, a boar arrived there. He looked at the empty trap, and also couldn't smell the scent of the man. The man was hiding behind a tree trunk without letting out any voice. While he was hoping to not get found, the boar arrived behind. He grabbed the man from the neck and was about to kill him when someone shot him. The one who saved the man was none other than Ernest. When the boar saw Ernest, he immediately started apologizing, saying he was just playing around. Hearing that, Ernest put the gun on the boar's head and said to him that he is acting like an animal. Ernest started shouting at the boar. He asked the boar about the one who gave him the permission to torment a human. Ernest asked the boar about the one who said he can eat humans alive. Ernest called this act of the boar cruelty. Ernest asked the boar about how many times he has to tell him that life must be treasured. The boar's name is Hoensa, and in the end, Ernest said to him that if they treat humans like trash, then they cease to be who they are. After scolding Hoensa, Ernest went toward the man and apologized to him. The man thought that this deer is a good animal, so he asked him to save his daughter. Ernest said to him that he had nothing to fear. At that moment, a bear brought back Chica who was unconscious. When the man saw the scene, he was really shocked and scared, unable to say anything. After a while, we see the food is getting prepared. Juicy meat is getting cooked, dishes are being placed on the table. After a while, most of the animals arrived at the main hall to enjoy the food. When Ernest said to the man that he has nothing to fear, Ernest meant that his life will not be wasted in the slightest. He will become their flesh and blood, and live on within them. The food is ready and the first dish we see is a man's head surrounded by meat and different fruits. All the animals started enjoying the food without wasting a moment. While they were eating, the pig came to Ernest and said to him that 3 humans had arrived. Ernest smiled and ordered the pig to welcome them warmly. With that, they started enjoying the meat again. Outside, a badger and a lynx were pushing a carriage. Badger was saying to Lynx that working outside feels really great. Lynx also agrees, saying that this work is better than cleaning the human sheds. Suddenly, Lynx felt the carriage get heavier and asked the badger, whose name Doug, if he was pulling the weight or not. It turns out that Doug left the carriage and is playing with flowers. Lynx immediately called Doug to do his work. Hearing the call, Doug reminds the Lynx that they don't get to work outside often, so they should enjoy it. Lynx, whose name is Nero, said that he just want to get this over with. With that, they continued their work again. Inside the carriage, there are many humans looking scared. Doug said to Nero that human hunting is a noble tradition, a sport for the elite. Doug said that hunting humans is his dream job which he wanted to take part in one day. At that moment, Nero noticed that a human was trying to break the lock. He immediately went toward her to stop her. When she saw Nero, she asked him to help her and let her get out of here. Before Nero could say anything, Doug arrived there, and hit the girl with the stick, because of which she immediately backed out. Right then, Doug noticed smoke coming out from the village. Doug realized that it's a signal and set all the humans free. They let them free to hunt them down. After a while, each human got caught by a different animal and got killed in many different and gruesome ways. After all the humans died, Doug and Nero took care of the bodies. Then, they both went to a bar where we saw many human heads decorated on the wall. Many different animals are sitting in the bar, drinking and enjoying themselves like humans do. Some minutes later, Doug and Nero's order arrived. They had human leg, sautéed to perfection. Doug was really enjoying the food, but Nero was thinking something else. He thought that lately, for some reason, eating humans feels wrong to him. Noticing that Nero isn't eating anything, Doug asked if something's the matter. Now, Nero has no choice but to eat the human meat even if he doesn't like it. After eating just a little, Nero has to go to the toilet and throw up everything. While walking home, Doug talked to Nero, calling him lucky because tomorrow the kids from District 6 are coming for their tours, and Nero is in charge of them. The next day, we see that many little animals are standing outside a cell looking at the humans. Like humans go to a farm and enjoy seeing animals inside the cage, animals here enjoy seeing humans inside the cage. Kid animals were shouting, asking humans to look at them. But no matter what they called, all the humans were stuck in a corner without looking toward them. Right then, Ernest came to them and told them that if they want humans to look toward them, they should stay quiet. Kids took Ernest's advice, and slowly, humans started looking at them. At that moment, Nero also arrived there as he's the in charge of the tour. Nero accompanied the kids and showed them different cages. After some walking, Nero showed a cage to the kids which is for overfat humans. In this cage, humans don't care what they have in front of them, they eat snakes, insects and every random thing to survive. Seeing how Nero is taking care of the kids, Ernest praised him, saying that he's good at this work. Looking at Ernest, Nero thought that he was thinking Ernest would be more stiff, being the village leader and all. But he's actually so easy to talk to. Nero realized why everyone likes him. After a moment of looking at Ernest, Nero started thinking if he had seen him somewhere before. Suddenly, Ernest said that they should end today's tour here. He asked Nero if they should end the tour by butchering one of the humans to show the kids. Nero was shocked and said that they can't just butcher a human, they need a clearance from the higher-ups. Ernest said to Nero that there's no issue, but Ernest is the one who grants clearance. Like this, Ernest took one human, and tightly bound him to the table. Seeing the humans, Ernest praised him, saying that he's young with a healthy complexion, which makes a magnificent specimen. Immediately, the man started shouting that he doesn't want to die. He called for his mom, but there's no one to help him. Kids were just watching and enjoying the screams of humans. Seeing kids enjoying the scene, Ernest got happy and said that they're very diligent, which is very admirable. Ernest said to them that the thing that matters the most is facing everything with sincerity. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to life. Ernest told the kids that the meat isn't just a lump of flesh. Every single day, someone takes a knife in their hands and faces morality head-on. That's what it truly means to eat life, to eat humans. Hearing that, a little goat asked Ernest if it's really okay for them to eat humans if that's the case. Ernest answered with a smile and asked them to remember one thing. He asked them to never forget respect and gratitude. To be eaten and to be enjoyed, that is the greatest happiness for humans. Kids got even more happy thinking that humans are the happiest when they're eaten. With that, Ernest took the knife and slowly started butchering the man. Seeing the scene, Nero, who was also standing right there, remembered something. He remembered a sentence, "Your life will not be wasted in the slightest." He remembered the time when Chica's dad was getting hunted by different animals. He also remembers when a bear brought unconscious Chica in front of him. Nero fell to the ground realizing that he got eaten by these animals once. He finally remembers that he was once a human. This is Chica's father. After remembering everything, Nero jumped to attack when a little bear appeared in front of him asking him if he wanted some meat. Immediately, Nero stopped his action. Bear told him that Ernest cut up some meat for them. He also told Nero that it's fresh so they can eat it. After a while, all the kids said thanks to Nero for guiding them around and prepared to leave. Ernest also said thanks to Nero and said to him that if anything comes they'll call him again. On the other hand, Doug was in his house and was about to start eating the meat when someone knocked on the door. Doug went to check and saw Nero. Before Doug even said anything, Nero grabbed him and asked him if he had any memories from the time when he was a human. Sometime later, Nero has told everything to Doug, like how Nero used to be a human and after getting eaten, he became an animal like them. Nero knows that Doug will not easily believe him. And as he expected, Doug thought that Nero was just making up a story and praised him for coming up with this idea. When Nero said that he's telling the truth and asked Doug to believe in him, Doug turned serious. He said how he's supposed to believe in him and told Nero that humans are just meat. According to Doug, animals are children of God. There's no way they could ever be human. Doug believes that Nero is just exhausted, so he asks to rest here for a while and eat some meat. But the next moment, Nero disappeared from his house. Nero was walking outside alone thinking about his identity. He wonders why he's the only one who remembers the past. He thinks that Chica is already and wonders if she also ended up like him. While walking, Nero started doubting if he was really a human. He asked how he ended up in this animal body if he was a human before. He is confused and wonders if something like this is possible. He questioned what he's supposed to do now. After a moment of walking, he saw a donkey enjoying himself with a human female. Without wasting a moment, Nero ran away and stumbled upon a raccoon. This raccoon was grilling a human, and when Nero saw that, he ran away while throwing up from time to time. Next, he saw a dog walking on the road with her pet human. In the end, Nero wasn't able to endure it. He started crying, saying that he wants to see Chica. On the ground, Nero wonders if Chica is somewhere out there trapped in an animal's body like him, or is she already dead? Nero has many questions, like why he's the only one with his human memories. He wonders where this place is. Why are these animals like this? What is he here for? Slowly, he started remembering the old times he spent with Chica. He remembers the time when Chica was crying seeing a weak butterfly being stuck in spider net. Her father told her that this is how nature works, so they can't do anything. Hearing that, Chica asked her dad if she'll also get eaten because she's also weak. Her dad answered no and promised her that if any bad guy tried to hurt her, he'd beat them up. After a while, Nero started going back on the road. While walking, he saw the same donkey who was enjoying himself with a human girl a minute ago. When the donkey saw Nero, he asked him if he also wanted to enjoy. Nero didn't say anything and just looked at him with a straight face. Donkey took it as a yes and led the way. The girl was laying on the table showing no movement even after the donkey pressed a burning cigarette on her. When the donkey saw that his pet wasn't moving, he started beating her, saying that he spent so much money on her, and now she's already broken. Seeing the scene, Nero thought that these creatures are neither animals nor humans. He also put himself in the same category. After beating the girl for a while, the donkey said to Nero that he should come back next time because his pet isn't working properly for now. Nero answered with 2 words, "Thank you." Donkey was shocked and asked what he did to get a thanks. Nero told him that he finally understands why he's alive. Immediately after saying that, Nero jumped and bit the donkey's neck. Then, Nero used his full force and bit out the flesh of the donkey. Next, he uses his hands and tears apart the donkey's face. While doing that, he thought that he was reborn for a single reason, and that is to wipe out the last one of these creatures. The next day, an animal named Gran was knocking on someone's door but was getting no answer. Doug, who was just moving by, saw that and asked Gran if something's wrong. Gran answered that no matter how he knocked the door, no one answered. The person inside told Gran that he'll go fishing with him tomorrow, but now that person isn't coming out. Doug assumes that the person inside has most likely passed from drinking too much. Hearing that, Gran left the house because there's nothing he can do now. Inside the house, we see Nero, who has just finished eating his meal. And the thing he ate wasn't a human, but the donkey he hunted last night. After some days, many animals gathered in a hall because many animals are dying in the village. From the continuous deaths, they notice that the animals that are dying are all from the privileged class. First, they assume that the killer is most likely one of the working class. But they refuse to believe it because they're not humans, they don't kill each other. So, they assume that the killer is most likely a human livestock. The killer could be one of the pets or a human servant. But some still refuse because they believe that humans aren't strong enough to hunt them down. While they were talking, Ernest entered the room. Without saying anything, he walked toward a piece of skin from a dead boar. Ernest started crying while calling out the name of this boar, Hoensa. After some crying, Ernest gave a speech and motivated everyone who was in the room. The first one to leave the room was a bear. While all the other animals said things like they're chosen one or they're children of God, the bear knows that at the end of the day, they're just beasts. While the bear was walking outside, Ernest was looking at him through the window. Suddenly, the bear caught a smell of blood from an abandoned building in front of him. His mouth turned watery, thinking that it's finally his turn. He slowly walked toward the building while thinking that he doesn't care if the killer is his own kind or a human, he just wants to have some fun. When he entered the building, we saw that Nero was hiding on the roof. Immediately after the bear entered, Nero jumped down and thrust a knife in his nose. The bear tries to attack, but Nero just runs away. Suddenly, a rope appeared around the bear's neck. Nero pushed the other side of the rope, which caused the bear's neck to strangle. Because the bear had sharp claws, he easily cut the rope and freed himself. When the bear tried to attack Nero, he used the knife and cut down the bear's hand. But the bear didn't stop, he attacked with the second hand. After a while, the bear had cut all over his body, but he still refused to back out. He seems to have come to a realization. He thought that Nero is a wildcat, a natural-born killer, blessed with unmatched agility. More than that, the bear isn't only feeling bloodlust, he is also feeling thirst for vengeance coming from Nero. With that, Nero had cut down the bear into like 1,000,000 pieces, and in his mind, he was asking Chica to wait a little longer. The next day, animals found the dead bear in thousands of pieces. Ernest cut the bear's head and took out the brain. One animal questioned why Ernest always took the brains out. Another animal answered that he keeps them on display in his private estate so he won't forget his fallen comrade. For this, all the animals admire Ernest. After taking out the brain, Ernest looked at the bear getting buried and said, "Let's go home, ugly. Back to our warm, welcoming home." In the house, Ernest was sitting in front of his collection of brains. Ernest remembers how the bear and he were both young and knew each other since the day this village was found. In those days, they were both young and reckless, always picking fights. In the end, Ernest reveals that the bear was the only one who knew the secret. The secret of what they truly are and why they were born. At that moment, the head of a pig rolled into the Ernest room. Nero entered the room and said to Ernest that he's the last one from that dinner table. He pointed the gun at Ernest's head and said, "Die just as mercilessly, and you killed me and my daughter." With that, Nero shot the gun and killed Ernest. After killing Ernest, Nero was about to kill himself when Ernest entered the room. Nero was really shocked, thinking that he just killed him. Before Nero even asked him, Ernest answered that the one he killed was just a doll that he created. A lifeless hunk of flesh with no soul. Ernest called it a failed experiment. Ernest said that biological research is a hobby of his. He said that he curiously knows no bounds. Ernest called it magnificent that Nero regained his memories. Ernest said that it is an unexpected discovery that both Nero's mind and body are perfectly stable. Ernest also said that there were few sacrifices, but that doesn't matter now. At that moment, Nero was about to run toward Ernest to kill when Ernest brought Chica in the room. Nero was really shocked and couldn't believe that Chica is still alive and fine. Nero was really happy seeing his daughter alive. He slowly walked forward saying that she's grown so much. He wondered how many years passed, and asked her if she's doing well. Then, Nero told her that he's her daddy. At that moment, Chica talked, but not in a human language, but she just said meow. Ernest reveals that Chica is an adorable and prized pet of his. He said that she was meant to be prey from one of his hunts, but she was just too cute to eat. So, he treated her wounds and kept her. Ernest admits that Chica never warmed up to him easily. Taming her was quite the challenge for him. Nero was confused, wondering what Ernest was saying. He said that Chick is his daughter. Ernest continues, he can't believe that the father from that hunt was Nero. He said that life has a funny way of bringing things full circle. Suddenly, when Nero ran toward Chica while her that she's his daughter, Chica started licking Ernest's face like a cute animal. At that moment, Nero stopped on his way and said that if he hadn't brought her here, if he had realized sooner, if only he had protected her back then. He says sorry to Chica and tells her that as long as she's alive, that's enough for him. He doesn't want more. As long as she can smile, as long as she can be a happy human. Saying that, he ran toward Ernest to beat him up. He announces that he'll beat up every single creature who destroyed their life. As he was running, saying all that, Chica suddenly remembered a scene of her living with her daddy and called Nero her dad. Because of that, Nero lost his concentration for a moment, which gave Ernest the chance to attack. Ernest's horn pierced Nero's stomach, but he still didn't stop. He's happy that Chica remembered him and started attacking Ernest. Seeing the scene, Chica started remembering more of her life with her daddy. She finally remembered who she was and asked Ernest why he's eating her daddy. It turns out that Nero wasn't able to kill Ernest and now is getting eaten by him. Ernest slowly takes a bite of Nero's meat and enjoys it little by little. In the end, Chica wasn't able to see and passed out. After a while at Ernest's house, Chika woke up. Before she said anything, Ernest said sorry to her for being caught up in his meal. As she opened her eyes completely, she was really shocked. Immediately, Ernest told her that it's okay now. He knows that she's been through a lot and decided to tell her a story. He said that it all started with a goat. She was the last of her kind, the final female before her species reached human-driven extinction. They called that goat, Maiden. In a desperate attempt to save her species, humans tried everything. Through genetic engineering, they rewrote her DNA, granting her the ability to reproduce without a male, something only certain insects and reptiles were known to do in the animal kingdom. It was an act that defied human morality, but no one dared to object. But there was one fatal miscalculation: for a large mammal to reproduce via parthenogenesis, it required an enormous amount of energy. For this maiden, a herbivore, developing a craving for meat. Her own children weren't safe, she had a particular taste for their brains. Then one day, by chance or perhaps by fate, the maiden attacked her human caretaker. And something strange happened. Through consumption, she combined human brain with animal genes, and she became a creature that could give birth to animal humans. That is how these creatures came to be. Ernest called it a cruel joke born from human hands. He reveals that to maintain these bodies, they must continue to eat humans. But then, Ernest knows that she must be wondering why he enjoyed eating her daddy. He wasn't human, he looked like an animal. Ernest didn't want to reveal it to everything, he revealed it just to Chika. He said that animal humans taste far better than human meat. He said that all living beings are born with desire, it's in their nature to chase it. If it's delicious, Ernest wants to taste it. Even if they were his own sibling, born from the same womb. After that, Ernest presented Chika in front of all the animal humans and told them that the one who killed their brothers and sisters is this human. All the animals were really angry and wanted to execute Chika on the spot. According to these animals, they're the children of God standing at the peak of this world, but Ernest knows that truth. He knows that they are nothing but failed creations. He called them ignorant and thought that they too are meant to be eaten. The next moment, Ernest was walking in the Ernest area while holding Chika. As he walked, he continued saying that humans and animals alike are his nourishment. If there is a single true God, it would be the one who stands at the pinnacle of the ecosystem. A god has the right to monopolize delicious things. He told Chika that in the process these human animals birth, on rare occasions, some recall human memories. Ernest called this a miracle and told Chika that his father was one such case. He said that those who inherit memories are exceptionally delicious, and Chika carries that same lineage. At the end of the underground tunnel, there was a giant goat. Around the goat, there were many skulls and bones of humans. Ernest called this goat Mommy and said he bought something for her. Then, he gave Chika to the goat, and she started eating her. While she was eating Chika, Ernest's mouth was watery and he just wondered what Chika will taste like after she's reborn. He has to wait 10 months and 10 days. After that time, a goat was born. Ernest named this goat Chika and asked if she remembered her time as a human. As she didn't respond, he said that there's no rush. He asked her to just let her memory return slowly. Right then, he remembered that he brought a cake to celebrate. A rich, creamy one, made with human milk, extra sweet. The cake is on the table upstairs, so Ernest decided to go get it. After a moment, Chika heard footsteps of someone coming downstairs. Surprisingly, the one who came down wasn't Ernest but a human holding an Ernest head. He threw Ernest's head on the ground and reported that there's just a kid in the basement and asked the others to keep searching for the breeding specimen. Outside, many humans arrived in the village holding guns and started killing all animals. In a big city, a meeting was held where some people were talking about the incident that occurred at just one of the many farms. They said that there's no need to worry, they should leave this matter to the discretion of the local administrator. But some didn't agree with this suggestion because that local administrator was the one who caused the problem. A person said that it's a quality control error that should never happen, meat, attempting selective breeding of its own volition. In other words, there's a real concern of genetic contamination. He said that their food security has been violated. For some reason, in this meeting, there's not only humans but also animals. They are sitting together like they are one, not like the animals in the town we see earlier. They said that if they ignore this minor issue, ripples will inevitably form. Even a small-scale farm plays the role of a blood vessel in the body. If it rots, that decay will eventually reach the organs. Therefore, the farm currently under siege, Farm E13, must be purged. Everyone raised their hands in the favor of this suggestion. scattered across the world are countless farms. Each one of them exists under the unknown company's control. To sustain the lives of animal humans there, a stable supply of human meat is secured and distributed. In turn, these farms produce the finest quality animal-human meat, which is then shipped across the world, serving as both nourishment and pleasure for the elites. A perfect dining table, where humans and animal humans alike consume one another. This vision is made possible only through that unknown company's tireless efforts. In the meeting, a human was looking at Ernest's photo assuming that he would have been an excellent meat. Beside the human, an animal human was sitting who asked him to not worry, they'll just make more. At that moment, they smelled something delicious. Are they humans, animals, or something else? No. The strong devour the flesh of the weak. That is the only law of this world. At the village, humans were killing all the animals without mercy. But they were sparing the elders and kids. They loaded all survivors in the trucks and announced that whoever resisted them would die. They also announced that they're going to transport all the survivors to another farm. In the truck, Chica was sitting. Her stomach let out a growl and she said with a smile, "I'm hungry." At the farms partnered with ANN Pasieta, not only are safety and security guaranteed, but also the feed, living conditions, and levels of stress are carefully considered. By establishing strict quality standards for each livestock barn, they are able to produce exceptionally ideal and supreme quality anthro meat. This is Takanaji, head chef of ANN Pasieta. To him, anthro meat is the ultimate ingredient. He said that he's often asked, what's the secret to delicious cooking? He said that he simply listens to the voice of the ingredient, that's how he answers. What brings them joy, what gives them anxiety, their pain and fear, even their moments of peace and comfort. By exchanging words, Takanaji said he can understand them. He said that for a chief, it's like gaining 100 spices. Once you understand their heart, all that's left is to gently guide them to deliciousness. The finest ingredients, the finest staff, an unexpected dining experience, woven together with their finest guest, this is what restaurant ANN Pasieta offers. At the end of the ad, Takanaji said that they sincerely look forward to their visit. At ANN Pasieta, some people were sitting talking to each other. Takangi appeared there and welcomed them. He told them that tonight's menu has been crafted together with their talented staff. A one-of-a-kind full-course meal infused with personal tastes and preference. An encounter with cuisine they can't experience anywhere else. In the end, Takangi asked them to enjoy to their heart's content. People were really happy to see Takangi. All of the people that are here booked a year in advance to come here today. After that, the food was presented in front of everyone. Seeing the goat decorated on a table, everyone was really excited to try it. To surprise everyone even more, Takanaji did something unexpected. He rang the bell and the cooked lamb opened his eyes. He even talked and asked where he was. All the people who were present there were really shocked, they couldn't believe their eyes. Then, Takangi explained that even though the head has been removed and each part prepared, the body is connected through tubes, with transfusions and an artificial heart. They have administered life-extending measures. Next, Takangi decided to explain the dishes. First, the arm is served raw as a carpaccio to preserve its freshness, its signature lamb-like aroma is paired with edible flowers. The other arm was shaved down, minced and fried crisp in its own lamb fat, cricket style. The organs are blended with herbs into a merbled pâté, best enjoyed with bread, to your taste. The shank meat was simmered with bone into a rich, hearty soup. Prosciutto made from rib meat is wrapped around a bone-in thigh, a luxurious saltimbocca. As humans were eating the food, the lamb was really confused. At that moment, a man came in front of the lamb's head and asked him to tell them his story. The girl also talked, saying to the lamb that his meat is absolutely delicious, which made her curious about her story. She wants to learn about the wonderful farmer who raised him. As they were talking and asking the lamb his story, the lamb started crying. Right then, Takangi injected something into the lamb's heart. Takanaji is pouring alcohol directly into the lamb's heart, which made him feel really good. He asked the lamb if he's feeling good. Lamb just smiled like he's drunk and said thank you to Takanaji. Right then, Takanaji cut the lamb's tongue and blood started pouring out like a fountain. Everyone enjoyed the scene and the food, and after some time, all the humans left the hotel. Late at night, Takanaji was standing in the kitchen when an animal human walked in. This animal is the Minister of Food and Agriculture, Genso. Genso reveals that he watched everything from behind the scenes and praised Takanaji for his work. Then, Genso asked him if he's always alone after the staff leaves. Takanaji answered yes and said that it's habit of his. He replayed the day's dishes in his head and savored them mentally. Hearing that, Genso calls him an amazing chef and says that for the next dinner gathering, there's a rare special request. Genso said that the guest of honor has an extremely refined palate, they don't care for farm-raised or cultivated stock. In other words, a wild cough and natural human is what that guest desires. Inside the car, Takanaji was sitting with his son. His son asked Takanaji if Takanaji could make it to his next game. Takanaji answered yes and said he'll surely be there to see him play. Some time earlier, when Takangai heard from Genso that the guests needed a wild human, Takanaji got worried. He said that he only deals with anthro-humans, not naturally raised on. Right then, Genso reveals that a high-ranking official wants a personal chef, so if Takanaji was able to satisfy that guest, Takanaji will reach new heights. When Takanaji remembered all that, while sitting in the car and talking to his son, he thought that he's waiting for this day to come someday. The highest-ranking chef can reach. He thought that for his son and family, he seized this opportunity. After some days, all the chefs who worked with Takanaji were gathered at the same place. As they were talking that they are lucky to work with a person like Takanaji, they smelled something weird. They wondered if it's a gas leakage and decided to check the kitchen. But when they tried to open the door and go out, they realized that it's locked. Outside the room, someone was standing with a cylinder that had a pipe attached to it which was going inside the room. Even after hearing screams from the inside, the person didn't open the door. After a while, all the guests' animal humans arrived at the hotel to test the food. Takanaji welcomed them and then presented a very decorated dish. It had human heads all over, and also legs at different places. It is a luxurious cake made out of humans. Takanaji bowed down, telling them all the humans that he used in the dish were wild caught and asked them to savor them. At that moment, a cat pointed at the top of the cake. He asked Takanaji what it was. Takanaji explained with a smile that it is quite literally the human soul. Or perhaps, the essence of the mind. He said that he carefully extracted all 13 brains and blended them into a special bouillon sauce, simmered overnight. A single spoonful, infused with the depth of their complex inner words. He asked to enjoy it alongside the human's flesh and blood. As they started eating, Takanaji said thanks to his staff. He said that at the peak of his dream, he was able to adorn it with the flowers that are all of them. He thought that his path as a chef has truly reached its pinnacle here. But from here, he said that he will go even further beyond. While he was thinking that, he noticed a world who wasn't enjoying the food as much as the others. He went toward him and asked him if he's dissatisfied with something. This wolf's name is Sawtooth, the main guest. Sawtooth said that he wanted Takanaji to throw in everything he had. But this food just feels like a dinner party where the main course ran away. Hearing that, Takanaji got a little angry but still maintained his respect as he said, "This represents my entire career and life. The result of years of effort shared with my cherished comrades. This full-course meal is truly everything he's poured himself into." He asked Sawtooth about what more he could possibly be asking for. Right then, Sawtooth rang a bell. As he did that, Genso entered the room with Takanaji's son. Immediately, Takanaji shouted, asking them to spare his son. He begged them, but they didn't listen. Sawtooth asked him to shut up. Because of his shouting, Sawtooth can't hear the ingredients' voices. With that, the animals jumped on Takanaji's son and started eating him. The boy was shouting with pain as he got eaten alive in front of his own dad. Seeing the scene, Takanaji said that he'll kill every single one of them. Right then, Genso appeared behind Takanaji and said, "You were a good chief, but that's all you ever were." As he said that, Takanaji let out a loud shout that could be heard from outside of the hotel. At night, Genso and Sawtooth were standing alongside. Genso was getting a headache because replacing a chef ended in failure. He's worried, wondering how they are supposed to explain this to the higher-ups. Hearing that, Sawtooth said no, there can be no compromise in their pursuit of culinary excellence. Sawtooth opened his watery mouth and said, "Surely that person will understand. It's all for the sake of creating the perfect dining experience for anthro-humans. After all, humans are just meat in the end." At an unknown place, a kid otter was sitting surrounded by toys. A wolf came into his room and told him that his shipment had been confirmed. After that, Otter was walking on the street with the wolf while other animals were congratulating him, asking him to not forget about them. The otter also said thank you for everything to the wolf. He said that he never imagined the day would come when he'd be shipped out with pride. He said thanks to the wolf and everyone who lived with him. They walked into a warehouse as the otter was saying that there's nothing that makes him happier to become someone's delicious meal. After some walking, they reached a no-entry place and asked the otter to get in. Otter was about to say something when the human that was with the wolf kicked him in. Because of that, the otter fell inside and got grinded. Meat that never flattens up, low quality through and through. The wolf wondered how many they went through this month. Here, from the moment they're born, they condition the meat to recognize itself as food. So it grows stress-free, rich in sweetness and umami, a perfect finish. Even if it's been well-trained, any meat that doesn't reach a high grade is immediately culled. Through efforts like these, each farm produces uniquely flavorful human meat, full of local character, and thus, anthro-human is brought to life. To the lives that allow them to become meat, we offer respect and gratitude. In a different place, many animals were eating their food and giving respect to it before eating. At that moment, a dog noticed that the animal human beside him didn't properly thank the food. So he asked that animal to eat with better manners. This animal is none other than the goat, Chica. After hearing the dog, Chica just looked at him without saying a word, which caused the dog to get angry. The dog told her that if she wants to become good meat, she needs to have a heart full of gratitude. The dog mentions to her that if she keeps acting like this, the authorities will dispose of her soon. The dog also mentions that he himself will never get disposed of, because he exercises daily and stays fit. At that moment, the animal that was sitting at the other side of the table noticed something on the dog's face and asked him, "What's that?" It turns out that for some reason, the dog is bleeding from his mouth and nose. Everyone got shocked and scared seeing the dog coughing blood. They started panicking, thinking the dog had got some kind of dangerous disease. Before the panic escalated, an announcement happened, asking them to not panic because they have already sent a team to clean up the mess. The table where the dog was eating the food, even though he died, Chica didn't even flinch seeing that and kept on eating her food. A human and an animal were sitting in a controller room. Seeing the death of the dog, he called it a waste. Meanwhile, the animals have been transported to a safe place. As the animals were wondering why they're here, a person came in front of them and announced that they had an infection case in the building this morning. Fortunately, only one individual showed symptoms. As every animal knows, food safety is the top priority at this facility. So, that person announced that everyone who was eating at the cafeteria will be disposed of. In the end, he thanked all the animals for their cooperation. Before the animals could react, the hole, in which animals were standing, got filled with soil and all the animals died, buried alive. At the same time, an animal and a human went to the basement. There, they have stored the kids who were meant to be disposed of today with other animals. They have stored these kids here not to free them, but to butcher them. They will do it secretly to get some good meat for themselves. With that, the animal picked up the axe and asked all the kids to push forward their neck. Surprisingly, the kids didn't question and did just as the oxen said. Then, the oxen used the axe and cut down the head of one of the animals. He threw that head toward the human and asked him to take care of it. With that, he moved forward and butchered all the kids one by one. During the process, not even a single kid showed fear in their eyes. In the end, Oxen pushed down his axe and cut down Chica's head. But the next moment, Chica was well and alive. She thought that she just had a dream. Then, she wore her clothes and left the room wondering where did the dream end and reality begin. After Chica leaves, we see that both the oxen and the human who killed Chica are dead. Chica left the facility saying she's hungry. In a mountain, there was two humans walking. They got lost, so they're trying to find their way back at this moment. After some walking, the man found a place that he recognized. As he was thinking that he found a way back home, he saw a child standing in front of him. The child guessed that they both got lost, so he invited them to his house. The man got really happy thinking that the kid lives here. He told the woman with him that they're saved. But they didn't know that the kid was holding a knife in his other hand. At the same time, Chica was trying to hunt for food in a mountain. She tried to catch a rabbit, but it ran away. Then, because she didn't found any meat to eat, she started eating grass. Suddenly, she heard a voice and went to check where it came from. When she reached the place, she saw an injured wolf. To end the wolf's suffering, Chica picked up a rock to kill it, and asked it if she could eat it after it died. Seeing Chica holding a rock, the wolf just sat down with a scared look on its face. As it showed a scared reaction, Chica threw away the rock and sat down in front of the wolf, waiting for it to die. After a while, the wolf died and Chica went toward it to eat it. Look at this scene, a goat eating a wolf. Even after eating the whole wolf, Chica was still hungry. She walked in the mountain in order to find food, but found a house. She ran toward the house thinking she's get food, but as she got closer, a trap was activated which tied Chika to the rope. Because of that, the person who lives in the house came out to check. The cow came out of the house and smiled after seeing Chika. He freed Chika from the trap and then invited her to his house. Then, he also offered her a lot of food to eat. While she was eating, the cow apologized to her for scaring her with the trap. He said that people occasionally wander into this area by mistake. Saying that, he asked her about where she came from. Then, the cow mentions that this mountain is a dangerous place for a kid like her. Chika answered that she came here from a place where lots of animals live. Hearing that, the cow immediately realized that she came from the farm. Suddenly, the cow hugged Chika, realizing that she went through a lot on the farm. The cow told her that she's safe now. He said that he'll take care of her now. As the cow was talking to Chika, the same kid who we saw earlier was spying on them from the window. After a moment, the boy left the place and reached a warehouse where the man that we saw earlier was trapped. The kid came in front of him, and for some reason, removed his clothes. The man saw him and immediately asked him where his wife was. The kid didn't say anything and just held the knife in his hand. The next moment, the boy was holding a big chunk of meat. He went in the basement and appeared in front of a cell holding the meat and said, "Mom, it's dinner time." Meanwhile, after eating the food, Chika fell asleep. The cow picked her up and lay her down in the bed. Before leaving, he said, "At least tonight, rest easy." The cow said to Chika that she can live here forever, there's plenty of food. While walking, the cow said that today is a nice night. On nights like this, he just feels like drinking. Saying that, he opened the door of the room. Inside the room, there was a horrifying scene. Tens of women were tied to the roof with their breasts in front. The cow didn't waste a moment and started drinking the woman's milk straight from the source. I can't show this scene on YouTube. On the other hand, Chika woke up because she smelled something. She went out of the room while calling for the cow. Right then, she accidentally spotted a door that led to the basement. She went to the basement and saw a bear, whose condition was really bad, sitting in the cell. Chika moved forward her hand to touch the bear, but the bear cut her arm in an instant. After eating Chika's arm, the bear grabbed Chika's other arm and took her inside the cage. Immediately, the bear ate Chika. In the morning, the cow knocked on Chika's door to wake her up. But when he entered the room, the Chika wasn't there. The cow suspected that this boy, who butchered those humans and fed them to bear, is the one who took away Chika. The boy called this cow his dad and swore that he didn't do anything, but the cow didn't listen. He refuses to believe that Chika left the house on her own. The cow assumed that this boy is the one who hid Chika and asked him to give her back. After some beating, the boy just said, "My mother." The next moment, the cow was standing in front of the cage where that bear is living. Seeing the blood on the ground, he realized that she ate Chika. This bear's name is Ophelia. Suddenly, the cow sat on his knees saying, "This is too cruel." He said that he thought he finally found her again after so long. He said that that's not human milk, but anthro-humans. He said that Chika was supposed to be his milk, but now she's gone. The cow shouted once and then licked the blood of Chika that's on the ground. The cow decided to forget about Chika and suggested that they should just eat him. The boy was really shocked after hearing that and asked the cow what he's saying. The cow decided to tell him the truth now. He looked toward the boy and said, "The key to making human children taste sweet and tender is love." Also, the cow reveals that he's not this boy's father. When Murph was just a little kid, the cow brought him to the house. He introduced Murph to his new siblings and his new mother. Ophelia was still in the cage. When she saw Murph, she ran to attack him, but the cage stopped her. Murph gets a little scared, so the cow explains to him that this is just his mother's love. His mother loves him so much that she wants to eat him. Ophelia was originally just a slave meant to produce milk. But when they stopped feeding her human meat, she rotted away and broke down as an anthro-human. Ophelia was always starving for human flesh, just like the human child was starving for love. So the cow used that. The cow explained that when humans grow up receiving love, their meat becomes much sweeter, just like well-aged milk. The cow reveals to Murph that what he thought was love was nothing more than a primal urge to devour him like insects. Raising the finest meat with false, deceitful love. If he says so himself, it's a brilliant life's work. Hearing that, Murph realized what happened to his other brothers who were said to have gone to the town. The cow rubbed his stomach and said that Murph is also going to his stomach. Blended into a bloody, mushy shake. Suddenly, Ophelia let out a loud shout. His stomach got pierced by something. Slowly, the hole grew bigger and something came out. This something is none other than the goat, Chica. The cow was shocked to see her because he realized something. He entered the cage saying, "I can't believe she really existed. Unbelievable that something like this would actually happen." He called Chica a miracle and his goddess. He picked up Chica saying, "I love you. You came as you were meant to, born exactly as you were meant to be born, God sent you here for me." He couldn't believe that such a gift would be waiting for him. He decided to take a bit from a pure, innocent goddess. He put her on the table and tore her clothes. He was about to eat her when he felt something. He looked behind and saw that Murph had pierced him with a little spear. The cow asked him why he did this and also mentioned that it hurts. For some reason, Murph didn't know why he did it. It just happened. The cow grabbed Murph from the neck and was about to eat him when suddenly, Ophelia jumped from behind and bit him. The cow tried to stop her, but it didn't work. Because of the chaos, the lantern that was sitting on the table fell down and broke, putting the table on fire. As the cow was getting eaten, he just wondered from where Ophelia got this power. Her stomach's been ripped open. She's supposed to be dead already. He wondered if this happened because she ate Chica. At that moment, Ophelia started eating the cow slowly. The cow begged for her to stop, but she didn't listen and kept on eating him. After completely eating the cow, Ophelia used her last bit of strength to move toward Murph, but before she could touch him, she died. Now, because the lantern fell and put the table on fire, the fire grew and slowly put the whole house on fire as all these events happened. All the human girls who were trapped in the house died and the house also got burned to the ground. Outside the house, Chica and Murph were standing. Murph asked Chica why she saved him. Chica answered that if Murph got burnt to the crisp, he wouldn't taste good. Murph heard that and asked her if she wanted to eat him. Chica smiled and said, "Yeah." As they were talking, we see that Chica's one arm, that got really burned, is healing at a really fast speed. At some unknown place, a chimpanzee was playing golf. After he hit the shot, some humans behind him praised him. The chimpanzee suggested that they should walk while talking. A man walked beside him, showing him the reports of farms across the regions. He said that there's been a surge in meat loss due to genetic defects, sudden death, and cannibalism, issues they have suspected long ago. The man guessed that these are likely defects caused by repeated cloning of the material line. Genetic level inspections of edible meat will soon be an urgent necessity, the man said. If they can't solve this, they'll be facing a global food crisis. Before he could finish, the chimpanzee hit the golf ball and it landed in a pond. The chimpanzee saw that and said that getting praised always throws him off. He moves his hand toward a random guy and asks him to toss him a ball. Without hesitation, the man took out one of his eyes and gave it to the chimpanzee. The chimpanzee took the eye without saying a word and continued what the man, who showed the reports, was saying. The chimpanzee said to not cause a global food crisis, they have to accelerate development immediately. The redevelopment of regenerative bodies. At the same time in a random lab, some doctors were walking around. A doctor was standing in front of a big tube and inside that tube was the head of Ernest. On the other hand, the Murph was crying, seeing his so-called mom dying in front of him. Right then, he woke up from his sleep and saw Chica licking all over him. When Murph got up, he asked her what she was doing. She answered that she was watching while he was sleeping. Then, Murph asked her the reason. Before Chica could answer, Murph got angry because he remembered that Chica was licking him. When he asked her if she licked him, she played dumb like she did nothing. Next, Murph started walking away asking Chica to go wherever she wanted. As Murph kept walking, he saw that Chica was following. He didn't care at first, thinking she'll go away after a while. But because that didn't happen, Murph got angry at her and asked her how long she's going to follow him. Murph shouted, accusing Chica of killing his mom and also his dad. He said that if she hadn't shown up, he could have been happy. As he said he doesn't want to see her face anymore, he plucked out a stick tree branch. He decided to kill her right here and eat her. He asked her to not make any complaints because it's payback for what she did to his mom. Chica said that she understands and asked him to go for it if it makes him feel better. The next moment, Murph appeared in front of Chica and hit her on the head with all his force. Then, he kept on hitting her until she stopped moving. He thought that she died, but suddenly, all of Chica's wounds healed and she got up like nothing happened. She apologized to Murph and told him that she can't die. She was about to reveal something about herself, but the scene was cut off. The next moment, they both were sitting in the middle of the forest around a fire. As the frogs were getting cooked, Chika broke the silence and asked Murph, "If you die, can I eat you?" Murph can't believe that she's still talking about that. Chika continued, saying he looked soft and sweet. And his blood looks healthy. She bets that he got a nice, clean bite, he looks really delicious to her. Hearing that, Murph didn't feel anything and asked her if she was still hurt. Chika answered yes and told him that it hurts even when she's healing. Then, Chika said to Murph that he was in pain too. She said that because Murph was tossing and turning in his sleep. Murph didn't say anything and revealed his name to her. After that, he asked her to tell him her name. She answered that she was called number 1128. Murph heard that and told her this isn't a name. He then asked her what she was planning to do from now on. She answered that she'll live so she can eat. As she said that, she started eating the frog that was getting cooked. But while she was eating, her stomach kept on growling. She said that this isn't nearly enough. She's so hungry she feels like she's gonna die. Hearing that, Murph told her that she should sleep. If she sleeps she'll forget about hunger. Chika heard that and asked Murph to sleep too. Murph refused, saying she'll eat him if he slept. Chika said that she'll never do that. As she closed her eyes, she said, "I'm alive, Mom is." Before she could finish, she fell asleep. When she was sleeping, Murph left the place saying he can't be with her anymore. Right then, Chika heard a monster's voice calling her. She didn't get scared seeing the monster and just asked him who he was. She can remember him, but she feels like she should know. Suddenly, the voice asked Chika to run. Immediately, Chika woke up from her sleep and found herself surrounded by some animals. The animals saw that and mentioned that her senses are as sharp as their boss said. They caught her, but couldn't believe how easily they caught her. So, to confirm that if this is really the kid they're after, they cut Chika's ear. Instantly, Chika's ear healed, which confirmed her identity. As they tied her up, Murph came back. He walked toward the animals saying he got lost. He said that he's been wandering this forest for days. He asked them if they had anything to eat. Seeing him, the goat pointed the gun at Murph's head, asking to back off. The goat said that this isn't the place where a human child should be wandering around. The raccoon saw him and guessed that this was really a lost kid. He suggested that they should butcher him and eat him. Suddenly, a knife pierced his throat, killing him on the spot. Next, Murph jumped toward the stunned goat and also killed him in an instant. Seeing the scene, the dog got really shocked. He picked up Chika and pointed the knife toward Murph, asking him to back off. Murph didn't get scared. He spit out the blood and asked the dog, "Give me back my sister."
The story begins with a guy killing someone. After killing the guy he said, "I managed to kill again today. It means that tomorrow a new day will come." On July 10th, we saw a guy named Makoto who was about to go out to deliver newspapers. When he was about to walk out, his chief asked him that he should go get some rest after completing this work. But Makoto said that he got another part-time job to do after this, so he can't rest. His chief couldn't believe that he is starting another part-time job. A woman also asked him not to overwork, but Makoto just smiled and said that he'll be able to handle it. The chief is shocked that Makoto is just a high school student who is providing for his family, and he never complained. After he started his scooter to sit out, a drunk-looking guy came to him and started asking him for money. The drunkard said that he needed money so he could enjoy himself tonight. When Makoto refused to give money, the drunkard guy started fighting with him. Right then, the boss came out and stopped the fight. The next day, Makoto was going toward his school after working all night. Suddenly, a girl named Yaini pushed him from behind. Yaini is a childhood friend of Makoto, and they are still really good friends. She immediately started inspecting Makoto and noticed some muscle. She asked him if he built those muscles because he works all day and night. She told him that she heard he worked all night, that's why he skips school most of the time. She asked him if his father was drinking again. She asked him why he's working too much. Makoto answered that he wants to buy something, that's why he works hard daily. Of course this is a lie. When he was about to leave, Yaini asked him if he's working this much because of Shiori's illness. Hearing that, Makoto stopped walking and asked her how she knew that. She answered that she heard by accident from the club's supervisor in middle school that Shiori is ill and in the hospital. Answering that, she asked him why he never told her. Makoto answered that it's just a family matter and left with a smile. While walking away, he thought that this is a trial from a god for him alone, so he'll do it alone. He thinks that if he works hard without relying on anyone else, the god will save his sister. The next moment, Makoto was sitting beside Shiori in the hospital bed. A nurse walked in and told Makoto that Shiori's condition is stable but she is unconscious. Hearing that, Makoto reminded the nurse that it's been a month and asked her if Shiori's name is still not included in the operation list. He said that if the money is lacking, he'll pay them. The nurse answered that money is not a problem. Shiori's operation will only start when they find a donor for her. While sitting beside Shiori, he remembered Shiori's beautiful and innocent smile, and said that he'll work hard for her and save her no matter what. After that, Makoto headed home to get some rest. But after he entered, he saw his father drinking with his friends. Makoto looked around and noticed the sushi and drinks on the table. He asked his father where he got these. Right then, he spotted an envelope on the table and got really angry. Because in this envelope, he was saving the money for Shiori's treatment. When Makoto started shouting at his father, the father just said that Shiori will surely die, so there's no need to save money for her treatment. Hearing that, Makoto grabbed his father from the collar and asked him how he could say things like these as a father. Seeing that, the father picked up a bottle and started beating Makoto. While beating him, the father was cursing him, calling him a piece of trash and many other things. After a moment, Makoto wasn't able to hold on and ran away from home thinking that he can't endure this anymore. He went to a shrine and started shouting, asking if he doesn't deserve a little bit of happiness. After getting no answer from the god, he started saying that he knew there's no god. He prayed so much but nothing changed. He shouted that if the same situation goes on day by day, if the future brings only despair for him and Shiori, he doesn't want a new day to come at all. After shouting for a while, he went to his part-time job and completed it. Right then, he received a call from the hospital with good news. The nurse told him that the hospital has found a donor for her sister and her operation is scheduled a month later. Hearing the news, he got really happy and thought that the gods had heard his prayers. After that, he cleaned his face and decided to earn some more money because father had spent the money he had saved. Thinking this, he went to work and met the drunkard guy he met yesterday. Surprisingly, the guy said the same thing that he said yesterday. Makoto was really shocked and told the guy that he said the same thing yesterday, but the guy said that he didn't. Right then, he spotted that the date on the newspapers is that of yesterday, July 10th. He immediately called his boss and asked him if these newspapers were old. When the boss checked the newspaper's date, he said that July 10th is today's date, so these newspapers aren't old. Makoto was really shocked, unable to say a single word. Later, he went to the hospital and asked the nurse about the donor, but the nurse answered that they haven't found a donor yet. Makoto was really confused and told her that she called him yesterday and told him about the donor. She assumed and told him that someone might have prank called him. Saying that, she went back to her work leaving Makoto alone. As he was in a hospital, there was a TV and a calendar around on both things, he just saw the date of July 10th. Seeing and noticing everything, he wondered if the time had rewound. Suddenly, another nurse came there and said that Shiori's condition had gotten worse. Makoto couldn't believe it because yesterday, her condition was stable. At midnight, Makoto received a call from the hospital with the news that a donor was found for Shiori. This time, he didn't feel happy and went home thinking he was experiencing déjà vu. But as the clock hit 12 and the next day started, everything changed again. The food he bought has disappeared, the bag is in another place, the dirty shirt is clean and is on a hanger again. With this, Makoto is completely sure that this day repeats itself. The next moment, Makoto rushed to the hospital with a worried expression. The nurse told him that he can't meet Shiori now because her condition is really bad. Makoto realizes that even though day is repeating itself, Shiori's disease is progressing without stopping. Realizing that Shiori is stuck in the time loop, he started crying on the hospital floor asking why only and Shiori are suffering this much. Right then, he remembered what he prayed in front of the shrine. He said that he and Shiori didn't want to see a new day. So, the god took it seriously and completed his wish by trapping him in a time loop. Leaving the hospital, he went to the same shrine again and asked the god if he's playing a joke on him. He was really worried because even though they found the donor, Makoto and Shiori are stuck in the time loop, so she'll eventually die without operation. He was really confused wondering what he should do now. At that moment, the same guy named Vikita arrived at the shrine. Vikita immediately accused Makoto of stealing donations and started chasing him. When he caught Makoto, he asked him for money. This time, there's no boss to save him, so Vikita was easily able to find some money from Makoto's pocket and stole it. Makoto asked him to give the money back because he's saving this for his sister's treatment, but Vikita refused to give it back. He kicked Makoto in the stomach and started heading out of the shrine. Right then, Makoto appeared behind him with a big rock, asking him to give back the money. Saying that, he smashed Vikita's head with the rock multiple times and killed him. Makoto was really shocked that he killed someone. He didn't want to believe it, but he already killed someone, there's no turning back. He took the money from Vikita and ran home. He sat in his room covered with blood, thinking that he didn't have to fear because the time would be rewound. But the next day, while he was walking on the road thinking that time has been rewound, he saw some policemen near the shrine where he killed Vikita. Seeing them, he realizes that the time is moving forward. Somehow, when he opened his hand, he saw a piece of paper in it. In the paper, it is written that if he takes a monster's life, a new day's door will open up. After reading that, he understood that he killed a man yesterday. That's why a new day's door opened and time started moving forward. He immediately rushed to the hospital and found Shirori. Seeing her, he decided to kill one human every day to give Shirori an opportunity to survive till the operation. At the shrine, an officer reports that the victim is Vikita, 24 years old. Killed yesterday approximately at 10 p.m. Worked as a courier in newspaper delivery. Seeing the time and place, the officer assumes that it has something to do with drug dealing. She reported all this to Inspector Tsukumo. He wasn't paying attention to what she was saying, he was looking at the weapon that the killer used. He found a rock covered with blood with the murderer's fingerprints all over. But the woman inspector named Mizuno still thinks that Vikita was killed because of the drugs. Tsukumo didn't agree and said that her deductive methods are in serious trouble. Right then, Mizuno revealed that these drugs were lying right beside the body. On the other hand, Makoto left the hospital and on the way, he met with Yaini. She dragged him away and gave him a notebook. She told him that the final exams are starting from today, so he should start studying and forget about the work. Suddenly, Makoto was about to reveal something to Yaini, but in the end, he decided not to tell her anything. While sitting in the class, he was just thinking that he has to kill someone today. At that moment, he saw Vikita's face. He got really scared and let out a loud shout in the class. He thought that he couldn't kill anyone. Killing a man to make time more forward, he just can't do it. After the school ended, both inspectors came to him and told him that they wanted to talk to him for a moment. Makoto followed them to a hotel where Mizuno told him that Vikita was killed. She knows that they both work together in the newspaper company. So, she asked him if he had any ideas about who could be the murderer. Before Makoto said anything, Mizuno took out an envelope and told him that someone dropped it at the crime scene. Makoto immediately realized that this was his envelope. He assumes that he dropped it on the crime scene in panic. Tsukumo mentions that such envelopes are used in city hospitals to store cash. Tsukumo also knows that Makoto's sister is in the hospital, so he asked him how they are going to solve this misunderstanding. He asked Makoto if he's going to let them take his fingerprints. Immediately when Makoto heard that, he realized that he got caught and ran away from the hotel. Mizuno was about to follow him, but Tsukumo stopped her and just told her to keep an eye on him. At night, Makoto was hiding in his room and when he looked outside the window, he saw a car which made him realize that he's being watched. He was thinking that he will end up in jail when he remembered that he didn't kill anyone today. So after the day will end, the time will rewind and the day will start again. At that moment, he'll do something to fix the situation. After some waiting, the day finished, and when he looked outside, the car also disappeared. He rushed toward the place where he killed Vikita and took all evidence away that led to him. While picking up the things, he looked toward Vikita's body and thought that it's not his fault, Vikita made him do it. Thinking that, he buried the rock in a faraway place and burned the envelope. After destroying the evidence, he thought that by rewinding a day, he could destroy evidence and evade suspicion. So, he decided to kill as many people as it takes for his sister. Same as before, many police officers arrived at the scene and reported the body. But this time, the detectives didn't find any evidence. They didn't find any weapon or other things, but Tsukumo noticed a blood mark. Meanwhile, Makoto was in the hospital where a nurse told him that this night Shiori's condition worsened drastically. That's why they moved her to the intensive care unit. Unfortunately, transplantation can be made no earlier than August 10th. Makoto looked toward Shiori and thought that he had made a decision. He will continue. It doesn't matter how blood shall be on his hand eventually, he will lead her to tomorrow's day. Sitting in the class, Makoto was determined to kill someone today. He knows that Shiori will definitely be against his decision, but he has no choice. He thought that he'll help her to survive till the operation. He also promised that he'll not touch those whose deaths will make her sad. He will only kill those who deserve to die. After school, Yaini tried to talk to Makoto, but he didn't listen and just left. He is just trying to figure out whom he should kill today. While walking, he spotted a group of boys. He hid behind a tree to see what they're doing. It turns out that these boys are bullying someone. They have surrounded a girl named Katajiri and ordered her to come to an abandoned barn near the river. While walking away, the boys said to Katajiri that she'll be their slave for the rest of her life. After the boys left, she ran toward the tree but accidentally bumped into Makoto. She realized that Makoto heard everything about how she stole exam answers and asked him to not tell anyone about this. Before answering, Makoto asked her how she got mixed up with those boys. She explains that a guy from that group saw her stealing. And in order for him to not report her to the police, they force her to steal different things for them. She said that her parents divorced when she was in 3rd grade of middle school. She's been living with mom since then. But after her dad left the house, her mom started bringing random men home. Her mom completely changed and forgot all about her. That's why she studied hard. She wanted her to notice her. And that's how, because of constant stress, she committed a crime. Katajiri started crying, saying that her mom will definitely abandon her if Makoto reports her. Hearing her story, Makoto realizes that she is just like her and decides to not tell anyone about her. At night, Makoto was packing up different weapons to kill someone. He has no idea how to kill a man with a knife. Back then with Vikita, he didn't realize what he was doing. It's different this time. It's going to be a real murder. And he can't afford to get caught by the police. With so many conditions, there's a high chance of failing. The day is coming to an end and he has to choose which person to kill. Right then, he remembered those boys from the school called Katajiri at a barn near Himino River. They gave her the time of 22 o'clock, which is now. Makoto packed up his things and headed toward the barn. The place was so quiet that it made him think that there's no one here. He slowly walked toward the barn thinking if those guys really deserve to die. Because they didn't commit a big crime, they just threatened Katajiri a little. But he was wrong. As he got close to the barn, he saw what was going on inside. In the barn, we see that the boy has beaten Katajiri really badly and has also violated her. This isn't the end. The boys are determined to make Katajiri their slave and violate her whenever they want. Now Makoto is sure that these people deserve to die. After a while, 2 boys left the barn to go home while one stayed behind. Makoto jumped at that boy and started beating him. The boy started asking for help, saying that he doesn't want to die here. Seeing the boy begging, Makoto remembered his sister, which made him lose his grip a little. Taking the chance, the boy first hit Makoto with an elbow, and then he picked up a little rock and beat Makoto with it. After beating him for a while, the boy realizes that Makoto is the one who attacked him. The boy assumes that Makoto has a crush on Katajiri and is here to save her, so the boy starts saying bad things about her, which made Makoto really angry. He used all his force and popped the boy's eyes. Next, he drowned the boy in the lake and killed him painfully. With this, he killed someone, which means time will move forward. He called Shiori's name and said that he has made his decision to move forward to a new day. Right then, Makoto noticed Katajiri running away from there. Seeing her, he wondered if she saw him killing that boy. He immediately started chasing her, thinking that he had to kill her. But suddenly he stopped. He can't believe that he's having these kinds of thoughts. In the morning, the body of the boy named Savanoi was discovered. The same detectives from before came to identify the body. After checking the body, they realized that the victim fought back actively to survive. But there's nothing that led to the killer. The killer has erased all the evidence properly. Tsukumo can't believe that they found 2 bodies in 2 days in this small town. After some hours, almost all the people learned about the incident. At school, everyone was talking about how Savanoi died. Makoto was sitting at his seat looking really worried. Katajiri also came to school, but she's not looking at Makoto. During the break, other 2 boys called Katajiri and accused her of killing Savanoi. She said that she's not the one who killed him, but they didn't believe her. While the boys were talking to her, Makoto was hiding behind the tree, hearing everything. A boy asked Katajiri if she saw anyone else near that place. She answered that when she woke up, she saw no one and ran home right away. Makoto was relieved after hearing that she didn't see him. At that moment, one of the boys said that the police thought that they both were with Savanoi yesterday. So, he suggests that they should say the same. They should report to the police that Savanoi went to that barn alone. Hearing that, Morishita said that their story will not be able to cover them up, so they should just tell them everything. Kazuwara immediately refused the idea, saying that they can't tell the police that they violated a girl at that barn. Kazuwara suddenly remembered that yesterday, Morishita's mother wasn't at home, so Kazuwara decided that he'll report to the police that he was at Morishita's house. Because the police didn't have any proof, they'll probably be safe. Before leaving, Kazuwara said to Katajiri that she should also make up some story and warned her to not reveal anything in front of the police. While walking away, Kazuwara asked Morishita what they even did to deserve this. At the hospital, Makoto was sitting beside Shiori and told her that he had killed a man. He mentions that her operation is a month away, and now it's 1 day closer. Till August 10th, it's 29 kills. Makoto wonders if he'll be able to stay normal until then. He remembered how he decided to kill Katajiri just because of the probability that she saw her. Makoto is scared, wondering what will become of him after a month. The next moment, Yaini entered the room. First thing she noticed that Shirori is not in intensive care anymore. Makoto told her that doctors say that's stable for now. Next, she talked about the guy who got murdered and asked Makoto if he knew him. When he answered with no, Yaini was relieved because she worried that it could upset him because Makoto is so kind. Hearing that, Makoto asked her what kind of person she thinks he is. After thinking, she answered that he's a little shy and discreet, always thinking about other people's happiness. She called him kind and strong. When Makoto said that she's overpraising him, Yaini reminds him of an old day. When they were in junior school, her cat went missing and they searched for it. When others decided that the cat is gone for good, Makoto didn't give up and continued searching, and then, after several days he finally found the cat. Yaini then thought that Makoto is very responsible and a person can rely on him. Hearing that, Makoto said that she's wrong. He reveals that at that time, all he needed was money for school lunches. He heard that Yaini's parents will pay a reward to whoever finds the cat. He started shouting that he's not kind and couldn't care less about the other people's happiness. Right then, the nurse entered the room and told Makoto that they received a call from the police, and it's about his father. Makoto went to the police station and learned that his father had been drinking since noon, raged out, and smashed up one store nearby. If the store makes a claim, then Makoto has to compensate. Yaini was about to talk to Makoto's father when Makoto punched him in the face. Immediately, many police officers came to stop him. He started shouting that he's done with this. He asked the god why he has to endure all these hardships. At that moment, he heard a voice from behind. Makoto realized that it's the same detective he saw before and decided to stay calm. Right then, Makoto spotted Kazuwara. Kazuwara's parents are also here. They were really worried to learn that their son had been called to the police. Mizuno asked them to not worry. She told them that they just called him here to ask a few questions and now he's free to go. Seeing them happily leaving the police station, Makoto felt something. The next moment, Makoto was standing outside Kazuwara's house. He saw that Kazuwara is living a really good life. He has loving parents, a healthy sister, and money on the table. While Makoto is living a hellish life. He has to earn money himself, his sister isn't healthy, and his father just created more problems for Makoto. He remembered what Kazuwara did to Katajiri and wondered if he's going to live his life as if nothing happened. The life that is way better than Makoto. He got really angry and asked the god if this was a joke. Right after Makoto left the house, Kazuwara received a call. He picked up the call and Makoto said to him that he knows he has all the exam answers. He told Kazuwara that he also knows he made Katajiri steal them. Makoto called Kazuwara at the abandoned platform to have a talk. Kazuwara was really worried so he immediately went to meet Makoto. When Kazuwara reached the destination, he asked Makoto how he knew about Katajiri. Makoto didn't answer and just said to Kazuwara that Kazuwara never showed his true face to his family. While mentioning all of Kazuwara's crimes, Makoto jumped at him and grabbed him from the neck. Makoto asked Kazuwara how many innocent people Kazuwara had robbed of happiness for his own life. In the end, Makoto pushed Kazuwara off of the building saying that he'll rob him of his new day. Like this, the next day started. At school, Makoto was thinking that Vikita, Kazuwara, Savanoi, they all deserved to die. They made other people miserable and continued to enjoy their lives, while all that awaits innocent Shirori is demise. At a different class, Morishita was really worried because he had learned that Kazuwara also went missing. He wonders if he's going to be the next. After school, Makoto went to the hospital to meet Shirori and saw the same nurse he saw every day. Makoto asked her about Shiori's condition. She answered that she is pretty much good today. She explains that even since they moved his sister from intensive care, her condition is out of danger. If everything stays as it is, she shall be secure till the day of operation on August 10th. Saying that, she asked Makoto if he's okay because looking at his face, it seems like he's not in good condition. Makoto just answered that he's fine and asked the nurse to not worry about her. Hearing that, the nurse said that all the boys are trying to look strong, but the reality is that they are weak. Then, the nurse reveals that she also has a son. She explains that her husband spends too much time at work, he barely sees his son. She also works night shifts often, that's why their son is alone at home. She guesses that he probably feels lonely at home. Learning that, Makoto feels awkward because the nurse named Suzuhara never talked about her personal life. Suzuhara agrees that she keeps her personal life to herself during work because people's lives depend on her. Her rule is to not mix up personal life with professional life. She even used her maiden name in the hospital. She revealed her life a little to Makoto because today is a special day. Today is her son's birthday. At that moment, Makoto said that he's going home. Suzuhara couldn't believe that he's going home this early, so Makoto told her that he has something to take care of. The next moment, Makoto was standing in front of injured Morishita. Morishita begged him to stop, but Makoto didn't listen. He took out a pole with a stone attached on top. He used this pole to smash Morishita's head. After one hit, Morishita died instantly and Makoto left the place. On the other hand, Suzuhara was standing near the road. Because of the rain, the taxi didn't arrive in time, but she was glad that she bought the cake in advance. While she was calling her son, Morishita's phone was ringing. It turns out that Suzuhara is Morishita's mother. The next day, the body was discovered by police and the same detectives took over the case. This time, they aren't the one who found the body, but someone else. Tsukumo asked Mizuno to take him to the person who found the body. Inside the car, Yeni was sitting. Tsukumo asked her what she was doing so late near that construction material warehouse. She answered that she had to buy something in the store nearby, and this road is the shortcut to the main street. She was walking past this depot when she heard a mobile ringing, and then she noticed, saying that Yeni was about to throw up because she saw the body of the victim in really bad condition. Mizuno noticed that and asked Tsukumo that he should question her later. But Tsukumo said that he'll not stop the interrogation and ask her while her memories are still clear. At home, Makoto was about to leave when his dad asked him about the food. Makoto told him that there is bento left in the fridge. Hearing that, father got really angry and told him that he needed something better. He asked Makoto if he skipped work last night. He answered that he went to work, but he didn't work that much because of the exams. The father still didn't stop and told him that he should go to work. He said that exams are just a waste of time. He also asked her to not visit Shiori from now on and just spend his time earning money. When Makoto heard that, he got really angry and asked his father to shut up. If not, Makoto warned him that he'll kill him. The father got really angry hearing that and grabbed Makoto from the collar. Seeing that, Makoto asked his dad to get off because he's getting late for school. Suddenly, the father fell to the ground completely scared. He realized that Makoto was really going to kill just by looking at his face. At school, the principal talked about the boys who got killed and asked the students to be careful from now on. After school, Makoto received a message from someone named Shinjo. This person messaged that they have something important to talk about and asked Makoto to call them when he's free. The next moment, Makoto went to the hospital and saw that Suzuhara wasn't there. They asked the different nurse if she took the day off. So, the nurse explained everything to Makoto. Makoto was really shocked to learn that Morishita was Suzuhara's son. Right then Suzuhara arrived outside the room. A nurse asked her why she came to work today. She should be at home. Suzuhara smiled and said that Morishita had to attend the autopsy. He isn't home today. She was too bored waiting for his returnal, so she came here. The nurse was about to say something else when Suzuhara shouted, asking them to leave her alone. At that moment, she spotted Makoto standing in front of her. She started crying and grabbed Makoto's shirt while calling out her son's name. Suddenly she said, "I will kill him." She said that the one who stole her son from her, she'll kill them. She started shouting that she'll kill the murderer of her son, so the other nurses took her away. While she was being taken away, she was shouting that she only had Morishita. Makoto fell to the ground thinking that he had no idea Morishita was her son. He realizes that this is what it means to kill people. He called out his sister's name and asked what he should do now. He thought that he had already handled these thoughts. Turns out he's no better. While trying to save his sister, he stole Suzuhara's happiness. He thought that he is as scum as they are. He realized that he caused grief that's impossible to forget. He wondered why he didn't think of this earlier, even if he's doing all this for Shiori. Right then, Yeni entered the room and when she saw Makoto crying, she asked him what happened. Makoto just said that it's all fine and thought that he can't tell her anything. Then, Yeni revealed that she found Morishita's body. She asked him if he didn't see anything yesterday. Hearing that, Makoto got really worried and asked her what he should have seen. Then Yeni mentions that he was there yesterday. Makoto asked her, where? Yeni assumes that he probably didn't notice her. She explains that yesterday he was riding a bicycle by the road leading from the warehouse where the murder took place. Makoto was really shocked and asked her if she told anything to the police. Yeni said that she just mentioned briefly. Seeing him shaking, Yeni asked him if something's wrong. Makoto didn't mention anything and asked her the time when she told the police. Yeni answered that she talked to the police a little less before midnight. Learning that, Makoto realized that now there's no point in rewinding this day. A new day came after he killed Morishita. He couldn't change yesterday. Now the police know about him, There's no way to alter that. Yaeni sincerely believed him. The thought that he could be the killer didn't even cross her mind. But the police are a different matter. A man riding from the crime scene just after Morishito was murdered. This single face is merely enough for them to count Makoto as a murderer, or at least a suspect. Right then, Tsukumo and Mizuno entered the room and said that they have to ask him something. They went to the interrogation room and told Makoto that Yaeni saw him last night near the crime scene, so they asked him what he was doing there. Shaking, Makoto answered that he was not going anywhere, he just wanted to take a walk around the area. Hearing that, Tsukumo asked him why in the rain and at midnight. Makoto realizes that he's under suspicion. Before July 14th, Yaeni told the police that she saw him near the crime scene. That's why, even if he rewinds the day, he can't avoid the police knowing about him. He called out Shiori's name and asked what he should do. After some questioning, Makoto left the police station. Yaeni, who was standing outside, saw him and asked him if they clarify their suspicions about him. When Makoto didn't answer, she apologized and told him that she didn't think this would turn out like this. It didn't cross her mind that the police would seriously believe it was Makoto. As she said that, she noticed that Makoto didn't stop for her. She asked home where he's going and mentioned that his house is on the opposite side. Makoto just asked her to leave him alone. But she didn't leave, she chased him saying she'll go with him. She thought that she can't leave him alone in a situation like this. After walking for a while, they reached a train station. Yaeni asked him if he's going there. Before he could answer, some people approached Makoto. One of them said that he knew this boy. He mentions that Makoto worked with Vikita. The guy remembered that he heard Makoto was going to give Vikita some money. He asked Makoto to give money to him since Vikita is already dead. The guy asked him to empty his pockets while slowly getting closer to Yaeni. Makoto noticed that, so he hit the guy, grabbed Yaeni's hand, and ran inside the train. Sitting in the train, Yaeni remembered that when those hooligans approached them, Makoto's face didn't change. She thinks that current Makoto is nothing like the one she knew since she was a child. She wondered what was going on with Makoto and why he's not telling her anything. Right then, Makoto called Yaeni and asked her to imagine that due to certain circumstances, to protect the life of someone important to her, she has to kill people. If that happened, what she would do. Yaeni was really confused and asked him why he's asking her something like that. Makoto said that it's just his curiosity and asked her to answer. She answered that if she had to kill someone to protect her life, she wouldn't know what to do. But she thinks a killer, until his last days, he is forced to live with the misfortunes that his crimes brought. But if there was not a single person willing to help her to protect that person so important to her, then she would endure living with any kind of suffering. Makoto heard that answer and thought, endure the suffering. At 6:54 p.m., Yaeni and Makoto entered a park. When she asked him why they're here, Makoto answered that once a long time ago, he came here with all his family. Back then, he couldn't even guess what the future held for his family. And that day, Shiroti smiled dazzlingly. Hearing that, Yaeni grabbed Makoto's hand and said that exam season is over, and tomorrow is Sunday, so they should enjoy it here. After spending some joyous time together, Makoto sat near a tree. Yaeni asked him what he's doing here and mentioned that she was looking for him everywhere. Yaeni was worried because the station is already closed, how they'll spend their time here. Then, Makoto asked her not to be worried because she'll be home very soon. He said that today he couldn't kill anyone, and in a minute, when it is midnight, the time will rewind 24 hours, and restart this time loop. He told her that everything that happened today will fade. She will be taken to the moment when the police interrogate her and she will live this day again. Yaeni was really confused after hearing all that. Then, Makoto said that the time doesn't affect her. Therefore, as soon as the day restarts, he will stay here. In other words, it will seem to her that he mysteriously disappeared from Miyako and at midnight, he reappeared in Tokyo. Before Yaeni could ask him anything, she disappeared from there. After she disappeared, Makoto got up and went toward a supermarket. He entered the market and stared at the camera for a while. After that, Makoto returned to his town again and everything that happened on July 14th, repeated again. Like before, both Mizuno and Tsukumo came to him to ask him some questions. At the police station, Mizuno was shocked to hear that Makoto was in Tokyo from last night until this morning and came on the first train. When Tsukumo mentions that Yaeni saw him last night, Makoto told them that it's possible she mistook him for someone else. He said that yesterday he went to Tokyo to relive his memories with Shiori, but he missed the last train. He also mentions that he went to the store inside the park around midnight. He told them that it'll be easy for them to verify through security cameras. After Makoto left, Tsukumo and Mizuno immediately asked for the security camera recording from the store manager that Makoto visited. And like Makoto mentioned, they clearly saw him in the camera video. Mizuno instantly believed that Makoto was telling the truth, but Tsukumo felt something weird. On the other hand, Makoto was killing the same guy who asked him for money and tried to do bad things to Yaeni. While strangling the guy, Makoto called himself a wicked being. He thought that he's not going to look away, he will just bear the suffering, and he will bring a new day. Right then, Katajiri was about to call Makoto. After killing the guy, Makoto was going home when he spotted Katajiri standing in front of his house. She first apologized to Makoto for appearing this late in front of his house. She first mentions that she was thinking if she should call him or not, and then asks him if she can talk to him for a bit. Inside Makoto's room, Katajiri said, I saw you killing Sawanoi. She said that she was shocked, she didn't expect Makoto would do something like that. Then she asked him why he did that. She guessed that it wasn't for her sake because they hardly talked in class. It's very unlikely Makoto would go this far just to save her. So, she asked him the reason for killing Sawanoi. Makoto said that he can't tell her because even if he did, she would not believe him or understand him. Saying that, he asked her if she's going to report him to the police. Katajiri answered with no and also said that she will not ask him about the reason. But in return, she asked him to help her again. Hearing the word again, Makoto asked her what she meant. At that moment, she started crying and sat on her knees. She said that if they don't do something, her mom will die. Katajiri explains that the man her mom brought in recently forced her to do drugs. From then on, morning and midnight, she would scream like an animal. The drugs can keep her awake for days at a time, and sometimes, she would end up having convulsions and her mouth foaming, but that man just leaves her lying there like that. If that goes on, he will kill her mom sooner or later. She said that they have to do something before her mom dies. Makoto realizes that she's asking him to kill that man, so he immediately says no. Makoto said that killing that man is too risky, the death of that man will bind Makoto even more to Katajiri. He doesn't want the police to grab him again. Makoto points out that he saved her from Sawanoi and his friends, and he's sure she won't tell anyone about what they did to her. So, Makoto said that they both don't owe each other anything. Saying that, he asked her to leave. He said that he doesn't want to kill her, so she should leave. On the ground, Katajiri said, "You save me, huh? To hell with that." While crying, she said that even though he killed Sawanoi and his friends, she still lives in hell. At Katajiri's house, the man was doing drugs when he heard a voice. He left the room thinking Katajiri was back. But when he entered Katajiri's room, he didn't see Katajiri. Right then, Makoto came from behind to attack the guy with the knife. But the man spotted him and was able to save himself. But in the process, he threw away his phone. And on the phone, there was a really bad photo of Katajiri. Makoto then told the man that he knows everything he did to Katajiri. It turns out that this man has also done bad things to Katajiri. When Katajiri tried to resist, the man said that he'll do it with her in front of her mom. But Katajiri didn't want her mom to see it, she didn't want her mom to hate her, so she let the man do it with her, but in return, he'll not tell her mom anything. Makoto also knows that the man threatened Katajiri that if she told the police about the drugs, he would tell her mother about the abuse. There's no other way. Makoto dealt with Sawano and his gang, but it didn't change anything. While telling the man that he should die, Makoto ran to attack him. Outside, a person bumped into someone and accidentally threw their wallet. The man noticed that the person had dropped their wallet and asked them to pick it up. But the person just ran away, so the man picked up the wallet. He checks the ID inside the wallet and it turns out to be Makoto's. The person who threw the wallet wasn't Makoto, but Katajiri. Before going to Katajiri's house, Makoto asked Katajiri to change into his clothes. Makoto told her that tomorrow, near the lake, there will be a fireworks festival, due to which every year everyone in the region will stop traffic. Before the end of the event it is impossible to leave. That's why when she drops Makoto's wallet there, he will be able to provide his alibi by himself. In the present, Makoto was fighting with the man. Suddenly, the man kicked Makoto and took away his knife. He ran to attack Makoto when Makoto picked up a scissor and thrust it into the man's balls. While the man was crying in pain, Makoto grabbed him from his hair and cut his throat. In the end, the man died a painful death. After killing him, Makoto told Katajiri that his mission was over and left her alone. As she was thanking Makoto for pulling her and her mom from that hell, at her home, her mom woke up. Her head was spinning as she slowly walked outside her room. When she just took a step out, she slipped and fell down. She noticed blood and her dead man on the ground and shouted, "What is this?" After a while, Katajiri entered the house and the first thing she saw was a dead man. But his body was covered by a shirt. She wondered what happened here and ran to see her mom. However, her mom wasn't inside her room. She immediately realized that her mom had run away. On the other hand, Tsukumo is still looking at the recording they got from the shop that Makoto visited. Mizuno asked him if there's anything unusual about the video. Tsukumo points out that Makoto isn't soaked. At that time in Tokyo, there was heavy rain and Makoto came on foot without an umbrella. It's strange that his clothes aren't completely soaked. Mizuno also noticed that, but it didn't change the fact that Makoto was in Tokyo. In the end, Tsukumo asked Mizuno to keep an eye on Makoto. At Makoto's home, Makoto was looking at a mark on his hand. He said that he needs something to cover it up. Right then, someone threw a rock at his window, and when he looked outside, he saw Katajiri. He invited her into the room and learned from her that her mom had run away. When she asked him to help her find her mom, Makoto immediately refused to help her anymore and asked her to go home. But Katajiri was really desperate. She said that she'll do anything while slowly getting closer to Makoto. Katajiri was ready to remove her clothes, but Makoto stopped her. He told her that he's not like Sawanoi or his gang. Hearing that, Katajiri apologized and asked him to forget everything as she slowly walked toward the door to leave. At that moment, Makoto stopped her. He decides to help her and warns her that even if they find her, going with him means she will see hell. At Katajiri's house, Makoto noticed that the house was a complete mess and said that her mom really freaked out. Right then, Katajiri picked her mom's phone from the ground and showed Makoto a message that her mom received yesterday. The message just said the letter Y. As Makoto assumes that this might be a message from her drug dealer, Katajiri reveals that one day, she saw a similar message and she followed mom. Under the bridge was a Yamazite. She met a shady guy and bought some drugs. She guessed that Y is short for Yamazite. She mentions that that area is mostly factories, and during the weekend no one visits that place. Such a place is perfect for shady deals. So, they decided to head to that place. At the same time, Yini went to visit Makoto at his home, but no one opened the door. She was holding a pot that had Makoto's favorite pudding inside. Suddenly, she noticed that the door was open and entered the house. Immediately after entering, she saw Makoto's dad lying on the ground. Yini woke the guy up and asked him about Makoto. He said that he doesn't know where he is and mentions that the last time he saw him was in the middle of the night with some girl whispering something to her. Hearing that, Yini left the house assuming that Makoto got a girlfriend. At night, a guy was sitting near the bridge smoking cigarettes. Right then, Katajiri appeared behind him and asked him if he's waiting for Yuriko. Before Katajiri introduced herself, the man noticed that she's Yuriko's daughter. The man thought that her mom sent her here to buy drugs, so he asked her to pay the money, take the drugs, and get lost. Then, Katajiri revealed that her mom has disappeared, so she's here to ask him if he knows something. But instead of answering, the man got angry and hit her and asked her to pay the money that her mom owes him. Before the man could hit her further, Makoto appeared from behind and grabbed him from the neck with a sharp weapon pointing at his ear. Makoto asked him about where Katajiri's mom might be, and when the man didn't answer, Makoto pierced the man's ear. Then he asked the man again. This time, he said that he doesn't know where she went, she just bought drugs from him and that's it. But Makoto still didn't stop. He pierced the man's shoulder and asked him to answer honestly. After getting injuries all over the body, the man finally spoke up. He said that when she needed a dose, they would sometimes meet at the love hotel named Refrain, by the highway. She said that she uses that place for secret meetings. The man said that this is everything he knows. When Katajiri asked Makoto to let's go, the man asked her what she'll do after finding her mom. He reveals that when he and her mom meet inside the love hotel, her mom used to say that she doesn't care about her daughter. She used to say things like Katajiri might as well die, she doesn't love her and much more. Hearing that, Katajiri was really shocked. She, who wants her mom's love and nothing else, learned that her mom hated her so much, she started panicking. The man didn't stop there, he revealed many other things that her mom said about her daughter all the time. At that moment, Makoto suddenly pierced the man's eye. He didn't stop just there, he attacked the man again and killed him painfully. Seeing the scene, Katajiri threw up. When Makoto saw her, he told her that if she can't endure this, she should just leave him alone. But instead of leaving, Katajiri hugged him from behind and said that she wants to work with him. The next moment, they dismantle the body of the man to hide it. Now, nothing can separate them. They are partners in crime. While burying the body, Katajiri remembered that her mom didn't love her and wished for her to die. So, she looked toward Makoto and said, "Swear that you will never betray me." This girl named Asumi was just scrolling through social media when she suddenly received a notification that someone named Pumpkin Knight had followed her. She saw the profile picture of Pumpkin Knight and started laughing, saying that it's not even Halloween. Thinking that Pumpkin Knight looked like a cool person, she followed her back. Immediately, she received a message from Pumpkin Knight that said, "Asumi, time to die." When she saw the message, she started freaking out because Pumpkin Knight knows her real name. While she was trying to figure out who this Pumpkin Knight is, someone rang the doorbell. Hearing the doorbell, she got really scared because there's a chance Pumpkin Knight is the one who is on the door. She decided to see from the window before opening the door. When he looked outside, she was relieved to see a person holding a package to deliver. She immediately went out and opened the door. But as the door opened, that delivery man fell on her hands. She got really scared to see that the delivery man's head had a big hole in it. Before she could understand what was going on, she saw Pumpkin Knight standing in front of her holding a big knife. She immediately locked the door and tried to understand what was going on. She was wondering what she should do to survive. Suddenly, she received a call from a guy named Kazuya. She immediately picked up the call and started shouting for help. Kazuya said to her that Naoka has escaped. When Asumi couldn't remember who Naoka was, Kazuya reminded her that Naoka was their classmate during junior high school. Naoka was the one who they used to bully in school, and because of that her mental health worsened and she was admitted to a mental hospital. However, this morning she killed all the nurses and patients and escaped. Right then, Naoka stabbed Asumi from behind. Asumi started crying asking for forgiveness. She admitted that she was wrong and said sorry. But Naoka has no intention of forgiving anyone. She used the scoop spoon that was attached to her knife and scooped Asumi's eyes like ice cream. Because Kazuya is still on call, he was hearing Asumi scream and was asking her what is going on. But Asumi was in no shape to answer and ran outside the house. Behind her, Naoka was slowly chasing her holding her phone. As Asumi can't see because of her eyes being scooped out, she accidentally walked into a road and a fast-moving truck crushed her. Kazuya was still on the phone and asking Asumi about what was going on. But as Naoka is the one who's holding her phone, she told Kazuya the Asumi is no more. Naoka cuts the call warning Kazuya that he's next. Next day, Asumi's funeral was held and many students joined it. Kazuya and his friends, who are also a target for Naoka, also joined the funeral. The big guy's name is Arita, and the girl's name is Saki. Arita assumes that Kazuya still hasn't spoken to the police even though he was the one who last talked to Asumi before she died. Right then, a guy named Naruto arrived there and said that they shouldn't tell the cops. Because if they tell the cops, police will also suspect them and investigate them. After junior high school, it's their first time getting together like this. Many news reporters arrived outside the mental hospital from where Naoka had run away. They report that more than 20 people have been killed by the suspect A, who is Naoka. On the other hand, Naoka is dancing happily while watching the news. In the meantime, Kazuya and the others were together. They are still not feeling guilty. They said that a person who has an appearance like Naoka is naturally going to get bullied. Saki raises a concern asking if the person who killed Asumi is really Naoka. She asked if anybody has been in contact with her. Kazuya said that he's not completely sure, but last night when Kazuya talked to him from Asumi's phone, he heard her voice. He said that she has the same childlike voice as she had during junior high school. Kazuya reminds that Naoka was a type of girl who always babbled about something. She was a self-centered egoist who thinks nothing of people. So, Kazuya concludes that the person who killed Asumi is indeed Naoka. Hearing his story, Naruto said that if Naoka still has Asumi's mobile phone, they can track her using GPS. He said that they'll catch Naoka before police does, and then kill her and make it look like a suicide. Hearing that, a shocked Saki accidentally shouted their plan in a loud voice. Naruto immediately asked her to keep her voice down. Because if someone hears them, they'll be in danger. Unfortunately for them, an old man heard what Saki said about killing someone. So to save themselves, she started talking about killing a game character. This made the old man think that they're just joking and left thinking how they can joke at the funeral of their classmate. After the old man left, Saki asked Naruto if they really had to kill Naoka. Naruto explained that if the police caught her, they'll just treat her as a mental patient and will just put her in a mental hospital as an innocent sick child. So, if they want to completely remove the threat, they have to kill Naoko. In the end, they all decided to kill Naoka except Kazuya. He remembered how he wasn't able to save Naoka during junior high school, and now it's the same. His friends are planning to kill her, but he can't do anything to stop them. Then, Naruto asked Kazuya to give him his phone because he and Asumi were mailing each other. Using that, they'll track Naoka and catch her if she's still holding Asumi's phone. When Kazuya unlocked his phone to give it to Naruto, he saw that Pumpkin Knight had sent him a message. Seeing that, Saki revealed that a guy named Pumpkin Knight has also followed her. Arita and Naruto also revealed that Pumpkin Knight has also followed them. Seeing the situation, Saki assumes that Pumpkin Knight is Naoka, because the thing that made her go crazy was a Halloween pumpkin. She started freaking out saying that they will have to pay for what they did to Naoka and ran away alone. When Kazuya tried to stop her, Naruto said that they should just let her run alone and use her as bait to catch Naoka. So, they run after Saki to find her and use her to catch Naoka. In the meantime, Saki was sitting on the stairs crying that she didn't want to die. Right then, an old man standing behind her asked her why she's saying something like "don't want to die." This is the same old man who almost caught them making a plan to kill Naoka. When she was about to leave, the old man stopped and said that he heard what they said was familiar with the deceased Asumi from junior high. He asked her to tell him if she knew something about Asumi's death. He revealed that there are suspicions that Asumi's death was not an accident but a murder. Hearing that when Saki turned back to ask the old man to go away, she saw that the old man had already been stabbed in the head. The Pumpkin Knight is here to get her revenge. Without wasting a moment, Naoka took out the knife from the old man's head and hit the other side of the knife on Naoki's nose. Saki started crying with pain after just getting hit once. Naoka asked her to stop crying because there's plenty more to come. With that, she proceeds to hit on Saki's nose again and again. Meanwhile, Naruto is trying to find Saki. While he was finding her, a girl named Nozomu arrived there. This girl is here to make a move on Naruto and smash him. But suddenly, someone started the fire alarm which caused panic in the funeral hall and everybody had to get out. It was Naoka who started the fire alarm, and now she's alone inside the funeral hall. She has trapped Saki inside a bag and is taking her somewhere. After some walking, she reached Asumi's coffin. She stood in front of her coffin and said, "Don't worry, your friend will suffer a similar fate soon enough." Meanwhile, people have finally realized that no fire has broken out and assumed that someone has pulled the alarm as a prank. Kanzuya and his group, who were trying to find Saki, weren't able to find her. In the end, it's now finally time to take the coffin and cremate Asumi. There, Kanzuya overheard two girls talking how Asumi's body is messed up and she'll be cremated without anyone seeing her face. Right then, Kanzuya spotted Naoka standing on the rooftop of the funeral hall. When Kanzuya saw her waving her hand, he realized that Saki was inside the coffin with Asumi, and Naoka was waving her hand to say goodbye to Saki. Now, Kanzuya has told Naruto and Arata that Saki is inside the coffin. They ran away to get to Saki before Naoka. Naoka was still standing on the rooftop seeing them running behind Saki. She said to Kanzuya to run away as much as possible, but there'll be no forgiveness. Before Kanzuya and his group even left the funeral hall, they spotted the dead old man hanging from the rooftop. The man's body is completely messed up, like stomach is torn open, and body is stabbed with many knives and scissors. Kanzuya quickly calmed himself and said to Arata and Naruto that they had no time to waste. They immediately booked a taxi and went behind Saki, who was trapped in a coffin. Right then, Naoka appeared right beside their taxi with a big metal pipe. She smashed the taxi's front window with the pipe, killing the driver in the process. Because of the accident, Kanzuya and his group also got injured. With that, Naoka left without wasting a moment. On the other hand, Saki has finally woke up inside the coffin. She can't move her body to make noise because she is completely tied up. The coffin has reached the crematory, so Saki has to do something fast if she wants to survive. At this point, Saki didn't know that she's locked inside a coffin. She finally realized where she was when she saw dead Asumi under her. Outside the crematory, Naoka is sitting looking at his phone waiting for something to happen. People are slowly dragging the coffin toward the furnace, while Saki is crying thinking that she doesn't want to get burned. She was trying to ask them to stop, but she couldn't say anything because her mouth was tied up. With that, they put the coffin inside the furnace and started the fire. Saki started burning alive in the fire. When Naoka saw smoke coming out from the crematory, she started dancing because Saki is burning inside the coffin. While she was celebrating, two police women stopped her celebration and asked her to remove her pumpkin because they wanted to see her face. But Naoka had different intentions. She stabbed the first one with a big knife and shoved a big metal pipe inside the second lady. On the other hand, Saki is still burning up. Her scream was finally heard by people when the tape around her mouth burned up and she got free. When people heard that there's someone alive inside, they immediately stopped the flames and brought out the coffin. When the lid was open, Saki was completely burned up, but she was still alive, enduring immense pain. Her body was messed up and she was rushed to the hospital. Kanzuya and his group were also in the hospital because they also got injured when Naoka crashed their taxi. When Kanzuya saw Saki completely burned up, he finally decided to tell the cops because Naoka is getting out of hand. Arata and Naruto also understand that Naoka is even killing innocent people and decided to do as Kanzuya said. Meanwhile, doctors are checking Saki's condition. Suddenly, she started freaking out. The doctor thought that she's in shock because she went through a very painful experience, but she is panicking because Naoka is here. When doctors finally spotted Naoka, she didn't stop. She immediately started killing all the doctors. She stabbed one with a knife, and brutally killed others using the tools that were there for performing operations. Now it's Saki's turn. To kill her, Naoka gave her a high-voltage shock, because of which, the power of the whole hospital was cut off for a moment. When Kazuya saw the power suddenly getting cut off in the hospital, he immediately rushed to check on Saki. When he reached the operation room, he saw that Saki is still alive but her face has cut all over it and it's completely messed up. It turns out that the one lying on the bed isn't Sake but Naoka. This is Naoka's real face. But Kazuya and the group still thinks that this is Saki and just put bandages around her face. Saki's parents were abroad, that's why they'll come tomorrow. Arata said that all the nurses and doctors died but Saki survived because they came before Naoka was about to give the final blow. Hearing that, Naruto told them that Naoka has left Saki alive on purpose. He said that she has no intention of killing, she's just playing with them to torment them. Arata refuses to believe that because Asumi died by Naoka's hands. Then Naruto reminds him that Asumi died because a truck crashed here. There's a chance that Naoka didn't intend to kill her like that. After telling his thoughts, Naruto said that they'll not tell the cops and deal with Naoka themselves. Because she will not kill them immediately, their chances of catching her are high. While they are talking about killing Naoka, she is hearing everything lying on the bed. When Naoka saw Kazuya looking sad, she thought to herself, asking Kazuya to not make such a gloomy face as she'll end all this soon. At the police station, police officers found a pumpkin that was under the operating table. They also found schoolgirls' uniforms at the same place. Head police officer analyzes everything that had happened until now and concludes that all the deaths and this pumpkin are connected. He asked the cops to give him the names of the friends of the victim who is in the hospital. Cops gave him the list of 3 friends. When the head officer saw Kazuya's picture, he said that Kazuya is the one who'll most likely confess. On the other hand, a nurse came running to the doctor and told him that including the doctors and nurses from the ICU, there should be 8 bodies carried to the morgue. But there are 9 bodies instead of 8. And the extra body is of a woman who has severe burn marks and also electrocuted. Meanwhile, Kazuya is sitting near the bed where Naoka is lying instead of Saki. Seeing how Naoka is sitting beside her, it reminds Naoka of her old days. Naoka thought that after she got rid of Saki, she hurt herself enough so no one could recognize her and lay on the bed in Saki's stead. While injuring herself, she didn't feel pain because she's used to it. Right then, Naoka got up and was about to strangle Kazuya as he's sitting here all alone. But before she did that, Kazuya called her name even though he's sleeping. Back in junior high school, Naoka and Kazuya used to be really good friends. You can say they were girlfriend and boyfriend. Now, Naoka was chosen to become a Halloween queen. Naoka knows that she got chosen to become a queen because someone has prepared a trap for her. But Kazuya said that this is not a trap and asked her to be confident. Immediately when Kazuya said that, she got really happy and said that she'll definitely become the Halloween queen. But when she became queen, her face completely burned because of some trap. Suddenly, Kazuya woke up and he was seeing these old things in his dream. He thought that nothing would have happened if he only had tried to stop students from bullying Naoka. After that, he left the room. While walking in the hallway, he was thinking that he wanted to apologize to Naoka. He wanted to calm down her anger, but he couldn't do anything. Right then, someone appeared in front of him wearing a pumpkin head. The imposter didn't say anything to him and just ran away. Kazuya followed her thinking that she is Naoka, and she led him to a corner. When Kazuya caught up to her, he saw a head police officer and Naoka standing behind him. It turns out that the head police officer used Naoka's pumpkin to lure Kazuya and asked him some questions. Without wasting a moment in useless questions, the police officer asked him to tell them about the story of Naoka and what they did to her to make her angry. While they were talking, Saki's parents finally arrived at the hospital. When they saw their daughter, they freaked out and asked doctors about what happened to her. On the other hand, police officer is showing Kazuya the pictures of everyone who got killed by Naoka's hand. When Kazuya was looking at the pictures, he spotted Saki's photo. Seeing that, he immediately realized that the one who is lying on the bed is not Saki but Naoko. Meanwhile, Naoko got up and stabbed Saki's mother with an injection. After that, Naoko threw many more injections at Saki's dad. Finally, Saki's mother realized that the girl in front of them is not Saki but Naoko. She immediately called Naoko a monster and said that her daughter used to tell her that there's a girl in her class who is a complete weirdo. The mother said that Naoko's face got burned because she was a monster. Hearing all that blabbering, Naoko got really angry and started stabbing Saki's mother with multiple injections again and again. Meanwhile, Kazuya finally revealed the story of how Naoko's face got burned. He said that when Naoko was chosen as the Pumpkin Queen, a pumpkin head was put on her face as a reward. There were firecrackers inside the pumpkin head. Kazuya said that Naoko was an oddball and was bullied because of it. The bullies put the firecrackers inside the pumpkin head on purpose to make fun of her. She was supposed to be humiliated in front of the whole school. However, the firecrackers went up in flames, Naoko's hairspray caught fire and the pumpkin itself started to burn. As the fire couldn't be seen outside the pumpkin, everyone just laughed and watched as Naoko rolled on the floor. After hearing the story, the police officer decided to stop Naoko and asked Kazuya and the cop girl to stay on guard. When the lift doors opened and they were about to leave, many people ran inside the lift in panic. It turns out the fire has broken and everyone is running to save their life. In the crowd, Kazuya also spotted Naoko. When the police officer and the girl were finally able to leave the lift, he spotted Naoko inside the lift, but it was too late as the lift doors closed right then. Suddenly, a nurse screamed behind them. The police officer immediately ran to them and asked them what was going on. When the police officer and the girl entered the ICU, they both got scared to see the state in which Saki's parents are. Like both of their heads are gone, the husband's stomach is cut open and intestines not to different places. In the end, both husband and wife's head are placed inside the husband's stomach. Meanwhile, Naoko was talking Kazuya. She said that she took Saki's place in the ICU because she knew that Kazuya will be there. When she was about to leave, Kazuya wondered why she's not killing him. So Naoko answered his question. She said that she's not killing him for now because she is saving him for the last. Before she walked away, Kazuya stopped her and asked her why she is going this far. He said that they just did a prank on her. Hearing that, Naoko revealed that it wasn't a prank but a trap specially for her. She explained everything that happened that day. It isn't fully revealed to the readers what happened to Naoko that day. When Kazuya heard the story, he asked her why she never told him about it. He said that her story is totally different from what he heard. He asked her why she didn't tell anyone about this. So, Naoko revealed that she told many adults but everyone turned a blind eye. That's why she decided to fight on her own. With that, she leaves the place after giving a flying kiss to Kazuya. Right after she left, the police officer arrived there and asked Kazuya about where Naoko went. Kazuya said that she's not here anymore. After that, Kazuya explained everything to Eret and Naruto. They started panicking after realizing that Naoko had heard their whole conversation where they were planning on killing her. But Kazuya didn't care about that. He just wanted to know who was the one who set up the trap and burned Naoko's face. After a while, when Naruto was sitting alone, Nozomu arrived there and said that she has the pumpkin mask. When Naruto asked her how she knew about that pumpkin, she answered that during junior high school, she was the one in charge of the Halloween party. While preparing for the party, she saw Naruto doing something with the pumpkin. And during the party when Naoko's face was burned after wearing the pumpkin, she saw Naruto and Arata laughing out loud. Seeing them enjoying the scene, she realized that Naruto is the one behind and she also took the pumpkin back home with her. Now, if Naruto doesn't want her to reveal everything, he has to satisfy her. But when the fun was just about to begin, Naoko arrived there and popped Nozomu's balloon with a fishing rod. Now that Naoko knows that Naruto is the one who is behind everything, Naoko is here to punish him. Seeing her angry, Naruto started shouting that it was just a prank and asked her to calm down. But Naoko isn't here to listen to him blabbering. First, she cut Naruto's hand and divided it into two, and then she smashed his head with a concrete brick and made him unconscious. With that, Naruto kidnapped both Nozomu and Naruto. Now, Naoko has tied both of them up in such a way that if Nozomu tried to move or free herself, the string around the Naruto's neck will tighten up and cut it down. Naruto also spotted another pulley and wondered what that is for. Then, she brought out her mobile and started live streaming. In the meantime, Arata and Kazuya were eating in a restaurant waiting for Naruto. Right then, Kazuya found out that Naruto has been caught by Naoko and is live on YouTube. Meanwhile, when Nozomu tried to go near Naruto, the string around Naruto's neck slowly tightened up, making him feel immense pain and blocking his breathing. So, to keep Nozomu away, he started kicking her in the face asking her to back away. When the live stream gained enough viewers, Naoko came to Naruto and asked him to confess everything. In the end, Naruto had no choice but to confess everything on the live stream. He revealed that he put the sulfuric acid in the mask. He took the sulfuric acid from the science prep room and he filled polythene bags with it. Then he taped them inside the mask. That way the bags would pop with the slightest touch. Then when Naoko wore the pumpkin head, the acid completely melted her face. He did all this just because he didn't like Naoko's face. Everyone who watched the live stream got really angry. and said that they should report to the police. Kazuya also got and grabbed Arata from the collar. He asked him about the reason why they did such a thing to Naoko. Arata revealed that there wasn't any reason, they just did it because it was fun. After confessing everything, Naruto asked her to let her go. But Naoko had no intention of letting him go. So Naruto tries to waste her time while slowly loosening his rope to break free. Suddenly, Naoko pierced Nizumo's head with the knife and killed her. Then, Naoko picked up another string and attacked it to the door by passing it through the second pulley. Now if anyone comes to save Naruto and opens the door, he will die. Immediately, Naruto started asking for forgiveness, saying that he knew what he did was terrible. But Naoko has no intention of doing that because when they were bullying her, she also screamed and asked for forgiveness, but they never stopped. Saki, Asumi, Arata, and Naruto, all four of them bullied her non-stop. Only Kazuya was the one who at least didn't take part in bullying her. Right then, Naruto was finally able to free himself and without wasting a moment, he attacked the string that was around his neck to Naoko's hand. Suddenly, Arata and Kazuya arrived there and opened the door. And when the door opened, Naoko's hand popped like a balloon. Arata also didn't waste a moment and started beating Naoko immediately. While he was doing that, Kazuya was just standing and watching like he did when Naoko was getting bullied during her days in junior high. Suddenly, Kazuya finally built up the courage and kicked Kazuya from behind. After saving her, Kazuya hugged her and confessed his love to her. But while they were hugging each other, Arata and Naruto hit both of them from behind and knocked them out. Immediately after that, all the videos of Naruto confessing his crime were deleted from the internet. Also, the police was ordered to stop the investigation. It turns out that Naruto's dad is mayor and is a very influential person who can do anything. At the time when Naoko got burned, he was the one who forced everyone to change their testimonies to save Naruto. Now, Naruto and Arata are sitting in a van with Naruto's dad while they have tied up unconscious Kazuya and Naoko and put them in the back seat of the van. After a while, they reached a construction site. They are here to bury both Kazuya and Naoko. Inside the construction site, there's a big hole. First, they drop dead Nozomu in the hole, and after that, they drop Kazuya and Pumpkin Knight in the hole. Luckily, Kazuya fell on the dead body of Nozomu because of which he survived. But Naoko wasn't that lucky. Many metal rods pierced her and killed her. Seeing her like this, Kazuya started crying. Right then, a girl climbed down the hole holding the pumpkin head of Naoko. This is the same policewoman who was working on Naoko's case. When Kazuya was going back to the town with the policewoman, he finally snapped. He decided to become Pumpkin Knight himself and kill Naruto, Arata, and the mayor, Naruto's father. As Halloween is coming closer, many people are setting up pumpkins and purchasing them. When Arata saw pumpkins everywhere on the streets, he was getting scared thinking of Naoko. He got so scared that he even accidentally punched a lady holding a pumpkin. Immediately he ran away and went to Naruto. He told Naruto that he can't stop thinking about Naoko. And Naruto also realized that Arata's mental health is getting worse and worse as Halloween is coming closer. When Arata started saying things like Naoko will come back and kill them, Naruto kicked him out. Now while Arata was in a lift, Pumpkin Knight appeared on top of him. Suddenly, a thread appeared in front of Arata, and when he touched the string, it immediately started strangling his neck. He struggled really hard, but it was no use. And when he looked up, he was shocked to see Pumpkin Knight is back. Right then, the lift door opened because someone pressed the button from outside. Arata immediately started asking for help from the person who opened the door. But it turns out that it's the same lady whom Arata punched today in the market, so she took her baby and ran away without wasting a moment. With that, the door closed and Arata was still struggling for his life. Suddenly, Arata grabbed Kazuya's hand and dragged him down, also freeing himself in the process. When he grabbed the arm, he immediately realized that the person was not Naoko, and from the voice, he realized that it's Kazuya imitating Pumpkin Knight. Then, Arata was about to smash Kazuya's pumpkin head, but Kazuya took out some knife and inflicted deep wounds on Arata's leg. Without wasting a moment, he kicked Arata's wounded leg again and again. Seeing how he's getting brutally beaten, Arata realized that the one standing in front of him is not Kazuya, but the demon Pumpkin Knight who has crawled out from the hell. Kazuya didn't waste a moment. He grabbed his knives again and started making holes on Arata's back. Suddenly, Kazuya accidentally tripped on the blood that was on the ground and lost his balance. Arata took the opportunity and pushed him outside the lift. Then he immediately closed the door and went to the higher floors. After reaching the destination, he slowly dragged his injured body toward Naruto's room. But he has to hurry up as Kazuya is climbing the stairs at full speed. Arata started banging Naruto's room's ring bell non-stop, calling him. At that moment, Kazuya also reached the floor and ran toward Arata. When he was about to land an attack, Naruto opened the door and pushed him inside. Kazuya didn't stop even after the door closed. He used his small knives to slash the door again and again. After some time, when he finally stopped, Naruto and Arata were able to take the breath of relief. While lying injured on the bed, Arata explained everything to Naruto. He explained how the one who was behind was not Naoko but Kazuya. He called Kazuya the one possessed by the Pumpkin Knight's demon. After telling the whole story, Arata advised him that they should tell the cops now. Hearing that, Naruto put a pillow on Arata's head, blocking his breathing. He killed Arata and said that he himself will take care of Kazuya. Meanwhile, Kazuya is sitting in front of Naoko's grave. He put the pumpkin head and small flower on the grave and said, "Only 2 more to go." Behind him, the policewoman was also standing. She is working with Kazuya because she wants to get revenge from Naruto's father. Naruto's father once framed her dad and killed him, so that's why she's helping Kazuya in order to achieve her own revenge by killing Naruto's dad. Right then when she checked her phone, she saw that Naruto's father was heading toward his son's apartment. Hearing that, Kazuya laughed maniacally and put on a completely different pumpkin head. He immediately left with the policewoman to kill Naruto and his dad. On the other hand, Naruto has also gone mad. He has cut down Arata's body into pieces and packed it inside 3 different bags. Seeing the scene, Naruto's dad started to realize that his son is also slowly going mad. After that, they left the room to throw those bags filled with Arata's remains at a secret place. On their way, they spotted Kazuya standing on the bridge. He was already there waiting for them, and when he saw them, he threw a cylinder at them and said, "Trick or treat." That cylinder hit the van, causing it to crash. Both the policewoman and Kazuya ran toward the van holding knives. But when they reached near it, some gangsters came out of the car. 3 people went toward Kazuya to catch him, but Kazuya had bug spray. He sprayed it on 3 of them after mixing it with the fire. This attack injured all 3 of them severely. But Kazuya didn't stop there. He used the same attack on 3 of them again and again in order to kill them painfully. On the other hand, the policewoman wasn't weak. She easily defeated the 3 gangsters who tried to catch her. Now only Naruto and his dad's left. When the policewoman ran toward the car, Naruto's dad immediately drove the van backward and hit the policewoman. This injured her to the point where she was unable to move. Without wasting a moment, Naruto's dad drove the van towards Kazuya. But Kazuya didn't get scared. He jumped up, lit the lighter and threw it inside the van. As Kazuya threw a cylinder inside the van before, now when he threw the lighter inside, it caused the cylinder to explode. In this explosion, Naruto's dad was burned to death, but Naruto was able to escape with some injuries. Now it's Naruto's turn to receive his final punishment. Naruto got up and slowly ran toward the city. Behind him, Kazuya was slowly chasing him. While running, Naruto spotted 2 people on the motorbike. He immediately stopped them and asked them for help. He told them that a killer is chasing him. After hearing Naruto, instead of helping, they started laughing at him. They just said Happy Halloween and left without doing anything. They just thought that Naruto and Kazuya were just cosplaying for Halloween. After some more running, Naruto reached the city. He told everyone that he's getting chased by a killer, but no one helped and just laughed while saying Happy Halloween. While running through the laughing crowd, Naruto realized that everything that is happening to him is the same that he did to Naoko. After some running, he accidentally entered a dark alley and encountered a dead end. As there's no choice left, he immediately kneeled down and started begging for forgiveness. Hearing his sorry, Kazuya asked him to stop and said that they are just doing this for fun. Fun. This is the same reason for which Naruto and his group bullied Naoko. Everything that Kazuya did to Naruto or Arata, he did it just for fun like they did to Naoko. Saying that, he smashed the handle of his knife on Naruto's head and injured it. Then he used the knife and forcefully peeled out some of Naruto's skin from his head. He peeled the skin and skull so deeply that the brain was visible from the outside. With that, he took out a bottle of sulfuric acid and started pouring it in his brain. Because of which, Naruto's whole face and brain slowly melt down. In the end, Naruto died the most painful death. After that, Kazuya cut down Naruto's head and started dancing on a building's rooftop. Everyone who saw him dancing called him a demon. Next day, we see that Kazuya has been admitted into a mental hospital. He has completely lost his mind and gone mad. Meanwhile, at Naoko's grave everything was normal, but suddenly, a hand came out from the grave and Naoko said, "Nothing can save you bullies now." This old man sitting with a lady was looking at his phone. He showed a picture of his grandchild to the lady and told her that his grandchild is coming to visit him with his parents. They talked with each other about modern society, saying that it is really easy to communicate with someone who is living overseas using new technologies and stuff. After some talking, the lady congratulated the old man for getting discharged from the hospital. Right at that moment, the lady's head was blown up, her eyes and brain matter scattered everywhere. She died instantly without even knowing the cause of her death. Old man and the driver got really scared, so they decided to immediately call the police. When the old man looked behind through the broken window, he saw a girl wearing a pumpkin head, holding a shotgun, riding in a motorbike coming toward him. Naoko loaded the gun and started shooting at the car. Old man immediately lay down to save himself. Unfortunately, a guy, who was sitting beside the driver's seat, got hit by a bullet which blew half of his face into bits. He also died on the spot. Because of the sudden attack, the driver wasn't able to control the car. The car randomly moved to the other side of the road where construction work was going on. A machinery that was drilling the road cut the car into 2 pieces, and the driver also got cut into 2. Like this, 3 people died a horrifying death, only an old man is left now. Old man asked for the reason for killing these people from Naoko. Before saying anything, she first loaded her gun, which scared the old man even more. Old man immediately started begging for his life. Hearing his pleading, Naoko brought out a phone and showed the old man a picture. She said that this woman and her kid wanted to talk to him, that's why Naoko needed to kill him. Before killing him, she said to the old man that she wanted to ask him some questions. She asks him questions about some accidents. She asked him how fast he was driving when that accident happened. She asked him how come he didn't help the victims after the accidents. She asked him why he didn't call his subordinates to call 911. Finally, she asked him why hasn't the story of those accidents shown on the news. After she finished asking these questions, she reminds the old man that he didn't even get arrested for that accident. An accident that serious should have gotten him locked up without questions. Naoko asked him how the hell did he manage to get away. She told him that his subordinates are pretty occupied, they're already dead, so she asked the old man to not ask them and answer himself. After all, since he's the one who did it, he should be the one to explain. But Naoko thought that she would not be able to believe a single word this old man would say, so she decided to kill him. At that moment, from the hand of the gun, some spikes came out. Seeing those spikes, the old man started crying, saying that he'll turn himself in if she lets him live. But Naoko didn't listen. She hit the old in the face with the hand filled with spikes. After getting pierced with a spike when Naoko took away the gun, a pool of blood started pouring from the old man's face. After a while, news about a pumpkin head killing someone appeared on the TVs. People weren't even shocked at this point because this is already the 5th case. Another reason why the people aren't caring about these murders is that everyone that died by the hands of that pumpkin head were the ones who committed some crimes, but never got charged for them. On the other hand, the head police officer was digging out a grave. This is the place where Naoko was buried. The policeman is here to confirm if Naoko is dead or not. Old man learned about this location after questioning Kazuya and that police lady who worked with Kazuya to kill Naruto and his dad. He knows that this is where they buried Naoko, now he's just hoping for her to be dead. While digging, he said that there are people who think Naoko is a hero, but he will never see a killer as a hero no matter what. In the end, after digging for a while, he confirms that Naoko is alive. While he was really tired and gasping for air, there was someone on the tree behind him, seeing everything. The person said with a smile, "Trick or treat." The next moment, the person appeared behind the policeman, which shocked him. Because this person is Naoko and she has a completely fine face with not a single scar. Without doing anything, Naoko ran away from there. The policeman ran behind her asking to stop, but she didn't listen. The policeman is really shocked and wonders why Naoko's face doesn't have a single scar on her face. The policeman thought that this whole case was full of mysteries. It's been a year since it started and he still doesn't have any answers. He questioned who Naoko really is. While running, he accidentally tripped and hurt his ankle. But he didn't stop, he slowly moved forward in order to find Naoko. After some walking, he found a mansion in the middle of the forest. He can't jump inside the mansion because there's a dog inside. Inside the mansion, Naoko was standing near the window looking at the policeman standing outside. She wonders who that man is. She asked why she felt like she knew that policeman. Thinking about that policeman, her head started hurting. She can't remember anyone from before. At that moment, a man walked inside the room and called Naoko's name. This man is a doctor and asked Naoko to not push herself. He told her that she'll gradually remember things over time. When Naoko saw him, she was really happy. Doctor went toward the window and noticed that there was someone outside. Naoko told him that the dog chased him away. Doctor asked her if she went outside again. Naoko didn't answer and just smiled, which means yes. Suddenly, the doctor put his hands on Naoko's shoulder and said to her that he knows she wants her memory back. That's why she goes outside from time to time. The doctor told her that she can't put herself in danger like that. Doctor said to her that he'll not be able to live without her. Hearing that, Naoko answered that she understands and will not go into the forest alone anymore. At that moment, the doctor noticed something on her. The doctor noticed a mark on her face and thought that it's cyanosis. He called it another failure. He thought that it doesn't stick very, so he'll need to do another surgery. Noticing that the doctor is worried about her face, Naoko smiled and told him that he doesn't have to worry about her face, she's super lucky just to be alive. Hearing that, the doctor hugged her and remembered the time when he found Naoko. When he found her, she was really injured crawling on the ground. At that moment, the doctor took Naoko home and treated her. He thanks God for letting him help Naoko. But when he looked at the pumpkin head and many different weapons on the wall, he thought that maybe it was the devil who let him help Naoko, not God. Meanwhile, the policeman has found the details of the person who lives inside that mansion. The person is Ryuichi, 58 years old, graduated from the Imperial University School of Medicine, and he's a doctor. On the other hand, we see a guy throwing money everywhere. While he's throwing the money, his underlings are picking up the money from the ground. At this point, he's so happy that he thinks that he can take over the world if he wanted to. A guy asked him why he's so happy. So, he told him that he never thought he could make so much money with just a phone call. Suddenly, their celebration stopped when someone started banging on their door. They thought that the police were here. Boss immediately started panicking, saying that if the higher-ups find out about their little side business, they all will die. Seeing the boss panicking, a guy told everyone to hold their weapons and stand in front of the door. He said that they'll cause confusion, and in the confusion, the boss will run away. Boss also cheered them to hold the front while he planned to run away. While he was shouting, someone stabbed him in the back from the behind and cut it like a cake. The Pumpkin Knight is here to purge the evil. Now Pumpkin is already famous, so they immediately realize why she's here. Seeing her, the secondary boss ordered all the men to hold their weapons and attack her. He thought that it's just a high school girl, she's not their match. At the same time, all the men ran to attack her. First, Naoko dodged these two men's attacks, and immediately slit the throat of one of them, and cut the stomach of one of them. From the stomach, his intestine poured out everywhere. Like this, both of them died painfully. After that, one more guy came to attack her, she easily dodged his attack and his head like a cake. Seeing the horrifying scene, all the men got really scared, thinking how a high school girl is taking down a yakuza. They realize that she's totally a prop killer, so everyone starts running away. Secondary boss begged them to come back, but they didn't listen, saying that only an idiot will fight a demon like her. When these men opened the door to go out, someone else was already waiting for them. This guy is wearing a unicorn mask with the word bleach written on it. He loaded his shotgun, saying that it's time to clean up some trash. Immediately, he shot everyone in the stomach and killed them on the spot. The secondary boss got really scared seeing another guy and thought that this person must be the one pressing the intercom. At that moment, Naoko grabbed him from the head and said that he's right. While crying, he asked Naoko why they're doing this. He asked why they're specially targeting them and not any other gang. Naoki answered that there's some people who want to see him. She showed him a photo of an old couple. She reminds him that he was the one who stole this couple's retirement saving and drove them to suicide. Now then, Naoko decided to ask him a question like she asked the old man before. Before asking, she said that there's a whole mountain of victims like this couple. She asked him why he did that. What did he need all the money for? Naoko loudly guessed that he's going to quit scamming people from now on. He started crying, shouting that he'll quit everything from now on, and asked Naoko to forgive her. He held her leg and asked her to not kill her. But Naoko didn't listen. She started kicking the guy in the face with no sign of stopping. Doctor, who was wearing a unicorn mask, saw the scene and thought that she's really amazing. He thought that released from an innocent soul, Naoko is a being of pure violence. In the end, Naoko cut down the head of the guy and killed him. Doctor called Naoko pure and thought that if she ruled the world, it'd also become just as pure. 1 year ago, Ryuichi found Naoko in the forest in almost dead state. She had multiple puncture wounds and was losing a lot of blood between all of the bruises, bone fractures, and ruptured organs. She was a huge mess. And yet, she was somehow still alive. Even after being buried in a state of suspended animation, her strong will to live allowed her to escape. Looking back, it was at that moment Ryuichi was first drawn to Naoko. He took her to the lab inside the mansion and thought that he had been exiled from the medical world, but he was able to build his own intensive care unit in secret. It was made under the cover of darkness and illegal surgeries, but his operating room was much better than the ones at the local hospitals. When Ryuichi was about to start the treatment, Naoko asked him who he was. Hearing that, Ryuichi got really shocked. He can't believe that Naoko is still conscious. So, Ryuichi asked her not to worry because he's a doctor. Answering that, the doctor asked her who she was. She answered that she's the Pumpkin Knight. With that, the doctor started the surgery and it took him 10 hours to complete it. He had to use all the blood bags he'd saved up along with his most expensive drugs. But it was all worth it. Because he had a feeling that this girl would help him make his dreams come true. He had a feeling and it was right. In the present, Naoko showed the half head of the guy to Ryuichi and told her that she did it. Ryuichi praised her and thought that with her great physical abilities, violent aggression, and no conscience, she can do it. Ryuichi thought that she'll be able to help him purify this rotten world. He is also happy that Naoko lost some of her memories, which made it easier for him to order her. On the other hand, Kazuya was in the mental hospital. He was sitting in the corner like a dead person. Doctor told the policeman that he's been like this for the past year. The doctor said that Kazuya keeps staring at the wall. He shuts himself in his room and won't talk to anyone. He doesn't react to anything either. He does sometimes engage in self-harm, but the medicine helps him calm. In the end, the doctor told the policeman that he won't be able to interrogate Kazuya. But the policeman didn't listen and went toward Kazuya to talk to him. When the policeman talked to him, as the doctor said, Kazuya didn't show any reaction. But the policeman was already expecting and had something up his sleeve. He whispers in Kazuya's ear, "Naoko is still alive." Hearing that, Kazuya showed a reaction and looked toward the policeman. Kazuya started crying, asking if Naoko is really alive. The policeman smiled and answered with yes. He told Kazuya that it feels like no one can kill her. As Kazuya started crying even harder, the policeman told him that it's not the time to cry. He said that in order to help Naoko, they had to stop the Pumpkin Knight. Saying that, he talked to the staff, asking them to call whoever is in charge of this hospital. While the staff was confused about what was going on, a lady hiding behind a wall messaged someone that Kazuya had awakened. At the same time, the doctor, who healed Naoko, was checking her face. He noticed that Naoko's face was slowly disintegrating. Her face is slowly returning back to being fully destroyed. The doctor thought that all of the subcutaneous tissue that melted had hardened and become like a wall, causing necrosis in the new skin grafts. As he thought that it's impossible to recreate, he wondered if that's the only way. Outside the mansion, Naoko was standing. She has a mask on her face and she said that the doctor keeps sulking in his room since the operation was a bust, but Naoko couldn't care less. She ran in the forest saying that the doctors are usually busy, so it makes sense that he's frustrated. But Naoko is worried about him. She said that they can't give up yet, they have to be strong. And she still likes him. As she said that, she tries to remember the person she likes, but she can't do it. She remembers that there's someone who accepts her for who she was. That's why she couldn't care how she looks. But she still can't remember the person who likes her. As she slowly walked toward the middle of the forest, she saw the policeman sitting there. Seeing her, the policeman immediately got up and said that he was waiting for her. The policeman also noticed that Naoko's face had changed back again. He guessed that the other one was just temporary. He asked her if Dr. Higo was not able to fix it. Right then, Naoko grabbed 2 big needles in her hands and started attacking the policeman. He constantly asked her to stop, but she didn't listen. Suddenly, his foot tripped and he fell to the ground. Taking the chance, Naoko was about to attack the policeman's eyes. Seeing the scene, the policeman realizes that this girl is a real live killer. There's not a bit of hesitation in her eyes. When the needles got closer to him, he shouted out loud that Kazuya was waiting for her. Hearing that, Naoko's attack hit the ground and she fell to the ground. She started crying while calling Kazuya's name. Now she has remembered all the moments she spent with Kazuya. While crying, Naoko said that she remembered now who likes her. The policeman saw Naoko crying really hard and wondered if she had sealed away her memories. He knows that Naoko has been through hell, so she must have forced herself to forget so she could stay sane. The policeman heard everything that happened to Naoko until now from Kazuya. And as he heard that, he thought that it's all too cruel. Then, Naoko talked, asking the policeman about where Kazuya was. The policeman answered that Kazuya is being treated in a mental hospital right now. Hearing that, Naoko grabbed the policeman's arm and asked him the name of the hospital. Before he could talk, Kazuya asked if it was the Hirayama Clinic. At the hospital, Kazuya was sitting in his bed with a smile. He was thinking about Naoko, who's still alive. He learned from the policeman that a doctor was able to save Naoko, and now the Pumpkin Knight is taking down the bad guys. Thinking that, he laughed, saying that that sounds just like her. Pretty messed up as usual. He was really happy that Naoko was still alive. At that moment, the door of his room opened and some big guys entered. Kazuya noticed that these people are all wearing the staff uniforms, but he knows that there's no way these people work here. From behind, a lady came forward and told Kazuya that he's in big trouble now. She said that he should never let the policeman speak with him. She said that she came here as soon as she could. Kazuya was shocked to see her because this lady looks just like Naruto. At the same time, Naoko asked the policeman if the hospital he's talking about is affiliated with the Kuroki family. As he heard that, he realized that the chairman of that hospital is Sae Kuroki. He asked Naoko if Essie is Naruto's mother. Naoko answered yes and said that she knows because she was locked up there too. She said that they kept her restrained from midnight to night, forcing her to take all kinds of medicine. Her mind was so foggy. She could barely remember her name. She didn't even have enough energy to stand up, so she slept on a floor full of human waste every day. But one day, she came there to inspect the place. As soon as Naoko saw her face, it all made sense. The Kuroki family was the one that had left her to rot in there. Hearing the story, the police asked her if she's going to go up against the Kuroki family again, and also remind her that she barely survived last time. Naoko answered no and told the policeman that Kazuya is in trouble, so they have to save him. At that moment, the policeman was about to call someone to tell the whole situation, but before he could do that, Kazuya stabbed his hand and destroyed his phone. Then, without wasting a moment, she ran back alone. After a while, the doctor heard a motorcycle. He went down to check and saw that Naoko was going to take off with the motorcycle and a shotgun. The doctor asked her where she's going. The doctor guessed that Naoko is going out to purge the evil alone. He said that he's willing to forgive her if she goes back inside now. Naoko straight up answered that she doesn't want to. Hearing that, the doctor started shouting that Naoko belonged to him. He said that the god sent her to clean up all of the filth of the world. The doctor called her pure and said she's his angel of chaos. But Naoko disagreed with him. She said that she's not pure. She's the unbeatable pumpkin knight, appearing from the darkness of the night. And that's that. She said that she's now some doctor's plaything. As the doctor heard, he asked Naoko if she got her memory back. Naoko didn't answer and said that she's going to help Kazuya. If someone tries to stop her, she'll run over them. Saying that, she accelerated the motorcycle and hit the doctor, who saved her life, without hesitating. The doctor fell to the ground with an injured head as he barely saw Naoko leaving the mansion. After she left, the doctor realized that he was wrong trying to tame her. In his mind, he asked Naoko to go and take over the world. From pure white to pitch black. After Naoko left, the policeman arrived at the scene. He saw the doctor injured on the ground and couldn't believe that Naoko really left the one who saved her life to die. He realized that it was a big mistake showing her some sympathy. She isn't even human anymore. She's the pumpkin knight, the messenger from hell, no one can stop her. At the hospital, Issei and her men were beating Kazuya really badly. They completely destroyed Kazuya's face, but he still didn't cry. They are really confused wondering why Kazuya isn't crying. Right then, instead of crying, Kazuya started laughing and said, "How cute." He said that they'll all be dead soon. The pumpkin knight will kill every last one of them. Seeing that, they asked Issei about what's wrong with Kazuya. All they know is that she wants them to beat the crap out of him, but they don't know anything about him. So Issei told them that Kazuya was all over the news last year. She reveals that he set her husband's car on fire while he was trapped inside, and then he cut off her son's head and danced around with it. Hearing the story, the men were really shocked. They asked Issei that what this guy is doing here, he should be in a medical prison. They said that even if this guy killed her family, they can't get rid of him themselves. They asked Issei if she's the one who locked him up here. When Issei didn't answer, they decided to leave the place. But as the guy walked toward the door, she said, "Too late." Hearing that, the man got angry and asked her what she meant by that. He asks her to tell them what's going on and also reminds her that he's not a servant who blindly follows orders. Right then, they heard Kazuya's voice. As the guy who was closest to Kazuya looked toward him, Kazuya instantly jumped and bit the man's nose. Then, Kazuya uses his full force and plucks out the man's skin. Other men were really shocked and scared after seeing that, but she was amazed. Outside, an officer noticed that everything was normal and decided to close the front gates. At that moment, Naoko arrived there on her motorcycle. After getting closer to the officer, she jumped and kicked the guy on the face. His face got dragged on the floor by Naoko. Because of that, the man got really injured and Naoko looked at the hospital saying, "Kazuya, I'm here to pick you up." As she said that, the officer got up from the floor and called others to tell them that Naoko is here. While he was asking for backup, Naoko came closer to him and said, "Hey, I remember you." She remembered that this guy's the one that treated her the worst. He's the disgusting creep that would grope her when no one was looking. But he just happened to be off duty when Naoko went on a rampage. She said that he's the one she wanted to kill the most. Naoko is really happy to see him again. Right then, the guy got up holding his weapon and attacked Naoko. But Naoko was easily able to dodge all of his attacks. While evading all his attacks, she got closer to him and asked him if he didn't want to touch her again. As she said that, the guy put his foot on her foot and started applying force on it. He asked her if she liked that. He asked her if weight on an adult hurts. Then, he was about to attack him saying he'll touch her to his fill after basing her head. Right at that moment, from Naoko's foot, a spiky weapon came out. With that, she pierced the guy's leg which caused him to be unable to stand up properly. Next, using the same weapon, she pierced the man's face and plucked out his skin. His skin was sent flying, including his eyes. Then, she pierced the guy's neck and killed him painfully. At that moment, the backup arrived to take down Naoko. A man in front called her idiot for coming all the way here alone. The man was about to run to attack Naoko, but the other guy stopped him. He asked him to not kill her, just stun her with the taser. He also reminds him that she got a gun. Right at that moment, the man's head blew up. Half of his head got almost completely severed from his body. Before everyone could react properly, another shot came and killed one more guy. Like this, the barrage of bullets didn't stop. One by one, the guards fell. In the end, only one guy left. Before he could talk, Naoko also killed him. On the rooftop of the hospital, SE and some doctors were seeing everything. While the other doctors were panicking, he was asking Naoko to shoot all of them in her mind. At that moment, they were about to call the police, but she stopped them. She smiled and said that Naoko went through so much trouble to be here, so it would be stupid to call the cops now. Hearing that, the doctors got worried and asked to see if she didn't notice that Naoko had brought a gun. They are worried that at this rate, Naoko will kill all of them. Seeing the panic, SE revealed that Naoko has a weakness. She said that even if she's a vicious killer, she is still very vulnerable. Her mental state is incredibly fragile. She is sure that all of the reprogramming they did on Naoko is still in her subconscious. On the ground, Naoko noticed that she's almost out of bullets. She hit her head and said that she got a little carried away there. With that, she went toward the hospital while dancing and singing. She entered the hospital hoping to get back home with Kazuya, but she saw something else. She saw a girl tied up like a mental patient. Her half face is burned up and she's also beaten up. Naoko looked at her and was really shocked. Naoko called this woman, and she can't believe Ayumi is still alive. Immediately, Ayumi started shouting, asking Naoko to run away. She asked her to forget all about her and just run away. But Naoko couldn't run away, and because of that, she got surrounded by some men. They pinned her down to give her an injection. As they were giving her an injection, Ayumi was shouting, asking them to stop. At that moment, SE and another doctor were standing beside Ayumi. The doctor was happy because their plan worked nicely. Then, the doctor asked SE about Ayumi. Who is she? SE answered that Ayumi is Naoko's former clinical psychologist. She so rudely ignored the rehabilitation program she had made. Instead of treating Naoko like Ayumi was supposed to, she decided to influence her to be what she is now. By the time she noticed, it was already too late. Her treatment was totally ruined. And Ayumi was the one who helped Naoko escape from her grasp. He grabbed Ayumi's destroyed face and said that such an awful woman deserves an awful face like this. SE said to Ayumi that now it's her turn to go through the program. Hearing that, Ayumi asked SE to not mess with her. She shouted, "To hell with your rehabilitation program. This is just torture. You just want to brainwash patients into slaves. It's no better than a lobotomy." Ayumi said to SE that her whole program is bull crap. She believes that Naoko will never give in to SE. At that moment, she smiled and said, "But you enjoyed the program, didn't you?" SE said to Ayumi that she seemed like she was having lots of fun during the treatment. She asked Ayumi if she didn't enjoy it. She said to Ayumi that it must have been nice to have a loyal little slave that obeyed your every command. And that program is still alive deep inside Ayumi. He looked at Naoko and said that her free will is as good as gone now. As they were dragging Naoko away, Ayumi was crying while apologizing to her. Inside the room where Kazuya was sitting, men heard some gunshots. They don't know what's going on in this hospital anymore. It's definitely not a normal one. At this moment, they have pinned down Kazuya. And the guy whose nose was plucked out by Kazuya is crying in pain. At the same time, Naoko was being dragged away to a different place. After some walking, they reached a laboratory. Seeing the room, Naoko immediately recognized it. SE saw Naoko's reaction and said that this is the corrections room where they do the reprogramming. She said she'll be reprogramming Naoko herself this time. Suddenly, Naoko started laughing like a maniac while saying, "Reprogram. That sounds super fun." This laugh of Naoko really scared Issei. The next moment, Naoko was sitting on a chair and getting shocked in her head. Seeing that nothing was happening to Naoko, Issei was really shocked. She thought that the voltage is enough to make a grown man scream, but Naoko isn't even making a sound. Suddenly, voltage hit 0, so Issei asked the doctor what happened. The doctor answered that they've been doing this for 2 hours now. If they continue, Naoko will surely die. Everything they did until now will be pointless if she dies. Right then, another doctor checked the machine and said that Naoko isn't even scared. He said that there's no discernible reaction. Her brain activity and heart rate are both normal. There's almost no difference in them. Even after being hooked up for so long, she doesn't seem to be bothered by it. Naoko isn't even scared, but looks like she's actually enjoying getting shocked by high voltage. Suddenly, Naoko laughed and asked them if that was all. She said that she wants more and asked them to start another round. She guessed that the massage wasn't over already and asked them to turn on the machine again. Hearing that, Issei and the other doctors got really scared and shocked. He looked at Naoko laughing Naoko and thought that it's bad. She mentions that Naoko is always one step ahead of her. Suddenly, he realized something and said with a smile, "Oh, I see. The pain is helping you endure the treatment." Saying that, she asked the doctor standing beside her to go prepare a dose of methamphetamine. The doctor was shocked after hearing that and asked Issei if she's really going to use that. Issei answered yes and asked him to get it. As Issei was preparing the injections, she said that if it's the pain that's helping her resist treatment, she wondered if Naoko is going to be more cooperative on painkillers. At the same time, Ayumi was in her cell crying. She called out Naoko's name in her mind, asking her to not lose to Issei. She asked Naoko to not give in and mentioned that Naoko isn't a human. She is the unbeatable pumpkin knight. The messenger from hell. Why does this line feel really cringe? On the other hand, Ryuichi, the doctor who saved Naoko, was on a bed with bandages everywhere. He was muttering, "I'm the unbeatable pumpkin knight. I'm not human." He said to the police officer standing beside him that that's what Naoko said to him after she crawled out of the ground. Ryuichi mentions that Naoko had been buried for 4 days, but was still alive somehow. After Naoko's condition stabilized, he looked her up online by searching Pumpkin Knight. He said that there were plenty of results. Like the full story of the incident, even the video of Naoko being tortured. Hearing that, the police officer jumped and asked Ryuichi where he found that. Ryuichi answered that they can find it on most sites, they have to go deeper, on the dark web. He explains that the dark web is an international online network run by criminals. Illegals, drugs, adult videos, and even hitmen can all be found there easily. He reveals that all of the info about Naoko was gathered by hacking police databases. He advised the police head to get a better cybersecurity system. The police officer didn't comment on their cybersecurity and asked Ryuichi about what dark web wants with Naoko. Ryuichi answered with shining eyes, "We love her." He said that the whole world is in love with Naoko. The officer was confused and asked him what he's talking about. He called Ryuichi a fool. He can't believe that the criminal underworld's in love with Naoko. Ryuichi said that criminals are humans too. Those who don't fit into society tend to fall into darkness looking for understanding. The inhabitants of the dark world have fallen in love with her. With the girl who never gave in and got her revenge. And Ryuichi is one of her fans. Right then, Matsui remembered that Ryuichi is a genius doctor that was kicked out from the medical world for being too crazy. He brought Naoko back from hell. His obsession with Naoko has led him to project his desires onto her. He wondered if there's others like Ryuichi in the world. In the end, he just wondered what Ryuichi had given to Naoko. At that moment, another detective entered the room and called Matsui. He asked Matsui how he's doing with his inquiry. Matsui looked at his injured hand and answered, "It's no big deal." Then, Matsui asked some police officers to guard the room in which Ryuichi was lying. At that moment, the detective rubbed his hand, which Matsui saw. Matsui guessed that Shikijiro was no good. The detective answered yes and said that they couldn't get into Hirayama Clinic. He said that a nearby resident reported hearing multiple gunshots from there. But they don't have permission to search the place. The detective can't believe that higher-ups are just sitting around even though there are so many victims. Matsui was also worried and wondered why they're pressuring them like this all of a sudden. Suddenly, Matsui remembered what Ryuichi said to him and smiled, saying, "If we can't take them head-on, we'll have to get creative." Saying that, he ran at full speed, leaving the other detective behind. While running, he thought that the criminals around the world were in love with Naoko. He thought that he could use this to his advantage. At the hospital, Naoko was getting electrocuted by the high voltage. Standing beside her, he was just waiting for her to give up. She called Naoko a pathetic girl and said that she'll tear away the monstrous persona and see what she really is. But after a while, SAE's expressions change. Even after getting painkillers, Naoko endured all the electricity. SAE was getting shocked and scared. Naoko was also not fine. She was as drunk as she said, "I'm the invincible pumpkin knight." The doctors checked Naoko's status and said that there's barely any change in her vital signs. Also, the brain waves show that she's almost drunk. Hearing that, SAE was confused and said that a person can't get drunk on methamphetamine. She mentions that methamphetamine is a derivative of a drug that excites the nervous system. It promotes the release of neurotransmissions like dopamine and noradrenaline. The patient it's given to falls into a state of extreme excitement. It can lead to increased mood, better concentration, and help reduce fatigue. But it doesn't last long. In the end, the doctor guessed that the drug didn't work on Naoko. She might be able to control them. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe what they just heard. The doctor continues, saying there are some people who are capable of controlling their own neurotransmitters. It makes sense considering what they know about Naoko. Her excellent physical fitness and athletic abilities combined with her lack of fear, boldness, and capacity for cruelty make it the only logical explanation. The doctor gave an example in the end. It's like a car with only an accelerator. The more you step on the gas, the faster it will go. SAE was really shocked and couldn't believe that there really are people like that. Right then, a doctor suggests that they should do an MRI test. With that, they can look at the brain and see if this really is a special case. Hearing that, another doctor points out that it should be a problem with the frontal lobe. As the doctors were talking, he was eating her own nails, thinking if Naoko is even a human. The next moment, they laid Naoko on a bed and rushed her to a different room. At the same time, Ayumi smiled and said, "Pointless. No matter what you do, it's pointless. You can't beat Naoko." Ayumi said that not even the latest technology can win against Naoko. She knows this because she tested it on her. On the other hand, the doctors did her test and were shocked to see that there isn't a single abnormality in Naoko's brain. They checked again and again in order to find at least a little problem, but they didn't find anything. Right then, the doctor asked a nurse to increase the output. Hearing the order, the nurse points out that it'll hurt the subject. The doctor smiled and answered that he doesn't want to miss the breakthrough of the century, so he doesn't mind hurting the subject a little. As the nurse heard that, he immediately went to increase the output. But as he was turning the wheel, someone crushed his hand. It turns out that somehow Naoko is able to move. Suddenly, the nurse realized that the sedatives didn't work on her. She was just pretending until now. Then, Naoko picked up a pole and thrusted it inside the nurse's mouth. Because of the pole going in his throat, it injured him and even tore apart his face. Next, Naoko took out that same pole and threw it toward the doctors who were sitting behind the window. The pole went flying and pierced through one of the doctors' heads. Killing the doctor, Naoko laughed and said, "You had fun playing with me, didn't you? Well, now it's my turn to play with you. Ready or not, here she comes." As she said that, she jumped toward the broken window to hunt the remaining doctor. Meanwhile, SAE was standing in front of Ayumi. She asked her what she did to Naoko. She asked her why Naoko only listens to her. What kind of program did she use? Ayumi answered that she didn't do anything. She just taught her some words. Hearing that, SAE asked her what she taught Naoko. Ayumi answered with one word, hope. Subscribe for the next part.
Suzy was a young boy when he committed a horrifying crime. He murdered 2 girls and cruelly sent their body parts to their parents. Now, after 18 years, he has been released from prison. He appeared on TV, crying and saying he was deeply sorry and wanted to apologize to the victims' families. But the truth was, Suzy hadn't changed at all. His tears were fake, just another act for the cameras. One day, when he reached his apartment, he saw a huge crowd gathered outside, angry and demanding justice. To avoid the chaos, Suzy slipped into a quiet, dark alley and tried to call his lawyer for help. While he was making the call, someone suddenly appeared behind him and knocked him out. When Suzy woke up, he found himself tied to a chair. In front of him was a TV playing a horror film, The Exorcist. His kidnapper was Chief Dam, who was just a normal investigator. Chief Dam stepped forward with a chainsaw and said, Around 80,000 people go missing every year in Japan without a trace. If you disappear, no one will bother looking for you. With that, he turned on the chainsaw and slowly began cutting into Susie's arm. Susie screamed in pain, blood pouring from the wound. He asked if Chief Dam was doing this for revenge or for money. Chief Dam simply replied, "I just want to do something good." Susie eventually passed out from the intense pain and blood loss. When he regained consciousness, he was placed in front of a mirror. What he saw shocked him. Both his arms and legs were gone. Chief Dam stood beside him and showed him a Christmas tree made from Susie's own severed legs. Then, Chief Dam took a photo of him. Moments later, Susie died from blood loss and unbearable pain. Yasuno was just a college student when she went out with her classmates for a party. At the party, they played a batsu game, where the loser had to drink a glass of beer. Unfortunately, Yasuno lost and had to drink. After she got drunk, boys took her to a hotel room and did horrible things to her while she was barely conscious. When Yasuno woke up, she filed a case against them. But soon after, she was forced to drop it. They threatened to leak her video if she didn't stay quiet. Chief Dam found out about this through a fellow worker, and the moment his eyes twitched, it was clear someone was going to die. Later, a boy named Ayuma joined Ikwaki's group. Ikwaki's group was made up of some college boys who helped others lose their virginity, no matter how dark the method. Ayuma was desperate and wanted to try something wild. So Ikwaki repeated the same thing he did to Yasuno. They kidnapped another girl and gave Ayuma a chance to do as he pleased. But there was a condition. If Ayuma ever found a girl he liked, he had to share her with the group. Eventually, Ayuma fell in love with a co-worker. Because of that, he decided to leave the group and live a normal life with her. He informed Ikwaki, got his permission, and left, promising never to expose anything. But one night, while walking with his girlfriend, a van pulled up and kidnapped them both. It was all part of Ikwaki's plan, to teach Ayuma what happens to those who betray him. Right in front of Ayuma, Ikwaki and his gang abused his girlfriend. Afterward, broken and devastated, she tried to end her life, but failed. When Ayuma found out what had happened, he lost control. He stormed into the group's hideout with a hammer and killed every last one of them. Ikwaki tried to escape, but Chief Dam appeared and blocked his way. Later, Ikwaki woke up in a dark place. He was naked and tied to a table. Chief Dam stood before him, holding a cross covered in sharp spikes. Without hesitation, he inserted it into Ikwaki's hole and thrust it in and out, over 650 times. In the end, Ikwaki died from the unbearable pain and blood loss. This man is Masaharu, a self-righteous journalist. One day, he showed up at a house holding a microphone. A frightened woman opened the door. Masaharu had come because her son had committed a mass murder. Without knowing the full truth, Masaharu falsely reported on live television that the woman had abused her son and that her mistreatment had turned him into a killer. Though none of it was true, Masaharu spread the story everywhere. Unable to cope with the judgment and hate from society, the woman ended her own life. She also had a daughter. The girl was seen crying, clutching her mother's photo, when Masaharu arrived again, this time insulting her mother, calling her a poison who raised a murderer. At school, another situation was unfolding. A group of girls was bullying their math teacher, and the leader of this group was Masaharu's daughter. One day, the teacher, pushed to the edge, accidentally shoved her in self-defense. Soon after, Masaharu stormed into the school and accused the teacher of physical abuse. Even without solid proof, he broadcast the story live, demanding strict punishment. Because of the public outrage, the teacher was harassed non-stop outside his home. Overwhelmed and hopeless, he killed his wife, and then took his own life. Later, it was discovered that the teacher had left behind clear evidence on his laptop, showing how he was being bullied by students. When this was revealed to the public, the same girl who had led the bullying, Masaharu's daughter, was now being labeled a murderer. Crushed by the hate, she eventually ended her life too. When Chief Dam learned that Masaharu only reported one-sided stories and misused his position, his eyes twitched. You know what that means. One day, while Masaharu was driving, Chief Dam kidnapped him. When Masaharu woke up, he found himself tied to a chair with Chief Dam standing in front of him. Without saying a word, Chief Dam poured acid onto Masaharu's face. Then, he forced him to drink acid, which burned his throat and silenced his voice forever. Masaharu died in agony, drowning in pain. One day, Chief Dam was commuting to work by train. On board was a man named Oga, someone who deeply hated both children and women. During the ride, a young mother stood nearby holding her crying baby. Annoyed by the noise, Oga began criticizing the woman, accusing her of being inconsiderate and disturbing everyone. Chief Dam, however, stepped in and called the baby cute, saving the woman from public embarrassment. Later at work, when Oga received a cup of tea from a female coworker, he made an inappropriate joke, saying she should use her own milk next time. The women in the office reported the incident, and Oga received a stern warning from his boss to watch his behavior. Angry and bitter, Oga walked home through a crowded street. As he moved through the people, he purposely bumped into several women, insulting them and spreading hateful comments. He even shoved into a woman pushing a stroller, forcing her to apologize to him as if she had done something wrong. The next day on the train, a similar scene repeated. Another mother was standing with her baby strapped to her chest. As she was about to get off, Oga secretly loosened the strap on her baby carrier, trying to make the child fall onto the tracks. Luckily, the mother managed to catch her baby just in time, but she was injured in the process. Right behind Oga was Chief Dam. His eyes twitched. You all know what that means. Later that evening, Oga went to a bar, ranting about how women shouldn't have rights and spouting nonsense. Chief Dam sat silently beside him. Not long after, Oga began to feel lightheaded, but still boarded the train home. On the train, a pregnant woman was standing. Oga figured no one would offer her a seat, but a kind woman did stand up to give her the spot. Before the pregnant woman could sit, Oga rushed in and took the seat himself. Soon after, he passed out from the dizziness. When Oga woke up, the train was completely empty, except for Chief Dam, watching him from the shadows. Moments later, Oga found himself tied up inside a baby stroller, placed on a narrow railway bridge. Chief Dam stood next to him, fastening the rope securely. Oga cried and begged for forgiveness, swearing he'd change, but it was already too late. Chief Dam pushed him off the bridge. Then, using a safety rope, Chief Dam jumped down too, and took Oga's picture midair. Oga hit the rocks below, and died instantly. Naoki was a young man who posted videos on social media, doing challenges like buying the entire menu from a restaurant. Despite his efforts, his videos never gained much attention, unlike other successful channels. Please subscribe, guys, he would say, hoping for a boost. One day, while driving, Naoki witnessed a tragic accident. A school student was killed on the road. Instead of calling for help, Naoki whipped out his camera and began recording. Although the accident was clearly an unfortunate mistake, Naoki uploaded the video, falsely claiming that the old man driving the car had done it on purpose. The video went viral, bringing him instant fame. To keep the momentum going, Naoki even went to the old man's house, hoping to get more footage. But when he arrived, the man wasn't home. Undeterred, Naoki still uploaded a video, urging his followers to spread more hatred. Soon, other influencers began showing up at the old man's house, hoping to either capture footage or stir up more hate. One day, Naoki returned to the old man's house. Police officers stopped him, asking him to leave. But Naoki insisted on continuing to record and even accused the police of trying to stop him for the sake of their own fame. Chief Dam was at the police station and overheard the conversation. He asked about Naoki, and after hearing the full story, his eyes twitched. Someone was about to die. Later, on a train, a girl accused a man of touching her inappropriately. Naoki, of course, started recording, calling the man a pervert. The man, clearly panicked, ran and tried to hide his face. In his haste, he accidentally jumped in front of a train and was instantly killed. Naoki captured the entire scene on camera and posted it, earning even more attention and popularity. The more graphic, the better for Naoki's views. It was later revealed that Naoki had paid the girl to falsely accuse the man, all for the sake of creating shocking content. That night, Naoki received a mysterious CD delivered to his doorstep. He played the video, expecting something random. But when he saw Chief Dam dancing on the screen, his blood ran cold. The video was filmed at Naoki's own house. Suddenly, Chief Dam appeared in person, standing before Naoki. Like every influencer says, "Thanks for watching," he said coldly. Naoki woke up in a dark place, the camera still recording him. Chief Dam then drove a car toward him. The tires, spiked with sharp metal, crushed Naoki's legs. Screaming in pain, Naoki saw the horrifying scene live on a large screen. Everything was being broadcast. But Chief Dam wasn't done. He returned to the car and crushed Naoki's limbs, one by one. Despite all the pain, Naoki was still alive, enduring the agony. Finally, Chief Dam set him on fire, ending Naoki's suffering in the most brutal way possible. These three boys, Tasano, Tamutso, and Takashi, were out with three girls. They all stopped by a local store to grab some snacks and buy fireworks for the evening. While inside, Tamutso casually opened a drink and started sipping it before paying. The store had a simple rule: pay before you consume. The manager politely reminded them of this. But instead of just apologizing, Tamutso got offended, accusing the manager of calling them thieves. The group mocked the poor man, humiliated him, and even forced him to apologize for simply doing his job. Later, they all went to an open field and began lighting fireworks. An elderly homeless man nearby approached them and gently told them that fireworks weren't allowed in that area. As soon as the girls heard that, they decided it was getting late and left. Blaming the homeless man for ruining their night, the boys grew furious and planned to get back at him. The very next day, they found the old man's small shed and destroyed it completely. Then, without even checking, they set it on fire and walked away. When the old man returned and saw what was left, he began to cry, not over losing his shelter, but because a precious photo of his family had been inside. Later that night, the boys stumbled across another homeless person's shelter. Without a second thought, they set that one on fire too. But this time, someone was still inside, fast asleep. The man suffered severe burns in the fire. The following day, the three boys were walking through a quiet alley when they crossed paths with the old man whose shelter they had destroyed. Recognizing them instantly, the old man confronted them, accusing them of the act. Panicking, the boys did the unthinkable. They attacked and killed him. They took his body deep into the mountains, intending to bury the evidence. Coincidentally, Chief Dam was nearby in the same forest, gathering mushrooms. Suddenly, the old man's dog ran up to him, whining and tugging at his clothes. Following the dog, Chief Dam was led straight to the fresh grave where the boys had buried the old man. Unaware, the boys were making their way back down the mountain when a thick fog suddenly engulfed them. They fell unconscious, and when they woke up, they were tied up, completely unable to move. Standing in front of them was Chief Dam, this time with an excavator by his side. Without saying much, he began operating the machine, using it to bury the boys alive, slowly and deliberately. Even as they cried, begged, and screamed for forgiveness, Chief Dam didn't flinch. To him, this was justice. Another good deed done. This guy is Fua, who is an active dad commentator. He gives good advice for parents, like dad should also change baby's diapers and also help mother to raise the baby property. He gives many interviews like this and also has many fans. Of course, all of them are women or mothers. Fua also has a wife and 2 children. He always uses them as examples in his interviews, saying how he helps his wife in raising children. But it turns out that Fua is not someone people think him to be. He has another female with whom he is in a sexual relationship. After that, when he was about to go home, he accidentally dropped his handkerchief. Coincidentally, Chief Dam was also there with his dog. He picked up the handkerchief and went to Fua to give it back to him. But he thought that Chief Dam is just his fan who is here for an autograph. So, he gave him the signed copy of his book and left without taking back the handkerchief that he dropped. At home, he was welcomed by his wife and kids. But he didn't respond and looked towards the food. When he saw that it's not that great, he asked his wife why she didn't cook the food properly. She answered that she had some serious period cramps. That's why she wasn't able to work properly. Hearing that, Fua got angry and said that she is just making excuses. He doesn't even help his wife in raising children, and if she made even a little mistake in taking care of kids, he gets angry and beats her. Today, he was out on a picnic with his family because it's weekend. He is acting good outside and taking care of his family just to show people how he works hard in the studio and also takes care of his family. Right there, he got a call from a girl named Himari. She's a girl who also used to have sexual relationships with Fua. She has called him to tell him that she is pregnant. Hearing that, Fua got really angry because when they were doing the deed, he thought that she had eaten a birth control pill. So, he met Himari and learned how she has left being an idol and is working in a convenience store to earn a little money. Hearing her story, Fua took out a load of money and gave it to her. He asked her to abort the baby and never contact him again. Himari took the money and left with a smile. After 10 months, when Fua was about to leave the studio, Himari was standing outside with her baby. She took Fua to her room to explain everything that happened. She said that she was about to abort that baby as he suggested, but when he reached the hospital, she felt the baby moving in her stomach and decided to give birth to the baby. But Fua thought that she was doing all this for money and threw a load of money at her, asking her to not come to him ever again. Himari picked up the money from the ground, which made him sure that she is doing this for money. But he got shocked to see that she was giving the money back to him. She told him that she called him here not for money, but to give the money that she took from him to abort the baby 10 months ago. Seeing that, Fua got really angry and started beating her. Filled with anger, he beat her so hard that he didn't even realize that she had died from his beating, because of which he got really scared, wondering what he should do now. In the end, he picked up the crying baby and put him in the closet. After that, he removed all of his fingerprints or his traces of being here and left the building. Next day, the body was discovered and police started investigating the scene. Chief Dam was also one of the investigators. Fortunately, the baby was rescued from the closet and survived. After some days of searching, the case was going nowhere because there's no evidence who committed this crime. One day, Fua was talking about this incident in an interview, saying how bad this incident is and blah blah. But suddenly, Fua talked about how the baby was found in the closet. These words of his made Chief Dam's eye twitch. This happened because police or investigators never told anyone that the baby was rescued from the clothes. In the next moment, a ninja appeared in Fua's resting room and kidnapped him. When Fua woke up, he was in a water tank completely tied up. The tank was filling up slowly with water. In front of him was the Chief Dam standing. After a little, Chief Dam stopped the water because the tank was almost filled. When Fua asked Chief Dam why he's doing this to him, he answered that he had tortured and murdered Himari. When the Chief Dam was about to start pouring in the water again, Fua himself admitted all his crime. It turns out that Chief Dam also knows how Fua abused his wife physically and kids mentally. When Fua asked him if he was doing this for revenge, he said that he's just a cop, a killer cop. With that, Chief Dam opened up the water supply, which caused him to drown. In the end, Chief Dam took Fua's final picture and completed the punishment. After that, all the crimes of Fua started coming up on TV, and everyone learned how bad of a person he was. Some days later, Chief Dam went to a mountain with his team to enjoy vacations. There, his colleague asked him about his girl type. Chief Dam answered that he was once in love. He said every time he saw his love, his heart started beating intensely. His colleague asked him about what his love is doing now. Chief Dam answered that his love died in a crime. In a nearby room, a chairman of some big company was bullying one of his employees. When Chief Dam and his team heard the noises, they immediately went to that room and arrested everyone. Unfortunately, the chairman ran away in the forest. But this was his biggest mistake, as Chief Dam found him and shot him with a face gun. This causes him to sleep off of the mountain, because of which he died. After that, when Chief Dam and his team was going back, he looked toward his hands and said, "Oh my love, I wish I could have killed you myself." Nanam is a high school student who really loves his teacher because he is handsome, but she thought that she ugly and he'll never love her. As today is Valentine's Day, Nanami left a chocolate with a note on which her number is written inside his table. At night, when Nanami was thinking that she'll never get a message from Takamura, a message arrived on her phone. When she checked, it was Takamura thanking her for the chocolate. From that moment onward, they both started messaging each other like they were lovers. But one day, Takamura asked her to send nudes. At first, she was shocked seeing the message, but in the end, she sent him. But Takamura's demand kept on getting worse and worse. One day, when Nanami checked Takamura's computer in school, she was shocked to see that there were many folders with different girls' names. It turns out Takamura has already done the same thing with many other girls, trapping them with his sweet talks and then getting their naked photos. Seeing the situation, Nanami reminds him that he called her different from other girls. So Takamura said that he was just trapping her to get her photos and also called them ugly. She can't even do anything because Nanami's mom works in a hotel that is owned by Takamura's brother. If she reports him to the police, he will kick her mom out of the work. Hearing all that, she got so heartbroken that he went to a mountain to commit suicide. Meanwhile, Chief Dam was also on the same mountain. And guess what? He's here to buy this whole mountain. Now we know how he gets space and money to punish all the criminals up until now. Bro is damn rich. Suddenly, Nanami jumped from the cliff. Chief Dam saw that and jumped in the river to save her. After surviving, Nanami asked him if he's an angel. Chief Dam answered that he might be a demon. With that, Nanami was taken to the hospital where her mom thanked Chief Dam for saving her daughter. Right then, Takamura also came running to the hospital asking about the health of Nanami. In the room, when Nanami tried to find her phone in which all her photos are, she wasn't able to find it. Meanwhile, Chief Dam and Takamura were talking. When Takamura asked him where he's headed, he said that he's going to Tokyo. Unfortunately, the road was blocked and it will stay like that for 2 to 3 days. So, Takamura showed generosity and asked Chief Dam to stay in his brother's hotel for that time. In the hotel's bar, Takamura was talking to his brother about everything he did until now. And the phone that Nanami lost is also with Takamura. He talked about everything that he did to Nanami and other girls. Coincidentally, Nanami's mom, who was here for her work, heard their conversation and talked to them. She said that she will report to the police and left. But there's someone else who also heard everything. And that someone is Chief Dam. When he heard everything, his eyes twitched. At night, Takamura was going to the school because he had to remove all the evidence from his computer. When he reached there and turned on the computer to do so, an anatomy dummy moved and kidnapped Takamura. He woke up on a mountain where Chief Dam was burning marshmallows. Chief Dam gave him two choices. First is folk dancing, and second is burning to death. Hearing the choices, Takamura started shouting angrily. In the end, he ran out of time without giving any answer. So, Chief Dam brought gasoline and poured some of it on Takamura. With that, he tied him with a chair and brought him to the end of the cliff. Now Takamura realized that Chief Dam will not listen to his normal begging. He started saying that his dad will give him a lot of money if he'll let him. But Chief Dam said that he doesn't work like that, and also reveals that he is doing this because he overheard what they were saying in the bar. With that, Chief Dam put the guy on fire and asked him to jump in the river if he wanted to survive. But when Takamura jumped down, he died after hitting a rock. In the end, Chief Dam just danced majestically.
This chapter begins with a Christmas concert. A team of people were performing and some kids and adults were sitting enjoying the show. At that moment, Mamiya and her team arrived at the scene wearing costumes. While they were cheering each other, a kid came from behind and kicked Kuruda. Because of that, Kuruda got really angry, but he didn't do anything to the kid. Right then, Santa Claus arrived at the scene. This is none other than our majestic Chief Dam. Kuruda saw him and called him Chief Dan and said that he's looking great. Hearing that, Chief Dan rubbed his chin and said that he's no Dam, but Santa Claus from Finland. Chief Dam is in character. He sat at a table to meet with people. Everyone stood in a line and met with Chief Dan one by one. They took selfies, got presents, and made some wishes. When a family's turn was done, Mamiya called the next person. As she said that, two kids arrived there. They were wearing very thin clothes even in winter and were looking ragged up. The Chief Dam didn't say anything and gave them 2 bags of candies. They immediately grabbed the candies and ran away from Santa Claus. After some running, they sat down in the middle of the crowd and started eating like they haven't eaten in years. After finishing the candies they got, the girl grabbed her little brother's hand and decided to get in line again to get more candies. But before they got there, Mamiya appeared in front of them and offered them hot tea. At that moment, the girl hesitated for a while and then they ran away without taking hot tea. Mamiya asked them to stop, but they didn't listen and kept on running. Right then, Mamiya heard 2 girls talking. They were talking about those 2 kids from Onodera's place. The other girl asked if those 2 are going to be okay. When Mamiya heard that, she came in front of them and said that she's Mamiya from the Metropolitan Police Department. She asked them to tell her about those kids. One of them answered that she and Onodera go to the same preschool, but they're not close friends. She said that she heard those kids' mothers used to be single, but her boyfriend, who recently moved in with her, she heard that he's abusive to those children. Even though it's the middle of the winter, the sister and brother were locked outside naked. People always hear a young man shouting inside. And the bruises on the mother's faces are most likely from the boyfriend. The chief also heard all that and at that moment, his eyes twitched. We know what's going to happen now. At night, Mamiya was walking with her team. Chief Dam is also here. While Kuruda was saying that he's tired, he noticed that Mamiya looked sad. He guessed that she's thinking about those kids. Mamiya heard and realized that Kuruda also heard everything she learned from those ladies. Kuruda noticed that those kids were wearing thin clothes in this cold winter. They were also really skinny, and their hair was unkempt. Mamiya said that she just turned this case over to the person in charge of jurisdiction. She said that they'll take care of it as soon as possible. Hearing that, Kuruda said to her that she already did as much as she could. So now they should leave. Right then, Kuruda invited Mamiya to dinner. The blonder-haired guy, who is also in their team, heard that and said that he's also ready for dinner. Kuruda didn't want him to go with them because he's specially inviting Mamiya with him on a date. At that moment, the guy noticed that the Chief Dam wasn't with them. At the same time, both kids were walking in the middle of the crowd. As they walked toward their home, the girl thought that their new daddy was really nice to them at first. He played with them every day and she loved it. Now he hates talking to them and mommy, and he gives them only a little bit of food because he doesn't want to waste money. She thought that when her mommy's at work, daddy hits them a lot. So even if it's cold, they wait outside until their mommy comes back home. As she was thinking that, we saw that both of them were sitting outside of their house wearing very thin clothes. The girl tries her best to make her little brother happy. At that moment, their mom arrived there. When they saw her, they immediately ran to hug her. Then, mom and both kids entered their house. Inside, a guy named Toshi, who is unemployed, was sitting. He was eating chicken comfortably. When he saw them, said that they're late. Mom immediately said sorry to him and told him that the store was bust and she was asked to work overtime. Hearing that, Toshi moved his hand forward like he's asking something. Onodera saw that and took out her monthly salary from her bag. She gave that to Toshi, and as Toshi received that, he separated a very little money from it and gave it to Onodera, calling it her living expenses. Onodera took the money and after hesitating for a while, she said that Riku doesn't have any more diapers, so she needs a little more money. Hearing that, Toshi threw the leftover bone from the chicken in the trash bin and suggested that she should just leave the diaper on for a couple of days. This will save them money. Onodera heard that and told him that Riku had diaper rashes lately, so they can't leave the diaper on for long. Suddenly, Toshi got up and grabbed Onodera's hair while calling her annoying. Seeing that, the little girl started trying to save her mom. This made Toshi even more angry. He threatened her saying that he'll leave her out to freeze again if she keeps doing it. As they were fighting, little Riku picked up the leftover bone that Toshi threw in the trash and started eating it. When Toshi saw that, he started laughing and recording Riku. After some laughing, Toshi asked Onodera to get some beer for him. Without a choice, Onodera put some warm clothes on both kids, getting ready to leave the house to get some beer. But as they left the house, they didn't notice Santa Claus standing behind them. Between the three of them, only the little girl saw Santa Claus. As soon as she saw him, she realized that this was the real Santa Claus. The girl didn't say a word and just left with her mom. The next moment, we see Santa Claus was going somewhere while dragging his bag on the road. From that bag, the blood was constantly pouring out, making the road red. Onodera bought the beer and came back to him, but when they entered, Toshi was gone. The money that Onodera gave to Toshi was on the table, and the house was completely fine. As Onodera was wondering what happened, someone knocked on the door. She hesitantly opened the door and saw Mamiya standing in front of her. Mamiya introduced herself and said that a neighbor contacted her saying children were being kicked out at night. So she came here to check if something was wrong. Suddenly, Onodera started crying. She blamed herself for everything that happened to her kids. Inside an unknown house, Chief Dam was sitting, enjoying his drink. The dog that he saved before is still with him. At that moment, Chief Dam got up and said that they have a special tree this year. He asked the dog if he wanted to see it. As he said that, he moved toward the wall and opened up the curtains. From the window, we saw that Toshi was hanging outside. The snow was falling, but Toshi was wearing nothing but a diaper. Right then, Chief Dam noticed that Toshi was trying to say something. Chief Dam moved forward his ear and heard that Toshi was trying to ask for help. He was shivering really hard. He wasn't able to talk properly. He just brought out some words like, forgive, help, and save. He struggled hard and said, I don't want to die. Chief Dam didn't say anything. He took out his camera and took a picture. That night, Onodera went to a place called Shelter. The little girl thought that this is a secret place, so Daddy can't come over here. That's what Mamiya said to them. With that, they took a bath together and ate their food together. At night, they lay down to sleep comfortably. Now they don't have to fear anyone, they can live happily. Seeing the scene, the girl concludes that this is a present from Santa. As she said that, we saw that Chief Dam was trying to sleep at his home. This is the end, there's no more chapters for now. Nagari greeted his mother with a good morning, picked up his lunch, and left for school. However, once at school, he became the target of severe bullying. A group of students surrounded him, drew a target on his stomach, and began kicking him without mercy. The ones responsible were 4 students. The fat one was named Ajiki. The girl was Shirjimi. The third was Kinugawa, and the last one was Kawis. The beating was so intense that Nagari lost control and wet himself. The urine spread and touched Kinugawa's shoes. In a rage, Kinugawa kicked him even harder and shouted at him, demanding to know if he understood how expensive those shoes were. At that moment, their leader Okaya arrived. He told Kinugawa that he had already warned him not to hit Nagari's face. Kinugawa immediately backed off and apologized. But Okaya wasn't done. He crushed Nagari's lunchbox and filled it with cockroaches and other insects. When Nagari refused to eat it, Okaya forcefully shoved the lunch into his mouth. They were all targeting Nagari for a single reason. Okaya couldn't stand the look in Nagari's eyes, which he described as rebellious. After school, Nagari quietly returned home. His mother had prepared a small party and a cake, as it was his 14th birthday. When Maria saw the wound on his face, she gently asked what happened. Nagari just smiled and replied that he had gotten trapped at school. Maria, who had nursing experience, carefully treated his injury and applied a bandage. Later that night, she called Nagari's father and told him about her concern that their son was being bullied. But his father dismissed her worry, calling her overprotective, and ended the call. Lying in bed and playing games, Nagari suddenly received a disturbing video. It showed his mother involved in an affair. He immediately realized it was fake because the voice didn't match his mother's. Right after that, he received a message from Kawis, asking him to come to the observatory. Nagari made his way to the observatory on the mountain, where the whole group was already gathered. They started insulting his mother, calling her names like expired auntie. Okaya then gave him an ultimatum. If Nagari didn't want the fake video of his mother to be spread, he had to jump from the mountain. Without hesitation, and in order to protect his mother's dignity, Nagari jumped. At the same time, Maria had been tracking her son through a phone app and arrived near the mountain. Suddenly, she saw her son lying on the road, his legs completely broken. She ran toward him, but before she could help, a truck ran over him, killing him instantly. Maria collapsed to the ground, holding what was left of her son, crying in grief. The bullies, terrified by what happened, quickly ran away to avoid being arrested. Back at home, Maria lay in bed, broken by the tragedy. When Nagari's father apologized for not protecting their son, she rejected his apology and told him they were supposed to be parents. Days later, Maria found Nagari's diary. Inside it was every detail of what he had suffered. She also discovered his laptop, where he had saved all the evidence. As she went through everything, she came to a terrifying realization. The ones who had done this were no longer human. They were demons in need of judgment. 2 years passed, and Maria reappeared at the same school, not as a parent, but as the school nurse. One day, Okaya walked into the infirmary holding a poster that said, "No bullying." Maria held her emotions back and told him he was very admirable. Having killed her old self, she couldn't afford to make a single mistake. On the school grounds, Kawis was seen bullying a girl named Yajima. He showed her a secret video of her changing clothes and forced her to bring him 30,000 yen every month. Maria approached them and asked what was going on. Kawis quickly made up a lie, saying Yajima had puked and he was helping her. Before walking away, he threatened Yajima not to tell anyone, or he'd release her video. Later, Kawis bragged to his friends about almost being caught by the nurse. His friends warned him that if they ever got exposed, they'd kill him. Kawis reassured them, saying no one had found out what really happened to Nagari 2 years ago. Suddenly, Okaya appeared behind him and asked if he had mentioned Nagari's name. He told Kawis to never speak that name again, explaining how much he had hated his rebellious eyes. In an attempt to please Okaya, Kawis pulled out some money to offer him. Okaya didn't even look at it and walked away. Standing there, Kawis remembered Nagari's words, that Okaya didn't actually care about him. Now, those words were starting to feel true. Back at home, Kawis received 2 terrifying videos. One showed him bullying Nagari, something he thought was deleted years ago. The other was a personal and humiliating clip of himself. A message followed, demanding 3 million yen. It was sent by Maria. Still stressed, Kawis saw Yajima walking nearby and angrily approached her. He demanded satisfaction, claiming he was irritated. Yajima ignored him and tried to escape. Since she never acted like this before, Kawis believed she had sent the videos. He dragged her away and began torturing her, trying to force the truth out. Even though she repeatedly denied any involvement, he kept going and tried to drown her. At that moment, Maria entered and disappeared with him in an instant. Kawis woke up in a tank with his hand chained. Water started pouring into the tank. Maria stood before him and welcomed him calmly. Kawis thought it was some kind of prank or set up by someone else. But when he saw Maria's expression, he realized it was real. She told him he was being punished for stealing something precious from her. Now, she would steal his oxygen. Kawis assumed it was revenge for Yajima and claimed he was only playing. Maria told him to shut up and gave him a final chance. If he could enter the greatest sin he had ever committed, he could escape. Kawis searched through his memories and decided to enter the date of Nagari's death. But he didn't even remember when they killed him. Instead of feeling regret, he cursed Nagari for not dying on a holiday. The water in the tank kept rising. With no other choice, he had to cut off his hand using a blade. At first, he refused, but desperation took over. He pressed the blade into his skin and began slicing. When he reached the bone, the knife got stuck. It wasn't sharp enough. Kawis struggled but couldn't go through with it. Eventually, he drowned. Maria pulled his lifeless body from the tank and hugged it tightly. She whispered that the greatest sin he had ever committed was simply being born. Days later, Okaya tried calling Kawis, but received no answer. Then, Nagari's father, Taichiro, who worked as a detective, arrived at the school. He stood in front of Okaya to begin an investigation into Kawis' disappearance. Okaya warmly greeted Taichiro, speaking with respect and friendliness. He even requested Taichiro to help find Kawase as quickly as possible. During their conversation, Taichiro mentioned his son, Nagari, reminding Okaya that they used to be classmates. Okaya's expression instantly shifted, and he put on a sad face as he called Nagari's death a tragic accident. Taichiro smiled gently, saying it brought him comfort that the students still remembered his son. He also shared that ever since Maria divorced him, he had never spoken about their son with anyone. Meanwhile, Kinugawa and the others were at a restaurant. He grew annoyed seeing how the others behaved as if everything was normal, so he brought up Kawase's sudden disappearance. But Shirokimi dismissed his concern, saying she didn't care and told Kinugawa to stop thinking about it. This angered Kinugawa. He insisted that Kawase was still their friend. Shirokimi rolled her eyes, told him not to get emotional, and left, saying she had plans to go fishing. Later, Shirokimi was seen in a hotel room with an adult man. Before anything could happen, another man barged in, accusing the adult of trying to sleep with a minor. It became clear that Shirokimi had set the situation up intentionally for money. While showering afterward, her thoughts drifted to Okaya. At school, Kawase's homeroom teacher approached Maria, asking about his whereabouts. Maria calmly replied that she didn't know anything. But as the teacher turned to leave, she brought up a matter concerning Shirokimi, who was one of his students. Shortly after, Shirokimi came storming toward Kinugawa and the fat student, furious. She accused them of revealing her side job. Maria had told the teacher about Shikimi's actions, but Shirokimi assumed Kinugawa and the fat one were the ones who had snitched. She was about to attack Kinugawa when he grabbed her leg and demanded she stop accusing her own friends. Unbeknownst to them, Maria stood behind the door, silently watching everything unfold. Her investigation was over. It was now time to act. A while ago, Nagari had been falsely accused of stealing Shikimi's gym clothes after they were found in his bag. Despite his desperate denial, no one had believed him. That incident had completely destroyed his image in the class. Maria had discovered all of this in Nagari's notes. Now, Shirokimi had become her next target. The following day, Okaya gathered everyone and revealed that Kawase had been missing for 3 weeks. Despite the police looking into it, there were no leads. Some believed he had gone on a trip or met with an accident, but Okaya suspected something darker. He might have been murdered. He warned them to stay alert, as it seemed like someone was targeting them. Later in class, Shirokimi searched her bag and realized her gym clothes were missing. When she questioned her classmates, Kinugawa snapped at her, telling her to shut up. In the heat of their argument, she kicked his bag. When it spilled open, her missing gym clothes fell out. Enraged, Shirokimi confronted Kinugawa. He fired back, yelling that she was framing him, just like she did with Nagari. Everyone in the classroom heard the outburst. Panicking, Shirokimi laughed it off, claiming it was just an act. To shift attention, she repeated her accusation and said Kinugawa stole her clothes during her chemistry class. Kinugawa responded that he had been in the toilet, but she refused to believe him. At that moment, Maria entered the classroom and calmly stated that Kinugawa had been with her during that time. She asked Shirokimi to explain herself. Kinugawa backed her up, saying Maria had called him in for a consultation before class. Shirokimi realized she was losing control of the situation. To divert blame, she pointed fingers at a random boy who was just reading manga. But it was too late. No one believed her anymore. The class murmured about Nagari and mocked Shirokimi, saying no one would want her gym clothes anyway. Maria stepped in and told everyone to stop, reminding them there was no evidence. She warned Shirokimi that if she kept accusing others, she would soon be left completely alone. But the damage was done. Everyone looked at her with cold eyes. Shirokimi shoved Maria aside and stormed out, insisting she wasn't a loner. Maria followed and caught up to her, softly saying, "You're such a pitiful child, aren't you?" That single sentence froze Shirokimi. It turns out Maria had planted her gym clothes in Kinugawa's bag after calling him into a meeting. Everything was part of her plan. And it worked perfectly. Later, Shirokimi sat in a car with a man, determined to take revenge on Maria. That night, as Maria headed home, a group of men ambushed her. She tried to escape but got caught. At home, Shirokimi waited, expecting news of Maria's defeat. Instead, the door opened, and Maria entered with icy eyes. The next thing Shirokimi knew, she was tied up and hanging over a large pit. It was time for her judgment. Maria explained how she dealt with the attackers, tossed 2 of them and seduced the ringleader into a trap. From him, she also learned everything about Shikimi's plan. Maria told her that she and Kawase had no awareness of the pain they had caused. Hearing Kawase's name, Shirokimi finally understood why he vanished. Now it was her turn. A candle slowly burned the rope she was hanging from. Below her, the pit was filled with swarming insects. But Maria gave her one chance. She could send a message to one person without revealing her situation. At first, Shirokimi felt relieved, until she saw the phone had no SIM card. Maria showed her a box full of blades and said the sim had accidentally fallen in. Now, Shirkimi had to use her mouth to search for it. She tried moving the cutters with her face but got cut right away. Tears filled her eyes as she cried, asking why this was happening. Maria told her to stop pretending to be a victim. She explained that Shikimi's suffering was nothing but the outcome of her own cruelty. Suddenly, Shirkimi recalled how she forced Nagari to search for his keys in the nail box with his mouth. And now she knew. Maria was Nagari's mother. Shirkimi realized Maria's final goal, Okaya. Despite her own fear of pain, she plunged her face into the box, frantically searching for the sim. Her feelings for Okaya were so strong that she didn't care about herself anymore. All that mattered was warning him. Eventually, she found the sim, but her face and mouth were covered in cuts. When Maria allowed her to choose someone to message, she picked Okaya. But when she opened their chat, she saw a harsh truth. She was the only one who ever tried talking to him. He had never cared. Still, she asked Maria to send the message. "If you like me, come to this place immediately." She wanted to send that message, however, she doesn't have courage and messaged the guy who she has sent before to attack Maria. In the message, she told him she had a new target who could get the money. But the man rejected her and cursed her in response. It turned out that during their time at the hotel, Maria had revealed everything to him, how Shirkimi used him and insulted him on private social media. Shikimi's habit of using people had caught up with her. Now she was alone. Even then, she didn't regret anything. She believed Okaya would eventually kill Maria and reunite her with Nagari. Without another word, Maria cut the rope. Shirkimi fell into the hole. When she landed, she discovered the ground was coated in honey. The insects swarmed her, drawn to the sweet scent, and began devouring her alive. Only then did she begin to cry and beg for forgiveness. But it was already far too late. After some days, Kinugawa and Okaya were interrogating a gangster who used to be in Shikimi's gangster team. While crying, Kinugawa asked him where Shirkimi was, but the guy didn't know where she was. In the end, even after beating the guy severely, they didn't get any answer. Then, Okaya revealed his thoughts about the situation. Okaya concludes that Shirkimi didn't know where Kawis went, and Kawis most likely didn't have any connection with Shikimi's gangster team. Meaning, questioning those gangsters will get them nothing. So, Okaya assumes that the one who killed Shikim and Kawis is most likely Nagari's parents. Now, Ijima, who used to be with Shirkimi, is a concern left for Maria. At the day when she eliminated Shirkimi, she kidnapped Ijima and questioned him. Meaning, if Ijima got caught by police, he will most likely call out Maria's name, which will cause problems for Maria. On the day when she kidnapped him, she didn't kill him because he wasn't her target. But now after a week, she has realized that even if she doesn't kill him, she has to remove every point of concern. Since the day Maria has killed Shirkimi, Ijima has not gone home. There's also a chance that he might run away due to the fact that Shirkimi might expose his crimes. Regardless, before the police find him, Maria has to find Ijima before them. Maria knows that Ijima always conducts his trades in the club every week, so she went to a club to find him. But while she was looking for him, Kinugawa spotted her and asked her what she was doing in a club. She answered that clubs are meant for adults, so she can come here. But Kinugawa is still suspicious because he thinks that Maria isn't the type of woman to come to a club. Suddenly, he remembers that when Shikim's gym clothes appeared in his bag, and after that she stopped coming to school. The last person that went after her was Maria. Hearing that, Maria realized that if she gave a straight answer to him, she'd most likely get caught. So, she started crying in front of Kinugawa, saying that she already knew that it was her fault. Maria said that when Shirkimi started accusing everything during that gym clothes incident, she went to her and told her that if she kept on accusing everyone, she would become very miserable. While crying, Maria said to Kinugawa that if she had chosen different words at that time, Shirkimi would have been fine. Seeing her crying, Kinugawa didn't ask further questions and said to her that he already knew she hadn't done anything wrong. When Kinugawa was about to leave, Maria stopped him and asked if he had any hint about where Shirkimi would have gone. Kinugawa answered that it's none of her business, but she started shouting saying that she's Shikimi's teacher, so she has to do anything she can to find her. Right then, Kinugawa spotted Ijima and immediately jumped him. But it turns out that the guy just had a hairstyle that was like Ijima's. Still, Kinugawa didn't stop and was about to hit the guy, asking him why he has such a misleading hairstyle. Before he could hit him, Maria grabbed his hand, telling that violence is bad. But Kinugawa was so strong that he easily broke free from Maria's grip and hit the ground. While crying, Kinugawa finally answered Maria's question, saying that Kawis and Shirkimi are already dead. And now he's trying to find the one who killed them so he could punish them. Kinugawa is the type of guy who will do anything for his friends. even if it means using violence to fulfill his friend's wishes. Now that his two friends have died, he's really angry. No matter who came in his path, he will take down anyone. Now that he used a violence on a guy, the guard arrived there and asked him to come with him. But Kinugawa didn't listen and beat down the guard. Suddenly, a police officer arrived there which caused Kinugawa to run away. That police officer was Taiichiro, Maria's ex-husband. Seeing him, Maria also left the club immediately. It turns out that the police have already found Iijima. When Maria went home and turned on the TV to see the news, she learned that police had found the body of a man on K Mountain. She was shocked to see that the body that police had found was Iijima's. After the investigation, it was revealed that Iijima was killed by someone a week ago. Police also found out that last time Iijima was seen leaving a building in T-Town. So, the police have decided to go there to further investigate. Meanwhile, Maria is also wondering how Iijima died. 1 week ago when Sikkim used her chance to message Iijima, he was well alive as he also messaged back. And from Kinugawa's reaction that she saw in the club, she also can't be the culprit. Iijima has his own enemy but the timing is too perfect to just brush it off as a coincidence. As she found with Iijima and her group while keeping the placement of cameras in mind, there's a chance the one who killed Iijima was at the scene. She wonders if the culprit knows her. In the meantime, Kinugawa is getting angry because Iijima died without his permission. While Kinugawa wasn't thinking straight, Okaya and Ajiki were taking everything into consideration to try to find out if the Shirkimi and Kawase case is related to this Iijima's death or not. Okaya assumes that Iijima's isn't killed by the one who killed Shirkimi and Kawase. Because Iijima's body was easily found by police, like an amateur doing a bad job in his work. On the other hand, in Shirkimi and Kawase's case, no evidence has been left behind by the culprit, which means a third party has entered the game. Meanwhile, Maria is thinking that if Iijima was killed due to a personal grudge, there wouldn't be any issue for her. However, the timing is just too perfect for that. She assumes that this occurrence has something to do with her revenge. She assumes that the culprit knows the relationship between her and Iijima, and for some reason decided to commit a crime to keep their relationship secret. If this is the reason, there's a possibility that the culprit would try to come in contact with her. Right then, Iijima entered the room and asked Maria if she had free time to talk to her. When Maria asked her to say what she wanted, she revealed that she was at the place when Kawase went missing. Hearing that, Maria wondered if she was seen by her. If Maria was seen by Iijima, there's a chance she also knows about all the things she's done until now. She said that she was getting tortured by Kawase at the moment he disappeared. She said that she was too scared to become a suspect to the police. So, she kept it a secret. In the end, it turns out that Iijima didn't see Maria committing any crime. To comfort Iijima, she hugged her and said that her secret will be safe with her. After that, Maria went to a shop and asked the boy to tell her about the Iijima's incident. This shopkeeper boy is Yuda, who used to study in the same class as Nagari. Yuda was also getting bullied by those four who used to bully Nagari. While sitting in the car, Yuda demands to know how Maria knew it was him. She revealed that she learned about him from the notes that Nagari had left behind. She learned that Yuda was supposed to be dropped out from the school, but she spotted him wearing the school uniform and following her via security cameras in school. And also the only that would have been benefited from Iijima's murder was Maria, and the only reason culprit would help her is because that person is also a victim. This was all the reason that led Maria to Yuda. After confirming it was Yuda who killed Iijima, she asked him why he decided to help her. He revealed that from the start he always ran away from his problems. Yuda still regrets how he left behind Nagari to suffer in school, and he alone ran away. After Nagari died, Yuda couldn't stand seeing the one who killed Nagari living a happy and peaceful life. From that moment he decided to punish them. Yuda's first target was Kawase. He wanted to crush his eyes and slit his throat. He wants to rob him of his ability to scream and slice open his stomach. He wanted to pull out his intestines and stuff it into his mouth. But he was too scared to do it. When he lost all hope, Maria appeared before his eyes. Yuda followed her around and saw killing Kawase. Even though Yuda wanted to assist her, she did her job so perfectly that Yuda wasn't able to provide any help. One day, he saw Maria with Iijima. He knew that Iijima is linked to Shirkimi, and to destroy all evidence, Maria should kill her. But he couldn't believe that she let him live. So, he thought that he should kill him to help Maria. In the end, he killed Iijima and buried him near the road. After revealing everything, Yuda asked her to use him for her revenge however she wants. But Maria suddenly pulled out her mobile and showed that she had recorded everything that Yuda said. She said that she has all the evidence now which she can use to make Yuda the prime suspect for all the crimes she has committed until now. Saying that, she asked him to get out of her car. After he left, she rode her car away thinking that if she had killed Ijima in the hotel that day, then Yuda would haven't entered this mess. She didn't want the guy who Nagari saved to commit crimes and go to jail. At night, Kinugawa was infiltrating Nagari's house to find evidence. Because Okaya said that Nagari's parents are the prime suspects, that's why Kinugawa is here to find evidence. While Kinugawa was searching the house, Yuda was standing outside ready to record the video. He is doing this to show his value to Maria and help her in her revenge. But before he could do that, Taichiro also arrived outside the house. When Yuda saw Taichiro entering the house, he knew that if Kinugawa got caught here, the revenge plan would be all for nothing. So to make Kinugawa know someone was coming, he dropped a stone in the house. Without wasting a moment, Kinugawa hid on the balcony. Seeing the broken window, Taichiro thought that some naughty kid threw a stone and just left the room. Kinugawa thought that he was safe and decided to enter the room again to continue his search. But immediately after he stepped inside the room, Taichiro came back because he was suspicious. Seeing him, Kinugawa didn't wait a moment and decided to knock out Taichiro and run away. But Taichiro was surprisingly strong and easily overpowered Kinugawa. So to knock him out, Kinugawa picked up the family picture and broke it. This made Taichiro really angry. But before he could do anything, Kinugawa threw the picture toward him and then launched a barrage of punches at Taichiro's face. Even after getting severely beaten, Taichiro tried to save not himself but a picture of his family. After that, Kinugawa just left the place to save himself. When he left, he looked around to see who threw a rock to save him and spotted. Yuda tried to run away from him, but he eventually got caught. But before Kinugawa could do anything, Maria sent him flying by crashing a car into him. In the next moment, Kinugawa found himself tied up with target points around his body. Then, Maria came there holding a crossbow and said, "It's time for the hunt." Even though Kinugawa was tied up, he still got up and tried to kick her, but she dodged it. When he was about to attack her again, Kinugawa noticed that his one leg was really injured. Sitting on the ground, Kinugawa asked her why she killed his friends. So, she showed him a video in which he is bullying Nagari. Seeing the video and remembering Okaya telling him the culprits are most likely Nagari's parents, Kinugawa finally realized that Maria is Nagari's mother. Kinugawa called the Maria's reason for killing his friends stupid. He said that Nagari was stupid and kept getting in their way, that's why they just taught him a little lesson. Kinugawa is getting angry just because Nagari died without their permission. He started saying that Nagari was causing them trouble before, and now that he has died, his mother is causing them trouble. So to shut him up, Maria shot an arrow in his mouth. Maria explained to him the rules of the game that they're about to play. The rules are simple: if Kinugawa survives until the fireworks display ends, it'll be his victory. Many people are firing fireworks today, but today's a festival. Kinugawa immediately runs inside the forest thinking that he'll pretend to run away and will catch Myra when she tries to catch him. Even though his leg is injured, his mouth is pierced with an arrow, he's still smiling. It turns out that Maria already knew what he's thinking and decided to play along with it because she doesn't want to give him a peaceful death. While running, Kinugawa broke the arrow by biting it, and then removed it from his mouth using his tongue as his hands were tied up. Using the broken piece of arrow, he freed himself. Some time later, Maria also arrived there while finding Kinugawa. It turns out that Kinugawa was waiting for her while hiding in the tree, and immediately when he saw her, he jumped down to attack her. But Maria already knew his plan, and shot him with an arrow. That arrow pierced his ear and pinned him to the tree. Even though it was a perfect chance for Maria to kill, she gave him another chance and asked him to use his brain this time. Kinugawa took that chance, and to free himself from the arrow, he tore his ear into 2 points and ran away. Even after doing that, he didn't show any expression of being scared or being in pain. After some running, he found a building. This is the same place where he used to torment Nagari. In the meantime, Okaya and Ajiki were at the festival. It's been 30 minutes since Okaya messaged Kinugawa, but he hasn't received any answer. So, Okaya assumed that Kinugawa had been caught. Somehow, Okaya knows that Kinugawa didn't get caught by the police. It turns out that Okaya has installed GPS on all of his friends' mobiles, so he knows where Kinugawa actually is. Without wasting a moment, Okaya and Ajiki leave the festival to go and save Kinugawa. While sitting in the car, Ajiki asked Okaya if he really saw them as his friends. When Okaya answered yes, Ajiki asked him about his definition of friends. Okaya answered that friend means ally, friends are the one who helped each other during hard times, that's why the more friends you have the better. Hearing that, Ajiki asked him about why he is enjoying this situation and seeing his friends dying. Okaya answered with a concerned face that he's not enjoying seeing his friend die. Ajiki knows that Okaya is enjoying the situation but he himself isn't aware of it. So, he asked him why he gets angry at his friends whenever they talk about Nagari. He asked Okaya about his relationship with Nagari. Okaya said that he considered Nagari his enemy because no matter how much they bully him, he never ran away. This is the reason why he liked tormenting Nagari the most. After saying that, he asked Ajiki that they should now focus on finding Kinugawa. Okaya assumes that he's still alive because the one who has captured Kinugawa will first bully him and kill painfully. As Kinugawa is really strong, there's a chance they might be able to save him. Meanwhile, Kinugawa entered the building and looking around, he remembered how he used to play with Nagari here. In this place, Kinugawa used to play a game of hide and seek with Nagari. If Nagari got caught within 30 minutes, he'll get punished. In the present, when Kinugawa entered a room where Nagari used to hide, the room exploded. Kinugawa got caught in fire and got really injured. Right then, Maria also arrived there and asked the injured Kinugawa if he had already died. As Kinugawa is really strong, he ignored the pain and tried to run away. But before he could run away, Maria shot her in the shoulder. Seeing how Kinugawa is enduring all the pain, she asked him if he's some kind of monster. Then, she led an angry Kinugawa to a second room. When Kinugawa reached the room, Maria opened the door and some arrows came flying and hit Kinugawa at different places. The things that pierced him weren't arrows, but some little spiky rods that were connected with wires. Before he took them out, Maria turned on the electricity which caused Kinugawa to get shocked all over his body. He thought that he'd survive if he took out these sticky rods. He used full force to pull them out. In the process, he even had to pull out his own eye with his own hands. Now he is really injured and can't even move. He finally starts to get scared after he realizes that everything that is happening to him is the same that he did to Nagari. With that, Maria brings out a chainsaw and decides to finally end Kinugawa's life. When Kinugawa was just a kid, he used to get bullied by his own teacher. One day when he was going home after getting bullied by his teacher, Okaya stopped him and asked him if he wanted revenge. Okaya told him to come to the counseling room after class tomorrow if he wants revenge. The next day when Kinugawa went there, he saw the same teacher who used to bully him, bowing in front of Okaya. From that day onward, Kinugawa, with the help of Okaya, started bullying the teacher. One day, Okaya asked the teacher to send him the naked picture of his daughter. If he didn't send it, Okaya will report the teacher to authorities for bullying Kinugawa, which will also destroy his life. The teacher started crying asking Okaya to not bring his daughter into this. The next day, Kinugawa was shocked to learn that the teacher has committed suicide. When he asked Okaya why he went this far, he answered that he did this just because he wanted to be friends with Kinugawa. Hearing that, Kinugawa forgot everything and decided to be friends with Okaya. In the present, while Maria is cutting his fingers and limbs slowly, he thought that Maria is similar to Okaya. One by one, and slowly, Maria chased behind Kinugawa and cut his fingers one by one. Slowly, she also cut down Kinugawa's piece of meat. Kinugawa started crying saying that he surrendered. He asked Maria to stop and said that he'd do anything if she just let him live. Hearing his begging, Maria reminds him that Nagari also used to ask them to stop bullying in the same way, but they never stopped. At the end of some beautiful cutting session, Kinugawa is barely alive with cuts all over his body. Before killing him, Maria asked him how they could enjoy tormenting someone. She said that she tried to imitate them while killing them, but she never gets joy in killing or torturing someone.
Yuruma entered the school with one goal, revenge. But before acting, he wanted to see if his bullies had changed or if they were still the same cruel people. Surprisingly, one of them, Madoka, started acting friendly. He spent time with Yuruma, treating him like a real friend. For a while, Yuruma thought maybe Madoka had changed. But one day, everything became clear. Madoka had only been pretending. It was all a trap. He kidnapped Yuruma, along with a girl who was somewhat close to him. Now, both of them were tied to chairs, completely at Madoka's mercy. Madoka did everything he could to make Yuruma scream, inflicting pain in every way he could think of, but Yuruma remained silent. He had already endured far worse suffering. Frustrated, Madoka decided to strangle him. As his grip tightened around Yuruma's neck, something unexpected happened. Yuruma managed to break free. In an instant, the situation flipped. Yuruma overpowered Madoka, knocking him unconscious. When Madoka woke up, he found himself tied up and hanging. Yuruma stood before him, calm but merciless. "Congratulations," he said. "You're the first." He picked up an air gun, the same type Madoka had once used to torment him. Then, he held up a mirror. Madoka's eyes widened in horror. His skin had been peeled off. Even the slightest touch would bring unbearable pain. Yuruma pressed against the exposed flesh, making Madoka scream in agony. Without hesitation, he fired the air gun. Madoka writhed in unbearable pain until, at last, his body went still. Yuruma stared at his lifeless form. This was only the beginning. Now, it was Ushiro's turn. Yuruma asked around the school about him, but to his surprise, everyone described Ushiro as a kind and cool guy. Then, a girl mentioned something interesting. Ushiro had a girlfriend named Karen. They were happy together until one day, Karen suddenly disappeared. After that, Ushiro fell into deep depression and eventually left the school. But the truth was far from what people believed. Elsewhere, Ushiro entered a dimly lit room, carrying food in his hands. Inside, Karen sat in terrible conditions, weak, exhausted, and trapped. Ushiro hadn't lost her. He had kidnapped her. Now knowing the truth, Yuruma set his plan into motion. It took time, effort, and careful planning, but in the end, he succeeded. Ushiro was captured. And now, the second act of revenge began. Ushiro woke up, tied to a chair, completely naked. Yuruma stood before him, holding a strange-looking device. He calmly explained that it was a medieval torture device. When the key was turned, the device would slowly expand, like an opening umbrella. Then, Yuruma revealed something else. Beneath Ushiro's chair was a hole. Without hesitation, he inserted the device through it and began turning the key. Pain surged through Ushiro's body as the device opened inside him, stretching and tearing him apart from the inside. His screams filled the room, but Yuruma remained unmoved. And this was only the beginning. For the second round, Karen entered the room, her expression empty. The girl who had once loved Ushiro now saw him as the reason her life was ruined. In her hands, she held a smaller version of the same device. Without a word, she placed it in the hole at the base of Ushiro's most sensitive flesh. Then, she turned the key. The pain was beyond anything Ushiro had ever imagined. His body convulsed as unbearable agony consumed him. And then, with one final twist, his body could take no more. His meat burst apart, and his life ended in excruciating pain. Karen stared at his lifeless body. Her suffering had ended, but so had her purpose. Moments later, she took her own life. Now, it was Kuji's turn. Kuji hadn't changed at all. He was still the same cruel bully, going around tormenting weaker students just for fun. One day, Yuruma met a girl who had also been a victim of the same people who had ruined his life. She reminded him of the time he had helped her when they were just kids. Because of that, she genuinely loved Yuruma and wanted to stay by his side. Not long after, during the school festival, Yuruma and the other students were waiting for Shikagawa, who was supposed to take part in their school play. But something felt off. When she didn't show up, Yuruma's instincts told him something was wrong. He stepped outside to look for her, and soon found her in a dark alley, her clothes torn, her body trembling. It didn't take long to realize what had happened. Kuji had attacked her, punishing her simply because she had gotten in his way. Seeing her like that, something inside Yuruma snapped. He wouldn't let this go. That same night, Yuruma sent a letter to Kuji, challenging him to come to his house. Kuji, confident that he could take Yuruma down, arrived without hesitation. But it was a trap. By the time he realized it, it was too late. He was bound tightly, lying on a cold stone table, both his hands and feet secured. Yuruma stood over him, silent but resolute. In his hands was a small device, a medieval thumb crusher. He placed it over Kuji's thumbs and slowly turned the key. The metal pressed down, squeezing the bones inch by inch. Kuji's screams filled the room as unbearable pain shot through his hands. When both his thumbs were completely crushed, Yuruma loosened the ropes and walked away. Seeing his chance, Kuji tried to run. But the moment he took a step, he collapsed. Confused, he looked down. His toes were broken. He couldn't stand, let alone escape. Before he could process what was happening, Yuruma grabbed him again and secured him to a massive wooden wheel. The ropes tied around his hands and feet connected to the wheel in such a way that if it turned, his limbs would be stretched until they tore apart. Yuruma grasped the handle and began to turn. The tension increased with every rotation. Kuji screamed, his body straining against the force pulling him apart. The pain was unbearable. Desperate, he cried out for help. Hugh, help me. Hugh, the leader of the bullies. The one who had tormented Yuruma the most. And then, as if answering his call, Hugh appeared. Kuji's eyes widened in relief. He thought Hugh had come to save him. But then, something shocking happened. Hugh stepped forward, took Yuruma's place, and began turning the wheel himself. Kuji's relief turned to horror. The ropes pulled tighter, his skin tearing, his bones snapping. The pain was beyond anything he had ever felt, yet he was still alive, left to suffer. Then, the truth was revealed. It wasn't Q. It was Yuruma's grandfather. They had given Kuji a drug, one that made him see the face of the person he most wanted to see in his final moments. And with that, Kuji was left to die in excruciating agony. Now, it was Kuga's turn. Kuga was in a relationship with a girl named Anna, but he didn't truly care about her. He treated her like property, beating her whenever he pleased. Yet, despite everything, Anna endured it, believing that one day she could change him. But Kuga was beyond saving. He wasn't just abusive to Anna. He assaulted other girls and bullied countless people. Yuruma had been watching him for a long time, studying his every move. And when the time was right, he put his plan into motion. The first step was kidnapping Anna. After taking her, Yuruma sent a picture of her to Kuga, along with a message, telling him to come to his house. This time, there were no traps, no elaborate torture devices. When Kuga arrived, he found Yuruma sitting in the center of the room, wearing a judo uniform. Yuruma challenged him to a one-on-one fight. Kuga, who was also a judo master, accepted without hesitation. But by the time the fight ended, Kuga lay on the ground, completely broken, his body bruised, his strength gone. Then, Yuruma brought out a barrel. It was filled with water and live shrimps. But that wasn't all. There was fire burning underneath, heating the water. Without a word, Yuruma forced Kuga inside. As the water grew hotter, the shrimps started attacking his body, eating away at his flesh. Kuga thrashed and screamed in agony, but there was no escape. Yuruma left him there and stepped out of the room. But when he returned later, something was wrong. The barrel was empty. Kuga was gone. It turned out that Anna had freed him and taken him to a nearby shed, trying to treat his wounds. But instead of being grateful, Kuga betrayed her. He overpowered Anna, violated her, and then killed her. When Yuruma entered the shed and saw her lifeless body, he broke down in tears. "This is my fault," he muttered, guilt washing over him. But before he could process it, Kuga attacked from behind, tying Yuruma up with ropes. Now helpless, Yuruma endured Kuga's brutal punches, his body aching from the beating. But then he saw something. A knife lying on the ground nearby. With a sudden burst of strength, Yuruma lunged forward, grabbing the knife and cutting himself free. He didn't hesitate. Grabbing a large stone, he smashed it against Kuga's head. Then again, and again. Yuruma was filled with pure rage. He wouldn't stop. He couldn't stop. Kuga had to die. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed outside. Right then, an officer burst into the house, his eyes widening in shock as he saw Yuruma, drenched in blood, standing over Kuga's broken body. But Yuruma didn't freeze. Without hesitation, he strangled the police officer and killed him. As the body hit the floor, Yuruma muttered under his breath, "One more person left. This hero has just killed the Demon King and saved the world from monsters. But in return, he didn't get any praises or a peaceful life. He was betrayed by his own people and marked as a traitor. In the end, he was executed. But before dying, he said that he will kill everyone who betrayed him. In the next moment, he was in front of Goddess. The Goddess is the goddess of love, who loves Raoul so much that she's ready to do anything for him. So he asked her to send him back if she loves him. Meanwhile on Earth, the princess, who executed Raoul, is beating her servant very brutally just because she didn't like her dress. The night girl was standing there thinking about how 1 month ago, the soldiers protecting the gate died mysteriously. She reports to the princess to not go out for her marriage parade in this situation because many people are dying of diseases this month and gate soldiers have also been annihilated. But the princess doesn't care about her people. She called her people filth and refused to cancel her parade. She said that if she even get a scratch on her skin, she will execute her and all the soldiers that are under her. And the knight just blushed. She loves princesses so much that she is ready to do anything for her, even if it means killing innocent people or her own soldiers. With that, Princess went out for a parade with her future husband. Even though the princess doesn't love him, she is marrying him just to bear a child, so she could make him king and take over the empire. The guy Princess used to love is Raoul the hero. She loved his gaze so much that she wanted to grape him without wasting a moment. But Raoul refuses her proposal because he doesn't like her. Just for that reason, she made Raoul a traitor and executed him. Now we learn that the princess's name is Victoria, and the night girl name is Sandra. When Victoria reached the stage to get God's prayer, she had to wave hands to her people. She is doing this not because she loves them, she's just thinking of them as a meat shield and waving her hand. While the priest was praying for Victoria's happy married life, she heard a very familiar voice which scared her to the core. With that, Raoul reveals himself with an evil laugh and says that he's returned to take his revenge. When Raoul was with the goddess, she offered him to stay with her for eternity in heaven. But he refused and said that first he will purge all evil from earth, then he'll be happy. In the end, the goddess had to unseal Raoul's full powers and send him back to earth. When first Raoul appeared in front of the goddess, she sealed almost all of his powers and then sent him to earth as a hero. But now Raoul wants all his powers unsealed to get his revenge. With that, he returned to earth. And the first thing he did after returning was to annihilate all the gatekeepers. Now after 1 month, Raoul is standing in front of Victoria. Both Victoria and Sandra are refusing to believe that this is real hero Raoul and calls him a fake. But Raoul doesn't bother talking to them and immediately grabs Victoria from her hair. When Sandra was about to move forward to stop him, he popped the heads of many of her soldiers in an instant. Seeing the situation, all the people started running away in panic. But Raoul stopped them. He asked them to not go before seeing the masterpiece that he'll prepare in front of them. Meanwhile, Victoria's soon-to-be husband was so scared that he peed his pants calling for his mom. When Raoul saw him, he used his magic and forced the guy to hold Victoria. With that, Raoul said that the blood wasn't looking good on her clothes and tore her clothes apart in front of everyone. Victoria still hasn't understood her situation completely. She asked Raoul to not touch her if he doesn't want to go through the experience of dying once more. She asked Raoul to kneel and apologize to her if he wanted to survive. I think she is really dumb. Suddenly, Sandra shouted from behind, asking Raoul to fight them honorably. Hearing that, Raoul decided to remind her how they captured him to execute him. When Raoul was about to leave for Demon King's subjugation, he said goodbye to the people of the village he loved the most. After he successfully defeated the Demon King, the princess ordered her knights to kill all the village people and capture the hero. Hearing the story, Sandra refused to admit that she committed a crime. She just said that it was the princess's order, so it wasn't a crime. She said out loud that the princess was the one who ordered her to execute all of the village's people. Even though she wanted to say it in a low voice, Raoul amplified her voice with magic, because of which everyone who was present there heard about their princess's true nature. Victoria got really angry because her personal knights revealed all her wrongdoings. Suddenly, Sandra moved and punched the princess on her face. Raoul didn't stop there. With his magic, he forced Sandra to hit Victoria again and again and ruined her beautiful face. With that, Raoul has finally decided to move on to the final stage. He is now going to punish Victoria for killing his sister. Just before the Raoul left for Demon King's subjugation, he met her pregnant sister and said goodbye to her. When he returned, he was immediately captured by the princess to get executed. Before killing him, the princess shows him something to make his death more painful. She showed him his sister, pierced by many swords and dead on the ground of the church. Now, for the finale, what Raoul did is to destroy Victoria's internal organs, so she will never be able to bear a child in the future. While doing that, Raoul suppressed his anger as much as he could to not kill her this fast. Victoria still hasn't lost her pride and asked Raoul to apologize. She said that he was just her tool who completed his work and should have died. Raoul didn't say anything and was about to leave saying that today's performance is over. He said that he will return again when her beautiful face returns to normal. After that, Raoul came to the church where his sister died to say hello to her. He said that he has already killed the priest who sold her. The priest's name was Gusaf. Raoul said that he exposed his true nature in front of everyone and then killed him brutally. With that, the first act is completed and now it's time for the second act. Meanwhile, the princess was brutally beating Sandra for not protecting her properly. She said that if she was under control, she should have cut her legs to protect her. Before leaving the cell, Victoria asked the guard to keep on beating Sandra with no rest. In the forest, a guy was hurrying somewhere to deliver a secret message from the princess. This message is for the guy who is strong enough to cross swords with the hero. But right there, he was ambushed by some goblins and was about to die. He was so close to getting killed when a guy appeared and saved her. This man is the strongest swordsman in the kingdom who is considered strong enough to fight against Hero Raul. After some time, the swordsman was in his house with his family eating food. He said to his family that he will depart today for the kingdom to kill Hero Raul. But before he left, he had one final and very special dish to eat. When the dish came in, two kids said that they also wanted to take a bite. But he refused, saying that they should hunt their own prey. He said that he has hunted this one today. Do you guys understand what this means? It means he killed the messenger and is now eating him. When the swordsman left, both kids asked him to bring back the hero's head for them. In the next moment, to practice hunting, both kids started hunting a little poor animal. But while they were doing that, Raul appeared behind them and said, "Let me also join your game." Then, Raul tied both of them up and forced the servants of the house to dig the ground. Everyone dug random places until one guy found bones of a human. Raul didn't let him stop and asked him to dig more, because hundreds of people got killed in this house. After some digging, they even found the bones and head of the poor messenger who just came to deliver a message but was cooked in the process. These kids who are tied up aren't scared. They get up with a smile and say that once their father returns, he will kill Raul. It turns out that they have already called the swordsman back and told him the situation, so he'll be here at any moment. The real reason why the kids were happy is that their mother is preparing to shoot a very deadly arrow at the hero. But before the arrow reached him, it deflected and pierced the mother. Mother started crying on the ground in pain, and in the end died brutally. Now the kids are crying and scared. Raul said that he will make kids fulfill their duty before the father returns. Meanwhile, in the forest, the swordsman hasn't received any message and is just resting a little. Suddenly, the messenger who he just killed yesterday appeared in front of him and said that the hero Raul is waiting for him at his house. On the other hand, Raul has already killed all the servants and is just waiting for the swordsman to return. Right then, the swordsman finally arrived there. Raul has already prepared a masterpiece for him. Just look at this. He reveals that he wasn't the one who did this, but swordsman kids did this to their mother. Raul forced them to prepare this masterpiece. Immediately, the swordsman started attacking Raul, asking him about the location of his sons. Raul answered that his sons are safe, and asked him if this scene reminds him of Raul's home village. When Raul was just a child, he used to live with his mother and sister happily. One day, when Raul and his sister, who was out of the village for some time, returned to the village, they saw that it's completely destroyed. There, the swordsman arrived and apologized for being late. At this moment, Raul showed the signs of being a hero and was taken in by the castle to fight against demons. Hearing the story, Swordsman revealed something more. He revealed that he was the one who attacked the village and also cooked his mother and ate her. But Raul didn't care because he already knew the whole story. With that, Swordsman run to attack him, thinking that he's a match for almighty Raul. After a round of some hardcore beating, the swordsman was becoming mentally unstable. He couldn't accept the fact that he, the strongest in the kingdom, is getting humiliated by Raul. After playing around a little, Raul destroyed both of the swordsman's hands and said, "We should head for the feast." After that, when the swordsman woke up, he was tied up to the chair. In front of him were his two sons completely drowned in drugs. Now guess what Raul is going to do here? He's about to cook. So, he went to the swordsman's youngest son and cut him piece by piece. Then, he cooks the son in front of his father and then forces him to eat. When he was about to do the same with elder son, the swordsman started crying, asking to at least let his son live. But Raul reminds him that his mother asked him to spare the life of a little kid in the same way. But he didn't stop. In the end, Raul kills him and completes the second act of his revenge. This is the kingdom's National Pharmaceutical Research Facility. But the researchers here are not sane people. This researcher Rina performs weird experiments on humans, mostly kids, to check how much a body can endure before dying or many other weird things. This guy Lucas is the military advisor. She gives Lucas some money to clear the bodies and other mess. One day, Research Institute supervisor Costa sent to Rina and asked her that they need immortal soldiers for the kingdom. She said she can't make immortal soldiers, but she can amplify soldiers' strength to thousands of times and make them explode after a certain amount of time to kill demons. For the test subjects, Costa's son Lumen went to hospital to get injured soldiers. He promised them that he has a drug that will heal them in no time. But when an innocent soldier went with him, Rene used them as test subjects to test her findings. After killing hundreds of innocent soldiers, they were successful in their Berserker experiment. In the present, Raoul is here to start his third act of revenge. Inside the building, all of them were panicking and were scared because they knew they had done something to anger Raoul. Lucas, the military advisor, asked them what they have to him in the past, but they refused to answer. Suddenly, Raoul threw a skeleton at the window with a message. He said that whoever leaves this building before midnight will survive. Hearing the message, Lucas said that after the strongest swordsman, he's the only one who can fight Raoul. But first he wants to learn what they did to him to make him angry. So they revealed that they did the Berserker experiment on young soldiers that were under Raoul's command. Suddenly, they remember that they have the drug that turns someone into a Berserker in their laboratory. So they immediately went to retrieve the drug before Raoul got it. But when they reached the place, it was already gone. Seeing the situation, they tried to escape by jumping out from the window, but the building was blocked with the magic, so they were stuck with Raoul. Just look at this panel of vengeful ogre accompanied by the dead. He is walking in the building with a skeleton, throwing paper with the game rules everywhere. The game is whoever will leave this building will survive. When the game begins, he orders the skeleton to capture all the researchers alive. After gathering them, Raoul forced them to drink the Berserker drug. After some time, all the researchers turned into monsters, and they were asking for water. After 15 minutes, all the Berserkers self-destructed and died on the spot, while Raoul was laughing standing in the middle. With that, he sent a new message to the main culprits telling them whoever gets caught first will die first. Hearing the message, Rene said that they should move to the room where hero Raoul will not be able to find them. But before moving there, she asked them if they should have a cup of tea first. When they sat down to drink, Lucas asked Rene to exchange with her because there's a chance she has mixed a drug into this tea to turn them into monsters and make them fight against Raoul while saving herself. But she revealed that she hadn't mixed any drug in both of their cups, meaning the drug is only in the tea of Costa and his son. She did this because she has realized that the one standing in front of her is not Lucas, but Raoul. She found out about this because earlier, Lucas said that Raoul follows a simple ruler, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. But how does Lucas know about that rule of his? This made her sure that this isn't Lucas, but Raoul. In the end, Raoul finally revealed himself, asking her, was the hint too obvious? Rene didn't get scared. She is waiting for Costa and her son to be turned into a monster and fight against Raoul. But even after 1 minute, nothing happened. It turns out that Costa and his son are already dead, which means Rene has lost the game. After that, Raoul dragged Rene to the first floor and forced her to swim through all the dead berserkers on the ground. After swimming through a disgusting pool of monsters, she finally reaches the laboratory where the final experiment will happen. Seeing Rene so scared, Raoul asked her why she was scared. She is the one who killed thousands of people in the name of experiment before, and now she is getting scared after seeing some dead monsters. But Rene got up and said that she never killed anyone or performed any disgusting experiments. Hearing that answer, Raoul put his hand on her hand and made her go through all the pain that she caused to others in an instant. This broke her completely, and she immediately agreed that she did perform experiments. Rene immediately started pleading for mercy. She said that she was just following orders. She said that his young soldiers died because the neighboring village didn't give them water. If they drank the water, they would have turned back into normal humans. But Raoul already knows all this. So Rene said that he should be taking revenge on the villagers, not on her. Raoul said that he will take revenge on them, but now it's her turn. Starting now, Raoul will start his human experiment on the test subject Rene. He tied her up to the chair and chose a random drug. Then, he forced her to drink that complete bottle without wasting a drop. Immediately, her throat started burning and she started crying in pain. After some time, her skin starts turning dark because of the high temperature inside of her body. Raoul strengthened her organs so she wouldn't die early on, but she will feel pain. In the end, Raoul decided to let her drink the antidote. But she had to make the antidote herself in this messed up condition. As Rene is a very experienced researcher, she was able to make an antidote even in this condition. When she thought that she won and now she'll be free, Raoul destroyed her happiness, saying that it's time for round 2. With that, Raoul proceeds on forcing her to drink more than 42 drugs, each causing more pain than the previous one. In the end, she was able to survive for more than 17 hours of hell. Now it's time for the villagers who committed sin. Meanwhile, these two cute and little girls went to a random village and told the villagers that they got lost in the forest and wanted a place to stay for the night. Surprisingly, the villagers were really good. They welcomed both kids and also gave them high-quality food. But the dark reality of these villagers was shown when both girls went to sleep. Villagers strangled both of them to death and stole all of their stuff. Next day, the same girl who they killed last night appeared in front of the village gate and asked the villagers about her little sister. Seeing her, the villagers got really scared and couldn't believe their eyes. It turns out that it was Raul, and he is here for the fourth act of revenge. At first, villagers weren't able to tell who this person was. So, Raul asked them if they hadn't heard the news of a hero going around the world exterminating real demons. Hearing that, the village chief asked him what they had done to make him angry. So Raul uses his magic to remind them what they did. One day when Raul arrived at a random village, it was completely destroyed by demons. When a demon was about to kill the kids that were left, Raul arrived there and saved them. Raul gave them his dagger and asked them to become soldiers if they want to protect their loved ones. After some years, those kids with more kids from other villages got together to be under Raul and fight against demons. These young soldiers' mission was just to transport goods to Raul to repay him for saving them from slums. But in the midway, they were stopped by Costa's son, who asked the kids to drink a drug because there's demons inside the forest from where they have to pass through. He said that this drug will help them fight against demons. But right after drinking the drug, all the kids turned into monsters. As they will turn back to humans after drinking water, in 15 minutes of becoming a monster, they started asking for water. They went to a nearby village after passing through the forest and asked for water. Even though they were strong enough to break the village's walls and get the water forcefully, innocent kids were so righteous that they didn't use force. Even in monster form, they controlled themselves and asked for water with respect. Innocent kids forced themselves to explain their situation. They told the villagers that they will turn back to humans if they just have a sip of water. But the villagers were worse than demons. They refused to hand over water without getting something in return. So they asked the innocent soldiers who have turned into monsters something valuable if they want water. In the end, 15 minutes passed, and all the kids died. But even when they were dying, they didn't use force or threaten the villagers for water. Even after seeing everything, the village chief refused to admit that they committed a crime. But Raul has other ways to prove their crimes. In the crowd, there was a child holding a dagger. This is the same dagger that Raul gave to a young kid after saving him. In the end, all the crimes that they have committed have been proved, and now it's time for their punishment. Hearing that, all the villagers started shouting that they were just following the chief's order and blah blah. But Raul doesn't care. Crime is a crime, even if they were forced to do it or simply following orders. With that, Raul uses his dark magic and takes all the villagers on a long walk. Villagers' legs are moving on their own with no control. After walking for whole days, villagers were very thirsty and were begging for water. Suddenly, they saw a village and thought that they would finally get to drink water. But in the next moment, they were back at the starting point. While the villagers were thirsty begging for water, Raul took out a water bottle and drank in front of them. Seeing him drinking water, villagers begged him to at least give them one sip of water. This is the same line those innocent soldiers said when they were begging for water. With that, their journey started again. After some walking, a lady asked Raul to at least let their children go. She asked him if he was heartless. Hearing that, Raul reminded them that the young soldiers who came to them were also children. He reminded them that they saw them dying. Now, they'll see their own children suffer in the same way. So, Raul uses his dark magic and turns the kids into the berserker monsters who beg for water. With that, the kids died and their journey began again. Meanwhile, in the Real village, the kids are actually safe. All of this is just an illusion created by Raul to punish villagers. After some walking, Raul changed the scenery into a burning desert. Because of extreme dehydration and heat, villagers' skin started to fall apart slowly. Seeing the situation, Raul finally decided to end the punishment and threw them in front of a random village. Now they can ask for water and survive. This village name is Malka Village, and the villagers who are getting punished by Raul, their village name was Nor Village. Seeing the people from Nor Village, Malka Village people immediately closed the doors, thinking that they might be enemies. When Malka people saw fellow humans asking for water, they decided to give them water and help them. But suddenly, Raul turned into one of the villagers and started shouting. He loudly warned Malka village people that if they don't give them water, they'll destroy their village and rob their everything. Hearing that, Malka village people got angry and asked them why they were threatening them. So Nor village chief said that this guy is trying to kill them and asked for help. Seeing the condition of No village people, Malka village people believed them and decided to help them. But then, Raul used his message and took the ribbon from a lady. He threw this ribbon toward a man from Malka village. When he saw the ribbon, he started crying because this ribbon is of his daughter who's been missing for 2 days. With this, Malka village people were sure that these Nor village people kidnapped their daughters and killed them. So, they started throwing rocks at them. In the end, all the village people died without getting a sip of water until the end. In the pile of dead bodies, the village chief was still alive, asking for water. Raul was standing in front of him with a water bottle and said, "How much will you be able to pay for this water?" Hearing those words, the village chief also died. Now the kids that were left in the village, it's their turn now. Raul didn't kill them. He used his magic and sent them to a nearby village. Using magic, Raul forced them to say that they wanted to become soldiers. With that, the 4th act of revenge is completed. Now it's time for the 5th act. The lead actresses for the 5th act are Sandra, the Kingdom Knight, and the Princess. Sandra is in very bad condition, getting beaten by guards non-stop. But Raul doesn't care. He will proceed with the revenge without stopping. Meanwhile, Victoria is getting mad because her soldiers still haven't found Raul. After she learned about the death of some high-ranking people of the country, she remembered that Raul has told her he'll come back when her face completely heals. In the meantime, Raul is standing in front of Sandra, whose condition is really bad. So to talk to her properly, Raul turned into Victoria and said that if she wants to reflect on hurting her princess, she has to do one thing. Sandra immediately agreed on doing whatever Princess wanted her. With that, Raul gave her sword and her armor back, and also gave her instructions on what she has to do. It turns out that Raul has ordered Sandra to kill soldiers in the castle. So, Sandra is now cutting the heads of any soldier she is ordered to in the name of Princess. In the next moment, Sandra reached the princess's throne room holding a freshly severed head. Seeing that, Victoria immediately ordered her people to capture Sandra. It turns out that Raul told Sandra that in this castle, there are some soldiers who are directly under the king, and those king soldiers can get in the way of Victoria's progress of taking over the country. That's why Sandra is killing all the suspicious people. After reaching the princess's throne room, Sandra proudly announced that on the princess's order, she had wiped out all the king's aides. Hearing that, all the people who were present there started pointing their fingers at Victoria. As Sandra has now ruined the princess's status even more, she got really angry and attacked Sandra. But because Raul has cast his magic on Sandra, Victoria's attack didn't reach her, and she got hit back in return. Because of that, Princess got even more angry and called Sandra evil. She announced in front of everyone that she is revoking Sandra's status as a knight. Then, Victoria ordered her people to throw Sandra inside the dungeon, and later she'll get executed. After taking care of Sandra, Victoria put on an evil smirk and thought that she'll be the one who'll be on the top in the end and will rule the kingdom as the very first queen. She knows that Raul is watching her right now, but she's not scared. She thought that she had a saint under her who would purify Raul's dark magic and defeat him. Seeing the princess laughing, the minister, who was standing right beside her throne, asked her why she was laughing. She answered that she is laughing thinking about the face that Raul made after getting caught by her. With that, the minister also leave the room with an evil smirk. It turns out this person was not the minister, but Raul. After some time, Sandra was put on the execution ground where she'll get executed in front of everyone. Soon, Victoria arrived on the stage to personally spectate her execution. She didn't came alone. She is here with Raul's former teammates. Then, Victoria started shouting that Sandra is the one who falsely accused her in front of the village and also incurred the hero's wrath. Victoria accuses Sandra of setting a village on fire and burning everyone alive. When Sandra tried to say that the princess was the one who ordered her to do that, the princess hit her on the head, calling her traitor to the country. Hearing that, all the people started chanting to kill Sandra. Meanwhile, the princess was happy because people's opinions of her are shifting and now people are calling Sandra a traitor instead of princess. After that, the execution started. All the people were ordered to throw stones at Sandra to execute her as painfully as possible. She was saying that she devoted her life to protect them. and everything she did was ordered by the princess. But people didn't listen. They were just here for fun. In the end, Princess ordered her soldiers to throw Sandra in the crowd of people. There, when Sandra was about to get graped by many people, Raoul arrived there. Seeing the situation, Raoul announces that to him, the princess here is the most evil. Raoul also announces to all the people that he knows it doesn't matter to them who is evil or who is good. They just want to enjoy purging someone. Raoul said to all the people that he still remembers that they were also gathered like this to purge him after he killed the demon kind and save them. But at that point, Raoul didn't know that demons are not the real evil, but the people who are here are. With that, Raoul decided to introduce the stars who will face punishment. The first traitor is Raoul's old teammate, Saint Christiana. Second traitor is also Raoul's old teammate, Archmage Wendell. And last but not least, Princess Victoria. Princess is not scared and said that this isn't an occasion where she will be a star. She announces that he'll be the one who'll become a star. But Raoul didn't pay any heed to her. He decided to reveal the story of all the traitors who are here one by one. The first person who will be exposed is Archmage Wendell. Raoul cast his magic and the story began. When Raoul was locked in the cell, the princess used to visit him often. One day, when she was with Raoul, Wendell arrived there. Raoul was really happy seeing his old teammate fine and asked him if he was getting threatened by someone. Before answering, Wendell first apologized to Raoul, saying that because of them, he is going through this torture. Then, he answered that he is getting threatened by Victoria. He revealed that Victoria has ordered Wendell and Saint Christiana to persuade him to become Victoria's manservant. Without thinking a moment, Raoul answered that he will happy sacrifice his body if it means saving his loved ones. Hearing that, Wendell started laughing with an evil smile. While laughing, Wendell called Raoul a fool and also said that he is not the world's strongest hero, but he's the world's strongest imbecile. In the end, Wendell revealed to Raoul that he doesn't have any comrades. His loved ones are either dead or betrayed him. Learning that even his trusted teammates have betrayed him, he started crying. But when the story was about to reach the climax, the story shifted to the present because Wendell doesn't want people to listen to more of his evil deeds. Even after listening to just half of the story, people started doubting if Wendell is really a hero who saved the world of another evil guy in the form of a hero. But before people started talking more about him, Wendell used his beautiful face and asked the people if they thought everything Raoul showed them was true. People answered that they'll never believe such things. So, Raoul just decided not to start the Wendell story again and save it for later. Now it's Saint Christina's turn. When Raoul was about to start the story, the saint said that she never betrayed hero Raoul. But Raoul shut her up and revealed that she is the reason for all the worst things that happened to him. The saint's story began just before the hero and his team was about to leave for Demon King subjugation. Before leaving, hero Raoul and his team came to meet Victoria to announce that they are going for final war. There, the saint notices that the princess gets excited every time she sees Raoul. So, the saint started manipulating Victoria. She talked to Victoria and said that the Lord has told the saint that Victoria and the hero are destined to be together. But because of Raoul gaining more and more public respect, he is changing the will of God. So, the saint told the princess that if she wants to make Raoul her personal plaything, she has to destroy his reputation. With that, Victoria decided to look into anyone who was involved with Raoul and execute them. Before the story progressed even more, Victoria started shouting and asked the hero to stop spouting nonsense. She immediately ordered the saint to kill hero Raoul using her holy powers. But the saint refused to obey her order, saying that she doesn't want to become a traitor. It turns out that the king has ordered to execute Victoria because she killed his people. This was the reason why Raoul ordered Sandra to kill those king aides back in the castle. Saint even has to prove that the king has ordered this because she has a message with the king's seal on it. Because of where the story is going, Victoria is getting mad. Now that the king himself has ordered the execution of Victoria, all the people who are under her don't have to obey her orders. When the princess reached the breaking point, she revealed that she had already killed all her siblings, so there's no other king's heir who will sit on his throne. So, the princess believes that there's no way the king ordered to execute her, the only legitimate heir who will inherit the throne. Hearing that, Raoul asked her to not worry about that because the king has 3 illegitimate princes. With these words, Victoria has realized her situation. It turns out that the king long before was aware of the fact that Victoria is not suitable for the throne because of how she treats her people. So the king spread his seed and prepared a secret weapon to take down Victoria and completely destroy her. Now Victoria is all alone. Her people have finally learned the truth, and no one is ready to help. The real and ugly face of the princess is being broadcast to the whole kingdom thanks to Raoul's magic. Suddenly, some raised a voice and said, "Now, princesses have no one other than me." It turns out that Sandra is still alive and wants to protect the princess. When Raoul saw her, he used his magic and brought her to the stage. On the stage, Sandra got a sword with which she will pierce Victoria's heart. As Raoul has cast a magic on Victoria, which will not let her die no matter how much she gets injured or bleeds. When Sandra pierced her slowly, Victoria had to endure the pain without the relief of death. After completely piercing Victoria's heart, Sandra killed herself and said that she'll go first and wait for Victoria in hell. Even though from this panel it looks like Sandra is dead, she is not. She is feeling immense pain, but she can't die unless Raoul allows her to die. Then, Raoul takes Victoria dragging on the ground to the cliff while singing, "I will not let you die so easily." She is a bloody mess, but she can't die. On top of the cliff, Raoul set up the cross and tied her up to it. While Victoria tied up to the cross, Raoul cast a magic on her that will attract all kinds of small insects and animals to her. Those animals will come and eat her. Animals will gouge out her eyes. They will eat her flesh. They will enter inside her body and will eat her from inside. But even with all that, the princess will not die. She will feel pain with no relief of death for eternity. There are already some people here. And guess what? Even when Sadr cut down her head, she didn't die. She is also alive. That strongest swordsman from before is also alive. That researcher girl is also alive. These three people are alive, getting eaten by insects, and are feeling pain with no relief of death. With this, the fifth act of the revenge is complete. Now, the sixth act of revenge is about to begin. After taking care of the princess, Raoul went to the king. The king informed Raoul that there's someone who is pretending to be Raoul and is working with Raoul's former comrade, Wendell. Wendell and the imposter Raoul are working with a merchant who sells demon children to earn money. So, the king asked Raoul to take care of them. With that, Raoul decided to go teach a lesson to Wendell and that merchant. Before leaving, Raoul asked the king to not think that he is doing that because the king asked him to do so. Raoul is doing this because he was planning to do it from the start. Meanwhile, at a detention camp, imposter Raoul is looking after many demon kids who are locked in a cell. This guy is a merchant whose name is Kramen and is also a pervert. Kramen releases his lust on all these innocent demon children. Kramen gets relieved by beating these children as brutally as possible. Seeing the kids getting beaten brutally, imposter Raoul couldn't watch it anymore. He ran to the restroom and threw up. Right then, the real Raoul appeared behind the imposter Raoul and said hello. Immediately, Raoul captured the fake and asked him the reason for imitating his face. Fake Raoul revealed that he just wanted money. That's why he's working with Wendell and Kramen by threatening them using Raoul's face. But Raoul didn't believe it. Raoul knows that the fake is here not for money, but for revenge. So, Raoul uses his magic and immediately reveals the real person who is imitating him. The real one is a girl named Ada. Raoul knows that Ada helped some demon children run away from this while Kramen was smuggling. By doing that, Ada has revealed the location of Wendell, which means that she was hoping for Raoul to come here and prepare revenge that Ada wanted. So, Ada decided to reveal her real story and on whom she wanted revenge. After the demon kings subjugated, a guy named Charles, who worked as Kramen's accountant, found something abnormal in Kramen's funds. So, he started investigating what is going on behind the scenes, and as Kramen is making such a large amount of money. One day, he saw Kramen in a room with a group of demon slaves. Charles was hiding behind the wall to see what was going on. Inside the room, Kramen removed his clothes and did bad things to demon kids. When Kramen left after completing his work, Charles entered the room. He saw all the demons who were fine and alive before had died brutally. While checking the kids, Charles finds one who was actually alive. He immediately took that demon girl to the healer and got her treated. The demon girl is alive, but she still hasn't woken up. After that, Charles took that demon girl home and showed her condition to his wife. Now, Charles has decided to report all this to the government and stop Kramen's illegal activities. Before leaving, he said goodbye to his wife and his little and cute daughter named Ada. While Charles was heading for the capital, he was attacked by some mercenaries who were here on the order of Kramen. It turns out that Kramen people saw Charles carrying a demon child who was supposed to be the Kramen slave. So, Now Kramen has ordered his underlings to bring Charles to him by dragging him alive. To do that, they tied him up and then attached the rope to the horse. Then, they rode the horse to Kramen while Charles was getting dragged alive. As time went by, Charles was getting really injured and eventually his body started falling apart. Next day, Charles's family received a package. When they checked it, they saw Charles, who was chopped into many pieces and packed in a small box. When their family saw that, they were devastated and broken. With that, the story ended, and now Raoul has decided to help her take revenge on Kramen. But in return, she has to help him take revenge on Wendell. When Ada asked him what she can do to help Raoul fight against that strong Wendell, Raoul said that he knows his weakness. Raoul revealed that Wendell is weak in the mind, and any mental attack can destroy him. Suddenly, Raoul stabbed Ada with a knife. After she fell on the ground, she woke up inside Raoul's body. Now, Ada is controlling Raoul's body, but Raoul is also there. He can talk to her from inside the body and help her take revenge. Raoul gave Ada full permission to use his body, however, she wants to take her revenge. This means she can use Raoul's power, which makes her stronger than anyone. With that, the sixth act of revenge is about to begin. In the basement, many demon slaves are being transported to smuggle. They're not just getting smuggled. If someone shows even a little weakness, guards will beat them brutally. While guards were beating the kids, Raoul and Ada arrived there. Raoul asked Ada to kill all the guards here and save the demon kids. So, she did just that and killed all the guards in front of the demons. Then, Raoul asked Ada to explain the situation to everyone, but she can't think straight because of killing this many guards. So, Raoul switched with her and told the kids that they are now free. But the kids are still scared because they saw Raoul working with Kramen and Wendell, so they can't believe him. So, Raoul asked the demons to follow him, and she'll help them get their revenge on Kramen and Wendell. After giving the proper speech, all the kids started chanting to kill Kramen and Wendell. Afterwards, they went to different places and freed demon slaves from all the places until they eventually found Kramen and Wendell. Seeing Raoul, Wendell started laughing because he still thinks that the Raoul that is standing in front of him is just an imposter. So to prove himself, Raoul uses a little bit of his power. This made Wendell sure that the one who is standing in front of him is not an imposter, but real Raoul. The story of Raoul and Wendell began when Raoul was just a kid. At the academy, Raoul and Wendell became best friends and eventually formed apart. Wendell was like a brother to Raoul. Raoul also introduced Wendell to his sister. Raoul's sister took care of Wendell like her own brother. She fed him and asked him to always stay with Raoul, even though Wendell was acting good from the outside. From inside, he was planning many heinous things to do. From that point on, the saint also joined the team, and the friendship between Raoul and Wendell became even more strong. But now when Raoul remembers those moments, he calls himself a fool and has learned that if you are too kind, you will be exploited. When they successfully subjugated the Demon King, Wendell decided to start a real performance. The next day, when Raoul came back to his village, he saw all the villagers, including children, dead on the ground. Before Raoul even mourned for them, Sandra arrived at the scene to arrest Raoul. She has also tied up Wendell, but that Wendell part is just an act to arrest Raoul. When Raoul starts saying that he's not the one who killed these villagers, Sandra presents two kids in front of Raoul. One kid has put a sword on the throat of the second kid, and both are crying asking for help. Sandra is controlling them with magic. She asked Raoul to not resist if he doesn't want those kids dead. While Raoul was struggling to stop all this, Wendell was trying to hold his laughter. Right then, Raoul tried to break out from their restraints to explain himself. But when he tried to do that, Sandra forced the kid, using her magic, to kill another kid. Seeing the scene, Raoul was about to kill all of them, but Sandra asked him to stay put if he didn't want Wendell to die. In the end, Raoul was imprisoned where he was forced to fulfill Victoria's dirty desire and satisfy her every single day. Even in the extreme torture, Raoul was thinking about Wendell, wondering if he's all right. Meanwhile, Wendell is enjoying his life like a king. After that, to make Raoul suffer even more, Wendell revealed to him that all his comrades have either betrayed him or are dead. In the end, Wendell also revealed to Raoul about how his sister got violated daily. He revealed that by the order of the princess, Raoul's sister was violated daily by many priests in the church. This was the point which made Raoul really angry, but he couldn't do anything because he was locked behind the chains. Back in the present, Raoul summoned both Wendell and Kramen in the Colosseum. The first one who will get punished is Kramen. In the spectator's seat, All the demon slaves are sitting who will witness firsthand how Kramen will get punished. After that, Raoul switched with Ada because Kramen is her target. First, Ada stripped the guy naked and then summoned some big brooms with spikes attached to them. She gave those brooms to demon kids and asked them to clean Kramen before starting the real show. As the spiky broom was dragged on Kramen, he felt extreme pain in every point of his body. After cleaning him, demon slaves asked her to castrate him. So to do that, she summoned a small pipe filled with spikes. She put that pipe on the Kramen's sensitive part and then shook it. This causes Kramen to beg for forgiveness and shout in pain. In the end, she cut his sensitive part, which killed the guy while experiencing immense pain. Now, it's Wendell's turn. Until now, Wendell was sitting in the spectator seat enjoying the show. He was sitting without caring because he thought that Raoul cannot exact revenge on him because he follows that eye for an eye rule. So, Raoul revealed that he doesn't follow that rule anymore because the hero Raoul that Wendell knows of is already dead. Now the Raoul that is standing in front of him is just an insane revenger. Seeing Wendell's face, Raoul started laughing because he can't believe that the one who is the king of betrayer actually believed that Raoul will follow his words. Hearing that, Wendell immediately used his magic and teleported himself in a forest to survive. But before he could even breathe once, Raoul broke the space and took him back to the Colosseum like an angel. To break Wendell mentally, Raoul has prepared an illusion that shows that many officials and Wendell's fangirls are watching him. They asked Wendell to fight against the hero and defeat him. But Wendell is no match for Raoul. So Raoul summoned a big broom with spikes and also stripped Wendell in front of everyone to start his revenge. Using his magic, Raoul froze Wendell in one place and then started cleaning him using the almighty spiky broom. After some cleaning, now it's time for Wendell to get castrated. Raoul summoned a monster holding a big scissors to cut Wendell's useless lump of meat off. To make the game interesting, Raoul summoned a bucket filled with dirtiest water ever. If Wendell's head stays outside of this bucket for even 3 seconds, he will die. After just some time, Raoul uses his magic to hold Wendell at one place. He said that he's getting bored and cut off Wendell's meat. In the end, he died while experiencing immense pain, or he thought so. In the next moment, Raoul woke up again completely fine. Wendell himself is really shocked because all the pain he went through is real. So, Raoul reveals that it was just the first death. There's thousands more to come. For the second round, Raoul summoned the same priest who used to violate his sister. The priests immediately grabbed and stripped him naked. Then, they put the big spiky stick in Wendell's hole. The stick was so big that it went in from behind and came out from the front. With this, Wendell has died 2 times. When Wendell came back to life a 3rd time, he asked Raoul what was going on. So Raoul revealed that all the pain, suffering, and death that he's experiencing is just a vision created by Raoul. Saying that, Raoul decided to continue to increase the number of deaths and fill up his record book. It turns out that everything that is happening to Wendell is just an illusion. Ada and all the demon slaves can't see what is going on. Wendell is just sitting in the middle of the Colosseum, crying and completely broke. So to show what is going on, Raoul gave the death record book to Ada. While Ada was reading the book, the death count was increasing in real time. Suddenly, Wendell broke out of Raoul's illusion magic. Guess what? Wendell was still an illusion. Raoul just showed him the illusion of him breaking free from Raoul's illusion. Raoul will show him this illusion from time to time, so Wendell always has hope to get out of here alive. Like this, his hope of leaving alive will break again, and he'll fall in despair. For the 74th death, Raoul shows Wendell the illusion of being pregnant. Raoul's belly suddenly started expanding, and eventually, a monster-like child came out by piercing through Wendell's belly. At the death number 2643, Raoul shows Wendell an illusion where Kid Raoul appeared in front of Wendell, who moved his hand forward and said to Wendell with an evil smile, "Let's have fun together." After thousands of deaths, Raoul decided to take away Wendell and complete this round of revenge. As the revenge is now completed, Raoul separates himself from Ada. Immediately after getting separated, Ada attacked Raoul, saying that she'll get her revenge from Raoul. It turns out that the person who was with Raoul wasn't Ada, but the younger sister of the Demon King that Raoul and his team subjugated. After revealing her true form, Theodora revealed that she is here to get revenge for her brother's death. But Theodora is no match for Raoul. He immediately froze her at a place and told her that he could kill her ease, but he will not do that. He gave her 2 choices. One is to fight with Raoul to take her revenge. Second is she'll leave this place with her fellow demons, and with all the money that Kramen has earned by selling slaves. That money will be more than enough for her and her fellow demons. She decided to take this second choice after thinking about her fellow demons. Then, Raoul asked her what happened to Ada. So, after Charles died, his wife started investigating why and how he died. After some investigation, she learned that Charles died while freeing demon slaves from Kramen. She has also learned that there's one demon that survived, and that demon is entrusted to the village's healer by Charles. So, to fulfill Charles' will and save demon slaves from Kramen, the wife and Ada decided to go to the capital to report everything to the officials. For 1 week before leaving for the capital, Ada went to visit the demon that Charles saved daily. It turns out that the demon saved by Charles is the younger sister of the Demon King. At first, Theodora refused to become friends with the human. But when she learned that Ada's father was the one who saved her, Theodora decided to be friends with Ada and help her fulfill her dream. At the last day of the week, Ada's mother and her younger sister left, saying that she has promised to meet Wendell at a cabin near the capital. After some time, Ada and Theodora also left for the capital. On their way, some mercenaries found them and attacked them. To protect Ada, Theodora asked Ada to find a safe place, while she'll lure the mercenaries away from her. After some walking, Ada finds a small cabin. Outside of that cabin, Wendell was standing. When he saw Ada, he told her that her mother and younger sister had already arrived and were waiting inside the cabin. Before entering the cabin, she told Wendell that while she was coming here, some of Kramen's underlings found her. Wendell asked her to forget about that and rest inside the cabin. But when she opened the door, she was devastated to see the scene in front of her. When Ada and her family reported everything that Kramen did to demons to Wendell, he said that he'll take care of Kramen. That's why Ada and his family have trusted Wendell, thinking that he's a hero who will help them. But they didn't know that the one they are trusting is worse than demons. After some time, when Theodora came back to find Ada, she saw Wendell and Kramen together. Seeing them together, she immediately understands something bad has happened to Ada and her family. So when she entered the cabin to check on them, she found all of them dead on the ground. At that moment, Theodora got really angry and promised to herself that she'll take revenge. This was the reason why Theodora wanted revenge on Kramen and Wendell. With that, the sixth and the longest act of revenge until now is finished. Now it's time for the seventh act of revenge. The main star of this act is the saint. After taking care of Diddy and Wendell, Raoul went to the king and informed everything. Immediately after reporting, Raoul went to meet Christiana, who is currently locked up in the cell. Seeing Raoul, Christiana asked him why the king had imprisoned her. So, Raoul told her that he already knows how she used her holy magic to manipulate everyone. She was the one who manipulated the swordsman to become a demon. She was also the one who manipulated Wendell by saying things like she knows which kind of face he wants to see from Raoul. She said that anything he'll do is alright because it's what Lord Desire. In the end, she also manipulated the princess to destroy Raoul's life. But Christiana said with a smile that she never did anything wrong. She said that she was just fulfilling Lord's wishes and offering salvation to everyone. When Raoul was about to leave, she asked him what kind of revenge he's planning to take from her. So, Raoul told her that he had planned an extensive date with her and asked her to just wait for it. The next, Christiana was summoned to a court because many people, who heard from Raoul that Christiana was manipulating her, filed many cases against her. So today she is presented in front of judges who will announce the final result, if she's a criminal or not. First witness who came forward was her own aunt. She said that Christiana brainwashed her own parent, which causes them commit suicide in a burning house. And while seeing her parents dying, Christiana just uttered one sentence happily, "You two must be glad. Father, mother." Witness 2 is a soldier. He said that his comrades were seduced by Christiana, which led his comrade to fight and kill each other like maniacs. Third witness was a priest who came forward and revealed that in the middle of a desert there was a country. The people of the country were really innocent until Christiana came there. With her whisper, she brainwashed all people, leading to the destruction of the whole country. Hearing that, Christiana just said that she did to give salvation to the country people. In the end, her reason for destroying hundreds of thousands of life was just that she wanted to bring salvation to all the people. And she said that she can happily die if it means atoning for other people's sins. While she was saying all that, Raoul was just sitting in the chair with a smile, witnessing everything. Right then, Christiana's lawyer with a pig-like face came out and started talking. First, he asked all 3 witnesses to provide solid evidence which should prove that Christiana committed a crime. As they don't have any solid evidence, they can't say anything. Next, He revealed that anyone who is inflicted with holy magic has magic scars left behind on their body. But after checking the bodies of that soldier's comrades, there were no magic scars on their bodies, which means Christiana didn't use any magic on them to seduce them. When all the people had nothing to say, the lawyer was thinking that these people are stupid because he knows that magic scars can easily be removed from the bodies. And here he is protecting and siding with Christiana because if he wins the case, he'll get to smash her. While he was dreaming about smashing her, Raul spoke up and said that he's here to give testimony as the fourth witness. Before he started talking, he first went to the examiner who checked the magic scare on the victim's body and whispered something in his ears. And to prove that Saintis is really guilty and killed many people for no reason, Raul immediately summoned a person on whom she has used her magic and manipulated. The person that appeared shocked everyone. Raul has summoned the Princess Victoria. She is still getting eaten by insects and is still alive, enduring eternal pain. No one thought that princess was still alive. Even in such a bloody and messed up condition, the princess is still getting punished every second. Even though the princess is still alive, her condition is really bad, so she'll not be able to utter a single word. So to check if Christiana has really done something to the princess, the examiner came forward and checked the princess's body. After examining the body properly, he revealed that the princess really have magic scars on her. After saying that, the examiner revealed everything. He revealed that Christiana's lawyer has manipulated all the evidence and also removed the magic scars from the victim's body. Because of the magic that Raul casted on the examiner, everything he is saying now is what Raul wants him to say. Lawyer immediately thought that Raul is the one controlling this examiner and called for another examiner to check if this examiner was being controlled by Raul or not. But when the second examiner came, she was already under Raul's control, so after checking the previous examiner, she said that he's not under Raul's control. With that, more and more examiners were called to check, but all were under Raul's control and said what he wanted them to say. In the end, Christiana was found guilty. Immediately, lawyer went toward the calm and completely silent Saintis. He started begging her to at least say something in her defense. But instead of defending herself, she whispered in lawyer's ears. Without wasting a moment, lawyer happily walked toward a window and jumped out of it. He died immediately after slamming into the ground. Seeing the scene, judge immediately gave the order to punish the saintess by burning her to death. Few days later, she was tied up to the cross and the cross was lit on fire. But while burning, saintess didn't cry in pain. She happily died thinking that she's atoning for other people's sins and bringing them salvation. In the end, only Saintess's burned body was left behind on the cross. Beside the cross, Raul was standing. He smirked and said that the real show is about to begin. After that, he took the cross with the Saintess and dug it near the Princess Victoria's cross in the mountain. Suddenly, Raul was pierced by an arrow straight to his heart. Behind him, Theodora came flying. She was the one who attacked Raul, and she did this to get revenge for his brother who was killed by Raul. When Theodora landed beside Raul, he was still alive. So to kill him completely, she first tied him to the cross and then stabbed him with the knife. After 5 days, his lower half is completely gone, eaten by many beasts. In the next moment, Raul woke up in the white world. This is the same world where Goddess of Love lives. Learning that Raul had died and came here again, she immediately ran to him crying. Raul noticed that her one arm is missing and asked her what happened to it. She revealed that previously when she sent him back to Earth, a part of her body was sacrificed to resurrect him. Raul didn't care about her explanation. He grabbed her from the mouth and asked her to complete his one more wish. Goddess was so in love with Raul that she immediately agreed. This time, she sacrificed one of her eye and summoned a carriage of hell. By riding this carriage, Raul will be able to enter hell. First, he'll go to the gate of judgment. At this place, sins and good deeds of every person will be judged, and the one with the greater deeds will go to the land of the gods, or you can call it heaven. Some can go through the reincarnation gate to reincarnate, and the people with grave sins will enter hell. Raul has asked for the ride to hell because his revenge will begin in hell. He immediately drove the carriage and found Saintis standing in the line of people who will be judged. Seeing him, Christiana was shocked and asked him who could kill him. So Raul revealed that he died intentionally to fulfill the promise of a date that he made with her. Saying that, she gave her a seat in the carriage and went toward hell. When Raul went toward the hell gate, Christiana refused to enter, saying that the goddess was waiting for her in heaven, so she must go there. Christiana said that only bad people go to hell. She still thinks that she has offered salvation to many people and saved them from hell, so she must go to heaven for her good deeds. So Raul made a bet with her. He said that if the people who she thinks she offered salvation to are not in hell, he'll let her do whatever she wants with him. But if they are in hell, then she will have to use her holy magic to save them. Because Christiana also loves Raul and wants to stay with him forever, she immediately accepted the bet. With that, Raul and Christiana finally entered hell. Inside, there were many people getting burned in the lava, getting reborn and dying again and again. Seeing the scene, Raul remembered that there were other young people in his party beside Wendell. At this point, Christiana wasn't at Raul's party. Raul and other young party members hunted monsters together. They were really happy until Christiana joined the party. Because of Christiana seducing them in the name of salvation, young members started losing their will one by one. Every single one of the 20 mercenaries left the party. Right then, Raul and Christiana arrived at their first spot. This is the place where people who indulge in lust fall to and get punished. Christiana looked around in hope of not finding any familiar faces. But after just a second, her expression turned grave when she saw Raul's old party member, to whom she had offered salvation, was getting punished in front of her. But she immediately calmed down and refused to believe that these are the people to whom she has offered salvation. It turns out that she can't properly remember these people's faces and think that they're not related to her. So, Raul told her that they are here because of her, but she refused to believe it. So, Raul showed her when he offered these people salvation and seduced them with her words. Because of that, they lusted over her and she let them enjoy themselves with her. Immediately after remembering them, she still refused to accept that it's her fault, saying that they are just people with similar faces. Even though her expression has changed from being happy to being concerned, she still thinks that her faith in salvation is not fake and will never waver by seeing the fake scene. So, Raul took her to the next punishment spot. After getting through many punishment spots, they reached the punishment spot for greed. The people in this ground are forced to cross a burning bridge and then fall inside a lava pond, dying painfully. This time, 2 people were slowly trying to cross the bridge. When Christiana looked closely toward them, she was shocked. Her expressions completely changed and she slowly muttered that they are imposters. It turns out that the 2 people who are crossing the bridge now are her own parents. While crossing the bridge, if one stops midway, the monster sitting on the other side will hit them and throw them in the lava pond. After dying in the lava pond, they will just come back to life at the starting point and will have to go through the same pain again. The next time Christiana's parents started crossing the bridge, she ran toward them to stop them. Behind her, Raul with an evil smirk reminded her that this is the result of her offering salvation to others, which means she has committed a grave sin and her destination is not heaven but hell. When Christiana's parents saw her, they got angry at her, saying that she tricked them. They shook her for some time and then fell into the lava pond while cursing her. Even after seeing everything, she still refused to believe it and called them imposters. She said that she is blessed by the goddess, so her salvation and faith can't be fake and lead the people to whom she offered salvation to hell. Hearing that, Raul decided to show Christiana the goddess that has blessed. Raul showed her the goddess of love making an unsightly face. Seeing the goddess's face, Christiana couldn't believe her eyes. With that, Raul proceeds on telling everything that this goddess has done for him, how many rules she has broken just for him. Hearing everything, Christiana said that such an unsightly woman can't be the one who blessed her. She raised her hand to use holy magic. As Raul won the bet, she accepted her defeat and decided to use holy magic to save the people who are here in hell because of her. But her holy magic didn't work. It turns out that holy magic isn't usable in hell. Now that Christiana has called her own goddess an unsightly woman, she will be stripped off of her saintess title and will lose all of her holy magic. Raul already knew this. He was just playing around to make Christiana utter bad words about her own goddess. In the end, she's now in hell with no way to get out. Now she'll suffer for eternity with the people who she has manipulated and killed under the reason of offering them salvation. All the people who was offered salvation by Saintess, when they saw, started asking her to save them. Christiana still thinks that she'll go to heaven and is in hell just on a trip with Raul. So Raul revealed to her that she's bound to stay in hell with her followers. Since the moment she passed the gates of hell, she was already doomed to stay in hell. Many people grabbed her asking her for help, but she couldn't do anything. Seeing Raul sitting in the carriage, she started asking him for help. So Raul threw a chain down. He said that anyone who manages to climb this chain will be saved. Slowly, many people started climbing the chain. Even though Christiana was in the first place, many people grabbed her legs and pushed her down. She was angry and finally started showing her true face. Seeing Christiana showing her true face, Raul said that the saintess who used to talk about salvation is now in this sorry state. Hearing that, Christiana said that she doesn't care about salvation anymore and just wanted to be saved. She also confessed that she's saintess and couldn't care less about the goddess she believed in. Immediately when she said that, the chain broke and she, with all the other people, fell in the lava. Now she started burning with her other followers in the lava, but she'll not die. A big hand will pick her up, heal her, and then throw her back to the starting point. Like this, she'll come back to life and die again and again. In the end, Raul was about to leave saying that this date with Christiana was really great. Christiana started crying and made a really miserable face asking for help. But Raul couldn't care less about her and turned his back on her. When Raul tried to leave hell and reach the gates, he wasn't able to, because once a soul entered the hell, it was bound to stay there for eternity. Right then, the goddess arrived there. Raul immediately asked her the way to slay an immortal god. At first, she said that there's no way. But when Raul started showing his love to her, she was easily pinned down by Raul. He put his hand inside her chest and plucked out her heart. When he uses his magic on the heart, he learns that when he was about to die by the hands of Victoria, gods held a meeting and voted if they should save Raul the hero or not. From all the gods, the god who governs hell refused to help Raul. That's why now Raul wanted to kill that god, and he's his next target of revenge. After seeing what the governor of hell did, Raul decided to find a way to slay the god. After searching through goddesses' memories, he found a scythe which can kill a god. The scythe is stored in a treasury in heaven. Even though the goddess is completely dosed in love and unable to think straight, she still tried to stop Raul, saying that no human should get his hand on that item. Because Raul was treating her so poorly, she asked him why he's doing that. So Raul told her that the gods are also the target of his revenge. That's why he's treating her poorly. To make the goddess give him the scythe, Raul said that all the gods are his targets except her. She was so happy to hear that she immediately used her power and went back to get the scythe. While she went back to find the scythe, Raul went back to hell. When he reached the center of hell, some fallen angels came to him, saying that the governor of hell wanted to see him. When they forcefully tried to take Raul, with just a flick, Raul killed one of them. Seeing the death of a fallen angel, others tried to use force on Raul to take him to the governor. So, Raul killed one more with the flick and hopped onto the vehicle that they brought, but it was not comfortable. He said that he also wants to meet the governor and request them that they should improve their way of carrying him to the governor. When they refused, Raul killed one more fallen angel. Seeing Raul easily killing them, they started talking to each other, wondering if they should obey Raul or not. Fallen angels are scared because they might get killed by the governor for not fulfilling their duty properly. But they are also scared of Raul, as he can easily kill them. In the end, they decided to take Raul to the governor more gently. After some time, Raul was standing in front of the god of hell. Immediately, the wolf standing beside the god of hell started announcing all the sins that Raul had committed. When the god of hell was about to announce his punishment, the god of hell said that judging him immediately would be boring and decided to play a game. With the flick of a finger, everyone on whom Raul has taken his revenge appeared in front of him. The god of hell asked Raul to entertain him by playing with Raul's favorite deceased. Raul smirked and said, "You truly have bad taste." Everyone who just got summoned was in a really bad state and was just asking about where they were. When General Brown saw Raul, he immediately started asking for forgiveness. On the other hand, Sandra is calling for the princess. Rina, who is a scientist, is about to throw up by just remembering what Raul did to her. Lucas was just standing asking for help, saying that he can't endure this hell anymore. Raul didn't even remember this guy. Christiana was crying and asked Raul if he's the one who summoned them here. So, Raul points toward the god of hell and tells her that he's the one who did it. Immediately, Christiana started crying, asking the god of hell to save her. Hearing her, the god of hell said that he'll save her. When other people heard that, they immediately looked toward the god, wanting to get free from this place. God placed his hand on Christiana's face, and she turned into a stone. Now, she and her soul has been completely erased. She doesn't have to suffer in hell anymore. Learning that Christiana doesn't have to suffer anymore in hell, Luca also runs to the god of hell, saying that he also wants to get free. The god of hell was about to free Lucas, but Raul stopped him, saying that Lucas is his toy. He asked the god of hell to think again before taking any action against Raul's toy, because the consequences can be severe for the god. But God doesn't care. He puts it on Lucas's head, saying that an insect like Raul will be able to do anything to him. He was so close to freeing Lucas, but at the last moment, Raul saved Lucas, teleporting him away from the god. Because Raul disobeyed God's law, he decided to play with Raul. He sent the dog to teach Raul a lesson, but Raul isn't scared. This isn't just a fight. If Raul takes long enough time, everyone on whom Raul has taken revenge will gradually turn into a stone and will disappear forever. Because of this, Lucas is happy because he will not have to suffer in hell, while General Brown still wants to get saved. With that, the dog launched its attack toward Raul, and Raul took the attack head-on without even trying to dodge it. As the fight went on, the dog wasn't able to do anything to Raul. Every time it attacked, Raul was easily able to survive it or dodge it. In the end, this dog was no match for Raul. He cut the dog into pieces without much effort. Because the fight ended early, no one is turned into stone. Seeing that the dog, God of Hell's right-hand man, was so weak, Raul mocked him. He said that instead of this weak right-hand man, Cerberus, the guardian of Hell's Gate, would have been much better. He mocked God, saying if this weak dog is only the one he can control. Hearing that, the god decided to play another game. He took out an item which only the God of Hell can use. This is a divine item which has the power to ascertain a human soul's depravity dwells within it. The crystal reflects the color of one's soul, and their place of execution is determined from that. And the judgment that Raul will receive will appear in his mind. The God of Hell told that no one has ever survived the terror of this divine item. The next moment, Raul was standing in a different place. His mother was in front of him, but when he walked toward her asking her why she's in a place like this, he got attacked by a monster from behind. With just one attack, Raul got really injured and was about unable to move. In front of him, a monster grabbed his mother and split her into two pieces. When Raul tried to move, the monster ate him, but he didn't die. The next moment, he was standing at the same place, but this time, young soldiers were standing in front of him. Raul was trapped in a cage, unable to move, and in front of him, all the young soldiers died one by one. Like this, he went through many horrible experiences. After certain scenes, everything started again. Now again his mother is standing in front of him. All of this is happening in his mind. His real body is still in front of the God of Hell, and it doesn't look in good condition. It is clear that Raul is going through horrible experiences in his mind. Seeing that, the God of Hell laughs, saying that he's still a human at the end of the day and will feel emotions. Right then, Raul started laughing. He looked toward the God of Hell while laughing, saying that he was just acting all this time. Raul stood up, stretching his body. He was in completely fine condition. Because the God of Hell didn't realize Raul was acting, he started mocking him, saying that a god wasn't even able to tell he was just acting. This made God really angry, and this time, he personally got up from his seat to punish Raul. The final performance begins now. The God of Hell is so large that he's holding a big platform with his hand like it's just a plate. The rules of final performance are simple. If Raul was able to save all of his toys, he'll win, but even if he lost one of them, he'll lose. Immediately when the game started, the God of Hell threw a very strong punch at them. But before the punch landed, Raul teleported all of them to different places. I just noticed that Princess Victoria isn't in these people, which means she's still not dead and getting eaten by insects till this day. Anyway, now Raul has teleported everyone to a different place, and everyone has a shield around them which will protect them. But Raul didn't teleport Lucas away, because Lucas wants to die by the hands of God, so Raul has to pay attention to him. After a while, God was able to find Sandra. She was still trying to find Princess Victoria. So, God summoned a fake Princess Victoria in front of her. Immediately, Sandra knelt down, paying respect to the princess. Victoria calls Sandra toward her, and Sandra is about to go there. But before she could, Raul saw her. He summoned one more Princess Victoria behind her. Victoria that God summoned was really polite, but the princess that Raul created is filled with anger and arrogance. She shouted from behind, calling for Sandra. Now, Sandra is stuck between two Victorias. After a while, she chose angry Victoria and went toward her. It turns out that Sandra likes getting punished by Victoria, so she went toward angry Victoria. Victoria gave her a sword, and she killed Victoria created by the god. Now that Sandra has been saved, the God of Hell decided to find someone else. He moved around and found General Brown. He used his giant finger and attacked him. With just some attacks, Brown was about to die. Right then, Rene arrived in front of Raul holding a chemical. She said that she has brought that plan that Raul has prepared. She threw that drug toward General Brown and asked him to drink it. After he drank that, he turned into a skeleton. The God of Hell didn't care. He thought that one undead would not be able to do anything to him. But for some reason, this undead was really strong and threw the God of Hell on the ground with just one attack. Because of this, he got really angry and went berserk. He attacked left and right randomly to kill the undead, but was able to dodge all of his attacks. Seeing the scene, Raul decided to end the performance. The god of hell was really angry. He decided to destroy this hell and create a new one. But the god was really shocked seeing that he's unable to destroy the hell. It turns out that Raul has put a barrier around the hell, because of which God wasn't able to destroy it. He got even more angry and started attacking randomly. So, Raul himself jumped into a fight against the god. Meanwhile, the goddess of love has completed the mission that Raul gave her. She has successfully retrieved the weapon to kill gods. After 3 days of fighting, Raul is completely fine, but the god is in a really bad state. Now that Raul has won the game and even defeated the god of hell, he decides to negotiate with him. For winning the game, Raul will get the divine item that God used on him previously. For the negotiations, Raul wanted to use that crystal on Earth and send all the sinners on Earth to hell within 1 month. Because only God of hell can activate the powers of the crystal, Raul asked him to lend him his powers. To complete the deal, Raul summoned a table, pen, and a contract. He asked the god of hell to take the seat and they'll sign the contract. After the deal was done, Raul got the powers of God of hell for 1 month. But Raul didn't stop there. He read one line from the contract, which is that if one of the parties who signed the contract will die, the other party will get everything that is in the contract forever. Which means if God of hell died, Raul will have his powers forever. Then, Raul shows the god of hell the scene when the 12 gods hold the meeting to discuss if they should save Raul the hero or not. Even though most of the gods voted no, the god of hell didn't stop just after voting no. He said many bad things about Raul, like he's an insect who's not worthy of being saved by the gods and blah blah. In the end, the gods decided not to save Raul. Raul told the god of hell, sitting in front of him, that he's just the lowest one in his targets of revenge. He attacked the god of hell first, just because he wanted to make the preparations to deal with the next targets. Even though the god of hell was really scared, he has somewhat relieved that a human will not be able to kill him because he's a god. Right at that moment, the goddess of love arrived there holding a scythe. She gave that scythe to Raul, and with this scythe he'll be able to kill gods. Raul uses the weapon and cuts down a horn of the god of hell. He didn't immediately kill him and asked him to bring back Christiana. After bringing her back, Raul summoned all of the fallen angels in front of the god of hell. He brought all of them to humiliate the god. He asked the god of hell to say this in front of everyone. I am a dog with its tail between its legs that is even more cowardly than an insect who lost to a human being. I was ridiculed as an insect. These are 2 lines that God of hell has to say in front of everyone, which is really humiliating. But he had no other choice, so he knelt down like a dog and said those lines. After he said that, Raul decided to hold a wager. He asked all the fallen angels to clap if they thought Raul would win. Seeing that Raul is holding a god-killer weapon, and the god of hell is in a really pathetic state, all the fallen angels clapped. Then he asked them to clap if they think God of hell will win, but no one clapped. Seeing that, the god of hell started crying with his one eye, asking Raul for mercy. But Raul didn't even think for a moment and cut down his head. After killing him, he pointed the weapon at the goddess of love, because now it's her turn to die. The goddess of love was shocked and asked Raul why he's doing this. So, Raul told her that the revenge against the god of hell was just an act to get this god-killer scyther. His real target was her from the start. Goddess of love started acting like she hadn't done anything wrong. So, Raul decided to show her what she did. While Raul was locked in the cell, the princess often visited him and talked to him. One day when she came to him, she started playing with Raul's body. She grabbed Raul and had fun. But Raul wasn't having fun, he was just feeling pain. When the princess was about to leave, she acted like she did nothing. It turns out that the one who did wrong with Raul wasn't Princess Victoria, but the goddess of love. She possessed Victoria's body and had fun with Raul. Seeing that, the goddess of love started saying that she did everything because she loved him. She also reminds him that she helped him many times, like getting reincarnated and obtaining scythe. She was the one who helped him. She said that they should work together and create their own paradise where they live alone. Hearing that, Raul decided to show her something else. He showed her that Raul wasn't the only one to whom she said this. She has taken interest in many men before and always lust on them. Each time she saw a handsome man, she said the same things that she said to Raul. Seeing that, the goddess of love's face completely changed. She said that the past doesn't matter. Even if past doesn't matter, it shows that the goddess of love is just a slut who lust on any handsome man she saw. So, she's the biggest culprit. She's the biggest reason why Raul suffers this much. Meaning her punishment will also be very bad. So to start the punishment, Raoul summoned a big and really ugly ogre. The next moment, the goddess of love, Raoul, and that ogre arrived at the same cell where Raoul was locked up and abused by the goddess of love. Without saying anything, Raoul tore out the goddess of love's heart and left the place. Now, she and the ugly ogre is alone in the cell. The ogre immediately started playing with the goddess, saying that he never got to have fun with such a beautiful lady. After reaching the climax once, the goddess thought that she'll be able to rest now, but ogre reminded her that ogres can go 100 times without breaking a sweat. After doing hundreds of times, the goddess was on the brink of dying. Right then, the ogre took the half-dead goddess and crushed her in his hands. Ogre did this because he doesn't want his wife to know that he had fun with another woman. After that, Raoul returned back to hell in front of tens of thousands of fallen angels. They started calling Raoul their new god. Raoul didn't stop in the hell for longer. He asked the fallen angels to build new and more dangerous executing grounds, and ordered the fallen angel to throw all his previous victims there. With that, Raoul left the hell.